of essential DOS games, split into their respective years, to serve as an ultimate guide with the absolute best titles available for the platform. Let's check them all out. Sierra's Hero's Quest So You Want to Be a Hero is an unusual game, at least for the time it released in. It was not just another adventure game like most Sierra's releases were, because it also dipped heavily into the RPG. A mixture like no other at the time, and a definite first for the genre. So, aside from your usual adventure foray of finding characters to talk to, performing small and big favors for them, solving puzzles, and all that, using hated by me with a passion of 2020 floppy's disk trader text parser. You also partake in combat and your character's skill development. At the beginning of the game you pick a class out of 3 staples of the RPG genre, fighter, mage or a thief, and that choice will not only influence combat, but also puzzles and their solutions, dialogues and numerous different situations and events throughout the game. Your skills are raised upon use rather than with the arbitrary levels, and it's a fun mechanic that I always enjoyed in my role-playing games. There is also a full day-night cycle in Hero's Quest, and unique for the time, hunger-tiredness system. It was perhaps not something unseen, but definitely not an everyday addition in 1989. The game takes place in Spielberg, a small and rather quiet mountain forest town, populated mainly by humans and centaurs. First mastered the art of beer drinking, while the other worked the land. And everything would be nice and dandy if not for the evil ogress Baba Yaga that has cursed the land, causing Baron of Spielberg's daughter to disappear, his son's transformation into a bear, and various monsters and brigands to raid and terrorize the city and its inhabitants. Now, this last may be unrelated, but they're the current problems the town is facing, so whether they are or not, I am sure as hell mentioning them here. So, all that the Spielberg really needs to get back to its former and peaceful glory, or just peace, and in all honesty, it never was much more else, is someone to save it. And luckily, such someone, ready to step into Hero's shoes and fill them in with his stinky feet, is our protagonist. A recent graduate from the famous Adventurous Correspondence School, and a man with a coin purse in a desperate need of said coin. You. So, will you step up to the call and save Spielberg? I should really say let me know in the comments below, but that would just be fishing for comments, wouldn't it? Yeah. Anyway, Hero's Quest is super fun, check it out, as it's one of the very few text parser games that I can actually stomach. Rick Dangerous is both, named Rick and dangerous. To himself mainly, as he seems to be falling into all manner of traps. Spiky, giant boulder or filled with aggressive natives. All of them. So, he is dangerous, in the name and his activities. He is also a hero of one of 1989's premier platformers. Loosely based on Indiana Jones and the Raiders of the Lost Ark, the game sees our protagonist, a British agent slash scientist slash archaeologist slash superhero extraordinaire, travel to the Amazon jungle in search for the lost Gulu tribe. But as he's flying over, his plane breaks down and crash lands in the heart of the jungle, enraging the Gulu beyond belief. To the point, in fact, that they become near instantly ready to trade with Rick. Trade their poisonous darts, sharp spikes and powerful kicks for his perhaps single, but oh so valuable life. It's a transaction our mustached heartbreaker cannot accept. So now you must master all your skill to help him out of this kerfuffle. You're not left empty-handed, however, as you're armed with few sticks of dynamite, mostly working pistol, and your unquestionable and unstoppable charm and good looks. Rick Dangerous is an action puzzle platformer with that puzzle bit, while a bit superficial, omnipresent and requiring you to painstakingly memorize locations of all hazards in all levels, as each death restarts the screen that you're in and does not let you carry on from the exact point you died in. The game is composed out of 3 pretty big multi-screen levels filled with death and misery to the brim. Well, death and misery to Rick only, as everything else animated in them seems to be all fine where they are. So there are numerous traps in each stage, some visible, others popping out in the least expected moments, and many natives bent on renaming Rick from Dangerous to No More. And since the difficulty is through the roof here, before you memorize all the hazards and a safe way around them, you'll die, like seriously uncomfortable number of times. So, Rick Dangerous, to prolong its stay artificially, uses the oldest trick in the video game Designed for Dummies book. It's overly difficult for no other reason than to keep the player, so you, at the screen longer than necessary. But unfortunately, it's not done with the use of engaging and interesting puzzles or skill-based gameplay mechanics. Nope, it's achieved with memorization of one-hit one-kill traps locations and infinite trial and error, which is a shame. Despite all that though, don't get me wrong, I'm not dissing Rick here. I really like it in fact, as it offers interesting level design, memorable Indiana Jones-like setting, and it's atmospheric and really fun to conquer. Eventually, as it will take you a long while to do so. If you've never played it on PC or any other system, or enjoyed challenging, difficult titles, Rick Dangerous will most definitely be what you're looking for. Mars Saga is a twofold, a series of sci-fi books that I've never written and never planned on, but you never know, they were theoretically possible if I really wanted to. And also an early turn-based tactical role-playing made by then yet unknown Westwood Associates. They still had few good years to go before they would become a household name with their iconic Command & Conquer series. This version of Mars Saga is actually a remake of original, often known under its new title of Mines of Titan. It's been enhanced to be a longer and more involved experience, to feature a few new storylines previously unseen in C64's original creatures, and its location is moved from Mars to Titan, Saturn's largest moon. Cities and maps layouts are identical though, so if you've played it previously on Commodore's Lil system, you'll find yourself right at home on PC. The game is set in the year 2261, when humans have been colonizing the inner solar system for a while and are about to finish their magnum opus of colonization, terraformation of Titan. You're Tom Jetland, as opposed to Tom Jet Takeoff, and due to unforeseen chain of events, you crash-landed on Titan. With no means of transport and no money, you must find a way to get out of this god-forsaken rock. So, with a goal of raising required funds in mind, you'll need to search for and recruit characters for your party to explore and survive the unforgiving world. You train and develop your character and his companions by upgrading over 20 of their skills, and all of them will come in handy on numerous occasions in both side and main missions. Most quests revolve around mysteries of Titan, so you'll slowly unfold vast and far-reaching conspiracies and even uncover the fate of mysteriously disappeared Proscenium colony. Other than that, you'll obviously need to focus on raising enough credits to pay for the safe passage of planet, which is an overarching theme of the game. Sort of. And why sort of only, you may wonder? Well, cause if you hire at least one other character for your party, you can actually dismiss Tom Jetland and carry on playing without him. Many of the enemies that you'll encounter have special abilities, so the combat is quite tactical, taking all of theirs and your team's skills and capabilities into consideration. So you'll be carefully planning your attacks, your responses to the enemies, in case you'll fail to counter them that is, and generally speaking try to survive on the unfriendly rock. It'll be fun, I promise. Interestingly enough, Mines of Titan / Mars Saga is one of the few early role-playing games that gave you a complete freedom of choice when it comes to who to attack. You can go for the innocent and poor if you'd like, as much as you can aim high and try your luck with the police, cause they drop one of the most powerful armors in the game, so it may end up being worth the risk. In fact, you can kill all the quest givers too, effectively making the game unplayable. And it's great, cause it means that the Mines of Titan does not treat you like a child, it lets you make your own decisions and then just serves you the consequences. It's an interesting, even if largely overlooked game that should have gotten much more attention than it did. A-10 Tank Killer is a pretty advanced for the time flight combat simulator in which you're in the cockpit of the titular A-10 Thunderbolt II, a tank killer, affectionately named by the soldiers as Warthog. You'll partake in various different missions mainly focused on destroying tanks, roads, bridges and the likes, set in a Gulf War air campaign and in a single fictional scenario in Europe. You know, for good measure and definitely not to artificially add the feeling of variety. You're armed with an automatic 30mm Avenger cannon and a will to fight. While A-10 is pretty fun, it's definitely not the easiest and clearly directed at the fans of the genre rather than the Sunday pilots, so keep that in mind. It has to be said though that it offers automatic landing and time speed up for those who's less simulation savvy, so to speak. The released couple years later 1.5 version can be considered an ultimate outing, as not only it squished all the bugs on the speeding through airplane's windshield, but also updated the sounds and graphics considerably and added 7 completely new missions, one of them being a Desert Storm scenario. So, while this 1989's version is just a taste of what's to come, it was still a rather sweet treat and a gem for fans of the genre to gobble on, waiting for what's to appear in the next few years. SimCity, designed by now legendary Will Wright, is easily one of my most favorite games of the entire year, and the first title in the long-running series of amazing city building and management games by Maxis. I have to admit that I first played it on C64, then on the Amiga, and on PC I only ever played SimCity 2000 and later entries, but since all versions of the original, despite some graphical differences, are virtually the same, I feel like I can talk about it anyway. And even if I can't, I will, cause I'm too involved in it already to stop. SimCity allows you to imagine, plan and build your city of dreams, albeit within constraints of its engine, but it does, and it's so much fun. You start with nothing, just a plot of land, a little cash and your imagination. So, you lay out roads for your citizens to zoom around soon-to-be sprawling metropolis, you plan for residential, commercial and industrial zones, where all these will soon enough fill in with various buildings fulfilling the roles. and you build police stations, fire departments, schools, parks, and everything in between. You know, to provide comfort for the citizens in knowing that they're safe, taken care of, educated, and have a place to barbecue in nature, relaxing after a hard-working week. Utilities are naturally a cornerstone, nay, a foundation for your city, so power plants and power lines are what everything else requires to work. In short, all you'll do is what you'd like your own real city to do for you, if it was properly managed, that is. And since we're on a subject, you will manage the hell out of your new town, constantly balancing the budget between supporting its current size and needs, saving up and preparing for future expansions. A nice touch, and something that I always loved about the SimCity series, and what will keep you on your toes, never letting you lose focus on what's happening in the city, are the disasters. They happen randomly, unexpectedly, and usually in the worst possible time. But they also add a lot to the longevity of gameplay and expand your objectives from expansion and growth to disaster management and saving the city from the potential distraction too. If you play your cards right and keep an eye on the price, so to speak, your tiny town may soon evolve into full-fledged city and eventually a huge modern metropolis. While the first SimCity is not as feature-packed and advanced as the later titles are, it still works on a very realistic and accurate for the time model, and has undisputed educational value that hardly any other games did. It's a definite recommendation and a game worth checking out on any platform in any of its iterations. Arkanoid Revenge of Dough is a much improved version, a second outing really, of the first Arkanoid that was originally published in the arcades before finding its way onto every single machine under the sun, at least for the time. For the lone 7 of you who managed somehow against all odds to overlook the Arkanoid and don't know what it is, in either of its iterations it's basically an arcade game ball bouncing brick destroying bonanza that's more addictive and fun than it had any right to be. Each stage is composed out of series of colorful blocks/bricks arranged in pattern at the top of the screen and a small paddle at the bottom. You have to use said paddle by moving it left and right to bounce the ball at the bricks to destroy them, in the same time making sure that the ball won't fall through the bottom border of the screen. When all bricks are gone, you can move to the next level. There's 64 of these in the game, but you only ever get to see 34 on each playthrough, ensuring the game's replayability. You can sorta pick which level you'll get to, as when you complete one, the 2 gates open at the bottom of the screen leading to 2 different stages and you can pick which one to go through. There's no preview of any kind, however, so it all relies on you memorizing where they lead to be able to pick your favorite screens. Which, you know, may have been fine back in the day, but today, my brain decides what to store on its own, and it has a tendency to completely ignore stuff it deems unnecessary or useless. And level orders in games are both, actually. Anyway, every now and then, when a brick is destroyed, it may release a falling capsule with a letter on it, and you can grab those with your paddle to access various power-ups and bonuses. So stuff like level skip, extra size paddle, catch, which is just a nice name for being able to stick the ball to the paddle instead of having it bounced, and then release it manually. Eventually, with a little practice, it can make for slow perhaps, but very accurate ball aiming mechanic. And my personal favorite, laser cannons that add twin guns to the paddle and let you shoot at the blocks to clear the stage faster. All this and more are a huge help in your progress and can easily make or break your game. Revenge of Dough is fantastic and a lot of fun even today. Neuromancer is a futuristic sci-fi cyberpunk adventure game loosely based on William Gibson's 1984 novel of the same title, featuring many locations, characters, items and themes found in it. It is set in both fictional reimagination of our near future and detailed depiction of the so-called digital cyberspace, a world existing within the Earth encompassing network, Internet before the Internet, or how we imagined it will look like back then. Neuromancer takes place in the year 2058 in Chiba, in Japan. The main plot revolves around our protagonist Case having to find an explanation and truth behind the mysterious disappearances of his friends. To do so, however, he'll need to search through the cyberspace and all of its nooks and crannies, but, and that's a big one, but he's recently fallen on hard times and had to pawn his cyber deck, the tool that allows accessing of cyberspace. So to even be able to start looking for his friends, he'll need to somehow recover the deck first. And this is where your adventure will start. Given the time of its release, Neuromancer was incredibly ambitious, because it not only featured a whole adventure game layer upon which most of your quest takes place, but also took you deep into the cyberspace, searching for clues, breaching into servers and fighting rogue AIs in this virtual world, using both skills and programs. What's more, those skills and abilities had to be purchased as skill chips and uploaded into your brain implant via so-called brain jack. It goes without saying that most secrets and plot-pushing information can be acquired only in cyberspace, as it was the big gimmick of both book and the game. On the first glance, Neuromancer may feel very open, too open in fact, like a game to get lost in, searching for what and where to do, but the more you play it, the faster you realize that it's not the case whatsoever, and same as in most other early adventure games, it actually leads you by hand through its entire story. It's not a complaint, just an observation. Neuromancer is one of the most unique adventure games, especially of its time, so if you're into the genre and even more so like Gibson and his works, do not skip it. This one's going to be a very odd one for me to cover, because while I had Harpoon and few of its later iterations back in the day on both PC and Amiga, I've never played it. What's even weirder, I love strategy games, so it seemed like a perfect fit. And yet… Anyway, what I'm trying to pass here is not gas, but a hint that all I will tell you about it will be what I found online, be it in videos or writing, and I have zero personal experience with it. So what is it? What is the Harpoon other than the sharp tool used to fight off sea creatures and Aquaman's favorite SM toy? Well, it's a real-time modern naval battle simulation and strategy, based on 1980s popular board game of the same title. It features 13 different but entirely possible Cold War scenarios and lets you play them out with varied settings as either side of the conflict, NATO or Soviet forces. You're in the seat of a chief of arms of one of the sides and have a whole fleet of ships and aircraft to control and send orders to, armed to the teeth and waiting to lay waste to the enemy. It's worth pointing out that all of the units are based in real life and can be armed with over 100 authentic weapons too, simulated within the game engine's capabilities. In fact, that realism is what made Harpoon famous and popular. Harpoon did what other similar titles did, but better and more accurate. So you can imagine that some of those larger battles could take several hours or even few real-life days to resolve. Not necessarily with you coming on top. Different ships took different number of hits to down, based not only on their size, but also type of a weapon and its accuracy, which unlike most other games in the genre, was not unrealistically precise. And you could even resort to use of the atomic weaponry in Harpoon, but it's not something I would advocate, or a one-hit win switch either. Additional data discs with new missions and maps were released over time, prolonging the life of the game. An included scenario editor, especially in the hands of talented amateur designers, could extend it even more so. So, if you were into realistic post-World War II naval combat strategies, there was no better game to scratch that tactical itch when Harpoon released. The entire Space Quest series is a gigantic spoof of popular notable sci-fi franchises, mainly but not only Star Trek and Star Wars. Not straight up copying them though, but taking in heaps from their lore and putting Sierra's own spin on it. And Space Quest 3 The Pirates of Pestilon is definitely no different. You're once again Roger Wilco, once a space janitor, now well, still space janitor, but also an unlikely hero that saved his homeworld from disaster. And he'd done it twice no less. The game starts directly after the events of the previous one, with you drifting silently and peacefully through space in your escape pod in cryogenic sleep, dreaming of being a universally known, loved and admired heartbreaker, Larry Laffer, seeking love in all the wrong places. But as calm and relaxing, or as exciting and action-packed as that dream was, it couldn't last forever, and soon enough your pot is scooped by an automated garbage writer and you wake up in a pile of trash. Now, in situations like these, there's only two things a man can do. Either learn to live among the space garbage, making his life out of what he can scoop from it, or try to leave. So, having spent most of your former life as a janitor, you've had more than enough trash experience for a few lifetimes, and decided to find your way out of this both literal and proverbial mess. And this is but the beginning of your adventure that will see you deal with chasing you Terminator-like cyborg, obsessed with bringing you in or collecting payment for failing to pay for a whistle in the previous game. You'll eat in the most unhealthy and fattest interstellar hamburger joint, you'll obtain a belt of invisibility, and will work towards uncovering a sinister plot by the evil Scumsoft company that plans to flood the galaxy with terrible games. What an awful and terrible idea. I bet they're gonna make them parser-based. Anyway, to do so, Scumsoft abducted two of the worst programmers in the universe, whose identities are actually a pretty fun little Easter eggs. So all that and more is what you'll be involved in. And if you like spoof movies, Monty Python's humor and previous entries in the series, Space Quest 3 will be a blast. Now, as most Sierra's games of the time, it's naturally a flip-screen adventure game using mouse for movement and text parser to infuriate you. Oh wait, that's only me. You'll probably use it as controls. Still, text parser is there and it's giving me nightmares. So I'm done here and getting straight to our next game. War. War never changes. No, wait, wrong game. Only not really. Not that wrong after all. Wasteland is a post-apocalyptic role-playing set in California in the year 2087 after World War III nuclear holocaust of 1998. You're in control of a band of desert rangers, a remnant force of what was once United States Army, operating in the former southwestern United States region, serving as peacekeeping force, protecting their fellow survivors and their descendants. Your particular offshoot of the Rangers is assigned to investigate disturbances in the nearby areas. As you do just that, giving it your best, like at least 60–70% of what you're capable of, so more than you would have practically give any other task, you stumble upon a definite evidence pointing to a dark, sinister plot threatening the survival of the very little that's left of the mankind. And I gotta say that the story is very appropriate to what we go through now in our real world. Why, you may wonder? Well, what you'll find is actually a proof that the pre-war AI, operating from a former military base codenamed Cochise, is constructing an army of cybernetically modified humans and killer machines to cleanse the wasteland of whomever is still living in it, and replace them all with genetically pure specimens. I'm sure you've heard a similar story in your history classes, and here, in the world of Wasteland, it seems that it's deemed to repeat itself. You and your small band of hardy warriors, and a pre-war android Max that you'll meet, may be the only ones capable of preventing it from happening. And all you'll need to do is gather necessary technology and weapons and take the base down by melting down its nuclear reactor. Also, I know I made it seem like nothing, but it will be tough and will take a lot of work. So yeah, prepare and be ready. Mainly to have fun, as Wasteland is fantastic. At the game start you can either create a whole party of characters, or just your main one and recruit companions along your travels from inhabitants of the Wasteland. The game world is viewed from the top-down perspective and all the combat encounters are turn-based and very tactical. There are many things that Wasteland does better than most games of the time, or even some of the modern ones too. For one, character development is not artificially class-locked and instead you're periodically given points to redistribute among attributes and skills. Even more so, skills improve with use, same as in real life, and not in a preset manner upon leveling up. And some encounters and engagements will allow for just few or even single of your party members to partaking, making for a very individual feeling, even if party-based experience. Wasteland is one of the best games of its era, and definitely one of the most important in the history of gaming overall. A title that is largely considered to be a spiritual grandfather of Fallout, my beloved series of games. M1 Tank Platoon is a tactical M1 Abrams platoon simulator played in first and third person perspective view. The game puts you in charge of a platoon of 4 M1 Abrams tanks in a fictional campaign against Soviets in Central Europe, which given the state of geopolitics now in our real world may not be as fictional as it was originally intended to be. You can issue orders to your tanks via tactical maps of the battle area, as well as take control of any single tank, assuming the role of either tank commander, driver or a gunner, and you can switch between them at will. Surviving crew members earn promotion ranks between the battles, so it's worth to keep them alive, as the higher the ranks, the better they perform. Interestingly enough, the M1 Tank Platoon can be played either like a simulation, with you sitting in the tank, seeing enemies and delivering death and destruction to them personally, like the World War II Grim Reaper that you are, or as a strategy, controlling all 4 of your tanks via the top-down tactical view. In some missions, you can control other units in strategic view, namely recon and attack helicopters, M2 Bradley infantry vehicles, MLRS artillery systems, or even M60 Patton tanks. And while you can't quote-unquote enter them in the first-person mode, you can switch to recon vehicles view to, recon the battlefield before your tanks get there, which is always helpful. M1 Tank Platoon not only looked great for the time, sporting early but realistically feeling 3D view, but also gathered critical acclaim and numerous awards from gaming mags of the yesteryear. So if you're into those kinds of games, this one's a true gem. Warlords is a turn-based top-down fantasy strategy for up to 8 players. The goal here is that simple, to defeat all the others and /or control all 80 cities of the Illyria kingdom that the game is set in. You can do it all as one of 8 clans fighting for control of the kingdom. Syrians, Storm Giants, Grey Dwarfs, Orcs of Kor, Elvali, Horse Lords, Selentines and Lord Bane. And yes, it's the Bane. The one that was so embarrassed by being defeated by the Batman that he jumped into the parallel to ours dimension, set in medieval fantasy times no less, to take it over for himself only. To be able to best the others, simply put, you need to have the strongest army out of them all. Or even better, armies, plural. So you need the best units, and this naturally costs gold. Gold, which income of is directly proportional to the number of cities that you have. So the aim here is to get as many cities as you can, hold them secure, and slowly build up your armies so that they would eventually become unstoppable. At a first glance, combat may seem very basic in Warlords as it's dice-based, but upon closer inspection as you play, you'll notice that it's surprisingly deep, and takes many other factors under consideration, like individual unit stats, heroes as modifications, artifacts, special abilities, and terrain. Heroes lead your armies to battle, and they can sometimes find special items or be rewarded them by the sages. These items are usually of a huge help to your campaign. Warlords is an interesting title and has very Middle-earth-esque feel to it. It bears a bit of resemblance to Heroes of Might and Magic Series 2, albeit in a much more primitive form, and it's a progenitor of a much bigger and better second outing that came out a little while later. Warlords is a game that may not look like much today, but is still really fun to play, especially in multiplayer, where even up to 8 of you can compete for the land on a single system. If you have no access to Heroes of Might and Magic or Warlords 2, or it's still somehow 1989 where you are, then it alone is a great choice too. Indianapolis 500 The Simulation is entirely true to its title. It really is simulation first and foremost and racing game second. So it represents the famous American annually held race with the attention to detail unlike any other game could provide at the time. The number of options you can change to customize your car is staggering for the time it released in, and something that no other dev than Papyrus attempted in such a degree for the next few years. You can adjust wing downforce, inner and outer tire pressures, spoilers, wheel stagger, amount of fuel in the tank, cause weight is hella important in racing, and turbo output among others. And any and all options that you modify actually make the car feel and perform different during races, to the point that you could spend more time theorizing how to set it up to perform the best than actually racing afterwards. I'm exaggerating a little, because it's Indianapolis 500 that we're talking about here, but I've only done it to highlight the depths the dev went into with the tuning. Even seemingly small and insignificant changes could help you shave off fractions of seconds for each of the optimizations, and when you add them all up, a few seconds here and there is huge when racing. Indy 500's graphics are all 3D, and not the early chunky, bulky, ugly and unpleasant 3D you'd expect from a 1989's game, but a proper, nice looking and smooth running one. Sure, the 3D objects may not be texture mapped, but for its time it was way beyond state of the art and something unseen in the other games. If that wasn't enough, the underlying physics engine was excellent too, simulating everything happening on the track with pinpoint accuracy. I mean, you could feel, for the lack of a better word, how your car would behave under different conditions, when overtaking after trailing the opponent, when cornering too fast with centrifugal force pushing you to the outside. It's an experience. Or it was an experience. For its time, Indy 500 had no serious competition and was the best. Check it out. Curse of the Azure Bonds is second in SSI's series of Goldbox role-playing games and a direct sequel to Pools of Radiance. Same as in predecessor, the exploration takes place in pseudo-3D first-person view, and encounters happen on top-down maps in turn-based combat, in which you can control all characters separately as opposed to how you do it in traversal as a singular unit. What's introduced with this second outing in the series though are the two new classes of Paladin and Ranger, ability to dual class for human characters, and higher maximum level for magic users, allowing them the use of 5th level AD&D spells. Goldbox games are never the easiest nor most approachable for the new players, but nearly always incredibly fun and rewarding when you seriously get into them and learn all their tropes. And Curse of the Azure Bonds is no different. You can naturally transfer your party from the previous game at the start to carry on adventuring with same heroes, or create 6 new ones. There are 6 classes to pick from, 9 alignments, 6 races and 2 genders, with an option to multi-class. All of these heroes, often with the addition of up to 2 non-player characters, will be required to complete your adventure. Your story starts in a small inn in a city of Tilverton, but you're not there drinking strong ales and retelling the tales of yore, or recounting your triumphs over dangerous monsters munching on fat roasted pigs. Oh no, you're waking up, mysteriously all 6 of you at the same time no less, with no money on you and all your possessions stolen, and no idea what happened. In fact, you don't even know how you got to the inn in the first place. So you were either robbed and magically put to sleep, or the last night's party was the one for the ages. Possibly both. Right? Right? Wrong. Fortunately, everything's cleared up soon enough by a landlord explaining that you've been attacked and robbed and spent the last month bedridden and unconscious. Each of you woke up with 5 azure-colored markings, the titular bonds, on one of your arms. Clearly, some fall magic was at play. From then onwards, Curse of the Azure Bonds will take you on an adventure and a half, seeking a way to safely remove said bonds. Goldbox games had a particular requirement that most other RPGs of the time didn't. They needed a player capable of learning all of their mechanics, and a smart enough one too, to master the very tactical and demanding combat. And that subset of gamers was not a huge one, but those that did fit the criteria or work their way in swore by the games as being the best of the role-playing experiences of the time. So, if you're willing to test yourself or have time and strength to learn them, there's no better time than now to do it. F-16 Combat Pilot was one of the most realistic combat flight simulators of the 80s and one of the first games in the genre to feature a dynamic campaign, meaning that with your progress and results, the campaign environment adjusted and the course of the war changed. So, the better you did, the easier the campaign would become, and the worse you were performing, the stronger and larger the enemy forces would be. It was a very novel concept at the time, but one that was soon after used by many other games tackling similar subjects, as it was the most realistic approach to campaign-based gameplay. Few of them are actually in this very video. And since we're on the subject of realism, F-16 Combat Pilot was all about that. The flight dynamics were very complex and as close to real life as the processing power of our 1989 systems would allow for, so the landings were notoriously difficult and nearly as demanding as in real life. They took everything in account, like time of the day, weather, airspeeds, and planes loadout. All of these actually influenced aircraft behavior throughout the entire flight time. Sure, the EGA graphics may be simple and nothing to gasp over, not to mention the god-awful sounds accompanying them, but the plane's instruments were fully featured and modeled, making for a very true-to-life experience. As you progress through the campaign and earn experience, you will be given a chance to command entire squadrons of planes, which is a nice touch and gives you a sense of progression with the extra responsibilities that it entails. The number of choices for missions that you can partake in, from dogfights through destroying of various land targets to scouting reconnaissance, makes F-16 Combat Pilot an excellent title for the fans of the genre, which sadly I am not, as I suck at the grand majority of simulations. But despite that, I can appreciate and admire what was achieved here and made possible with the very limited hardware available at the time. It's not very often that the lists like this, of best titles for a particular year, of must-plays even, get an entirely text-based game. And yet, here we are, with Rockstar. There's not even a graphical splash screen, everything's made out of alphanumeric characters. And you know what? It doesn't matter, and it's super fun, regardless of its presentation being virtually non-existent. Oh, and the sounds? Now, these are a nightmare of their own. PC speaker is truly put to the test in Rockstar, beeping and booping all the time, as high or as low as it can go, stressing you out with its annoying screeches. But that too is largely unimportant, as Rockstar is brilliant in its simplicity. In short, it's a simulation/management game that lets you become a rockstar and live out the secret dream of yours that you'd had ever since you heard your first record. Or, and that's as feasible I'm afraid, it can lead you to a terrible drug addiction and end your career before it could ever get a chance to take off. There's death too, but I don't want to get into it here. Just know that it can happen and that it's best to not lead your virtual life that could end with it prematurely. And since we're on the subject, the sheer number of times Rockstar tried to offer me some kind of psychoactive substances is just staggering. There seems to be a weed or crack serving party somewhere somehow every single day, and everyone wanted to party with me. And will with you too, and it's up to you to decide if you even want to. Haha, look at me, I'm a poet and don't know it. There are obvious downsides to any and all drugs, and the game, while pushing them on you all the freaking time, does actually depict quite well the effects, jumbling the screen in psychedelic mess of letters, numbers and colors. Do they help with songwriting in moderation though? Hard to tell, but you can play the game and put it to the test yourself. Anyway, you naturally have to do what any other aspiring artist does. So write songs, practice, go on gigs, and both, alone or as a supporting act for bigger bands, record your singles, albums and even videos. Go on holidays, give interviews or partake in TV shows. You can even go and see the doctor or best of all, do jack shit. Cause yeah, you can just rest too taking it easy. While Rockstar's range of activities or even simulation layer are not very complex, they are made in a fun and entertaining way, and I see it being easily replayable on numerous occasions. Street Rod is a very unusual and unique game. Everything about it is great, but the racing. Sounds odd in a game about cars, I know. Well, in essence, all that it features, apart from the races, is quite fun. Races, while perhaps not the worst that I've seen by 1989, are meh at best and annoying at worst. The main attraction here is the fact that in Street Rod you buy your own cars, mainly hot rods, so early American muscle cars, specifically from GM, Ford and Chrysler, bringing them back to working order and splash or upgrade them with new parts and then finally challenge other drivers for money and pink slips. The money won can be spent on either new cars or to make changes and improvements to the ones that you already have. It's a viciously addicting cycle, so be careful not to fall for it. Replacing any bits and parts in the car require disassembling the surrounding elements first, then installing or replacing of said part and putting it all back together. And that particular gameplay mechanic is what stole the show with Street Rod, as no other game at the time allowed for such freedom of tinkering and changing of cars' performance to such a degree. Street Rod is set in 1963 and is all about becoming the bestest, fastest, coolest and handsomest racer that there is. Well, some of these are not words at all, but I'm leaving them in anyway. What you really and definitely have to eventually do though, is earn the right to challenge the king. Like the Elvis, but not really, for his position of the ultimate street racer. And trust me, it will take a while to get there. It's a pity that Street Rod, while being so innovative and fun, fails at what's most important in games in the genre. So racing. Sure, it could be argued that it's not terrible, but it's not great either. And everything else, while fun, is not enough to warrant more than maybe 2-3 full playthroughs. Starflight 2, same as its predecessor released a year earlier, is a science fiction role-playing adventure with strategy and management elements. The plot continues where the first game left off. The once weak and simple race of Spemins is now an intergalactic superpower maniacally bent on conquering the universe in its entirety. So, you, once again a captain of a lone spaceship and hero extraordinaire and a teeth-whitening toothpaste model, are tasked with saving us all. To do so, however, you need to balance the scales between the rest of the universe and Spemins, and it will require you to find the source of substance known as Shainem Want, said to be a source of potentially unlimited fuel. And even more so, acquire the technology that Spemin mysteriously discovered that turned them from the butt of all interstellar jokes into the most formidable power in the known universe in just a few short years. It's gonna be a task like no other, a long and challenging one, but trust me when I say it that it will also be a blast, and probably the most fun you had in a while playing space-themed games. Starflight 2 is more of an evolution rather than revolution. It didn't try to fix what was not broken and only iterated on the predecessor's formula, adding content and not messing too much with what was there already. Some may be disappointed, but I feel that it was the right call, and we've ended up with an amazing title and not one that could have ended up being anything, even poop. The game world is quite big, spanning over 150 systems, each with their own planetary bodies, mysteries and adventures. There's more encounters now than previously too, and they vary considerably. The number of accessible planets has been increased as well, aliens populating them are more unique, so everything you liked about first Starflight is basically the same, but bigger or better. Or both. Because it's a very decent follow-up which was not necessarily a given in 1980s. So you'll be meeting aliens good and bad, trading with the former and fighting with the latter. You'll upgrade your ship with various extensions and add-ons, so weapons, shields, armor and engines, and will train your crew too. All the while traversing vast space on seemingly never-ending quest for peace. Starflight 2 seems like a perfect choice for those who love Star Trek and its lore. So, if you do, give it a chance, it's worth a risk. Sword of the Samurai, surprisingly enough, could be best compared to Sid Meier's Pirates, and no, I've not lost my mind yet, at least not now, not today, and not because of this game. But it is. Similar to Pirates, that is. It's a concoction of genres mixing strategy with role-playing, resource management and adventure. And what comes out is a very pleasant, deep and engaging experience like no other. In theory, the game's trying to simulate 15th century Japan's feudal leadership struggles, placing you in the role of a young samurai warrior with a small kingdom and setting you off to conquer, in one way or another, all of the other competing and neighboring opponents. All to win the favor of your lord and eventually a shogunate. The gimmick here is that while you're you, if you happen to die, you move into controlling your male heir and continue on with the adventure. Given you do have a son, that is, so make sure to, wink wink, secure the line's safety. It's a unique take and one that depicts Japanese family over else mentality perfectly. What's more, Bushido team is omnipresent too, meaning that your standing against others is calculated both on your power, so the army size, and as if not more important, honor. And you'll have to work hard to raise both and keep them above all others. You'll have a whole plethora of actions that influence both to perform, and it's a balancing act that you'll need to learn to master to be successful. So, while winning strategic battles against other samurais' armies grants you land, beating them in combat increases honor. There are also quite dishonorable options possible that, while risky and can cramp your progress, when successful can hasten it too. So you can kidnap opponents' family members, dishonor other samurais, or even try to assassinate them or the lord himself. After eventually reaching the rank of daimyo, you're no longer able to travel around Japan as you personally, and the game switches into a wargame format, refocusing entirely on claiming enough provinces to become the shogun. At this level, you worry much less about honor and can put all your attention on your army sizes and strength. Sword of the Samurai is considerably different than all other games of the year and worth experiencing even if you don't care about Japan, just to witness and sample how fun and captivating a mixture like that can be. Battle Chess is a unique take on a classic and timeless game. Unique in a way that the board is portrayed where each figure is actually a character, a realistic-looking animated figurine. They move when they walk to the tiles that they're directed to, and whenever a piece moves to where the opponent is standing already, an animation plays out, showing the battle between the two pieces. The animation is different depending on which two characters are engaged in combat and which of them was an attacker. It's entirely unnecessary addition, sure, but oh so fun to witness. And the entire gimmick behind the creation of this game. It's a chess game for non-chess players that either don't know all the rules by heart or want to get into the game but find the entry point just a tad too high. Keeping all that in mind, it's worth mentioning that Battle Chess offers over 30,000 different opening moves, so on the higher difficulty levels it can actually pose a challenge to even the most seasoned chess players. Like the fact that the famous international chess master and a fellow YouTuber Miss Anna Rudolph claimed that the Battle Chess was what helped her get into the chess at a young age. And since we're talking about her, she's just a great person all around, and I'll link her channel in the description, so that you could check it out if you're into the chess and the likes. Anyway, I could dive deep into the rules of the game here, but that's pointless I feel. Those who know them, and those who don't, have Battle Chess now and can use it to learn them and have fun all at once. Right? Right. Their finest hour is Lucasfilm Games' take on the World War II Battle of Britain and a follow-up to their earlier Battlehawks 1942. It's a flight combat simulation and it's set to recreate the Battle of Britain in summer of 1940 during World War II. You play as either of the sides, so German Luftwaffe or British Air Force, and the game focuses on simulation of combat, entirely forfeiting the busy work like taking off or landing altogether. But that omission is largely irrelevant because what their finest hour actually does very well, and that's combat, which is just fantastic. It lets you remain in control of all available aircraft and all their stations too. So for instance, if you're in a bomber, you can actually man all crew positions yourself when necessary. So you can pilot, shoot or drop bombs and switch between them as you please. So it's up to you and you alone to succeed or fail in missions given. And these are actually very varied, and often try to recreate famous historical combat encounters. So you'll be intercepting enemy craft, you'll bomb the mission targets, escort bombers in a fast, nimble and deadly fighter, and will do anything else in between, whatever is necessary to turn the tide of the war in favor of the side you've chosen to play as. British side has only two kinds of planes available, the famous Spitfire and the Hurricane. Awesome names, I must add. Germans have Bf-109, Bf-110, Ju-87 Stuka dive bomber, and three light bombers Do-17, He-1111 and Ju-88. Now tell me, which side had better names? Anyway, in the campaign mode, if you actually give it your best and play optimally, you'll be able to change the historical outcome of Battle of Britain, which is always an interesting thing to ponder about when playing games. The campaign, same as earlier mentioned today titles, is dynamic, so your performance in earlier missions affects the latter. It has to be noted that their finest hour came with a pretty neat mission builder included, making the game near infinitely replayable. It's also possible to record the footage of your combat encounters to then show it off to your friends to prove how great of an ace you are. I mean, they probably know already, but a viewing session of 2, 3 or 4 won't hurt, and you'll be sure that they have no misconceptions about you. Their finest hour was truly a game ahead of its time, and one worth remembering. Wings of Fury is interesting because it doesn't excel at anything at all. It's not the best looking game out there, especially not for 1989. It definitely does not sound great, and it's nowhere near the best gameplay wise, but it's decent at quite a few things, all of them in fact, and that is good enough it seems. Because when all these puzzle pieces are put together, they make up for a very fun and enjoyable gameplay, even if Wings of Fury gets a bit repetitive eventually. Either because you've done all that it has to offer numerous times already, or you're stuck and keep repeating the same thing, failing over and over as Wings of Fury can be brutally tough at times. seemingly on random and out of nowhere no less. But while it may seem that I've been dissing it till now, it's not like that at all. I wanted to highlight that despite all of its part being average at best, it ended up being a fun and playable little package. Wings of Fury is set over a number of World War II missions, and your main goals are twofold. First of all, protect and escort your aircraft carrier to Allied shores, and secondly, defeat the Japanese forces by destroying enemy bunkers, guns and barracks on a series of tropical islands. Since both fuel and ammo are limited, some of those longer or more demanding missions will require you to periodically land back on your carrier to refuel. It's just a small nod to the realism perhaps, but a welcome one indeed, and makes for a more engaging and attractive gameplay, which, truth be told, is actually fantastic, at least for the first couple of hours or so, until you've done all that there is to do in Wings of Fury and the boredom starts to set in. But fortunately, given that the game is only really built out of 6 missions, you should be done with it before it becomes tedious. If you've never played it, it's a fun arcade shooter that's definitely interesting enough to spend a little time at playing. Mean streets are the streets that my boss's wife walks on. I mean, they could be anything before, even the Sesame Street, but as soon as her demonic lower claw touches them, they turn mean, and the atmosphere of evil and impending doom floods them. She kills with her stare and sucks the souls out of innocence with her voice. She is the embodiment of pure evil. I swear that I once saw with my own eyes grass and trees dying around her, like in those sci-fi movies, as she was stomping through the park, emanating her demonic aura all around her. But these are not the mean streets that we're after today. The ones that we are a sci-fi futuristic adventure game taking place in the West Coast US in the year 2033, and also a first title in the amazing Tex Murphy PI series of games. It's one of the very first adventure games to take the full use of VGA Palette 2, and it looks fantastic. Innovations aside, Mean Street's strongest appeal is easily its incredible plot, storytelling and the world. You're tasked with investigating the murder of a university professor who turns out to be one of the 8 scientists involved in a cryptically named Project Overlord, a plan to remotely control people. As you gather the evidence though, and slowly uncover more of what's really behind, you learn about the true seriousness of the situation and that the investigation will not be as simple and straightforward as it might have seemed initially. There will be many twists and turns all along it, and before you manage to uncover it all and unravel the dark secrets, you'll learn all about the future of San Francisco, Tex, and we'll have a lot of fun. And we'll have a lot of fun doing so. Like more fun than with most other games in this video. I mean, other than the adventuring alone, there are ship flying sequences, shoot 'em up bit, in which you kill many bodies to advance through a long corridor. The interrogations and conversations interface is also something previously unseen, allowing you to pick different approaches while talking, from being friendly, through bribery, all the way to straight up threats. It's hella cool, trust me. For the time, there was nothing else like it, and Mean Streets was really worth being called groundbreaking, or dare I say it, revolutionary. I dared. It's a game that deserved a place in a collection of all fans of the genre, and also one worth completing to learn where the entire brilliant series originated from. Space Rogue is one of the most unique games of 1989. It's a space combat simulation and RPG hybrid with some trading mixed in for good measure. Your mission, should you choose to seek out and test this little gem of a game, is to find the evil Manchi raiders who destroyed your original ship, Princess Blue, and then take revenge for all the deaths of your friends and crew members. If you simplify it to the most basic of motivations, that is, as it's so much more than that. You can become a space pirate if you'd like, preying on unsuspecting civilians and corpos and taking them for all they have. You can become a bounty hunter and seek those that steal from others and kill. You can become a trader, nay, merchant, buying low, selling high and showering himself with money at the end of each day, or even get embroiled in the interplanetary politics, because why the hell not? And all that is just scratching the surface. But most of all, whichever the choice you settle on, and however you will craft your space history, you'll definitely be traveling through numerous space systems. You'll interact with various characters fulfilling many quests for them, usually ending with substantial or helpful rewards. You'll fight in space against different kinds of more or less deadly enemies. You'll trade, and generally speaking, you'll live your best futuristic sci-fi space life. Though it's not gonna be sci-fi to you, since you're gonna be experiencing it in real time, it's sci-fi to us. Sad thoughts just sitting here and watching videos about it. And you'll do all that while working towards completing the game's main story. Your ship is fully upgradable and you should take advantage of that when possible, equipping it not only with the best weapons, but also devices that would extend its capabilities. For instance, to make it stealthier, which I don't have to tell you will be incredibly handy all throughout the game. There are various factions within the universe of Space Rogue and you have separate reputation with each of them. It is based on your actions and behavior and will change accordingly as you play, making decisions, helping or fighting different folks, doing anything and everything. The game keeps judging you. Space Rogue is a little kinda like much later Frontier, but on a considerably smaller scale, and with a static storyline. If you like space operas and are a sci-fi nut, as opposed to a completely regular insane nut, Space Rogue is easily one of the better games in the genre and for 1989 overall. Oh, and if you're not a nut, any of them, be it space, regular or roasted, then congratulations. It seems it's just me being crazy. Indiana Jones and the Last Crusade by LucasArts is one of the best point-and-click adventure games of its generation and a third title to use the revolutionary at the time SCUM engine. The plot of the game closely follows and expands upon the one of the movie it's based on. So, it's 1938 and Indy, along with his father, are trying to prevent Adolf H, who for the YouTube algorithm reasons will remain just that, H, from getting the mythical Holy Grail. The adventure will take you through numerous locations and will be action-packed to the brim, puzzles-rich and most of all, captivating and fun. Since LucasArts was chock full of talented folks, hence why their games innovated more than most others, they decided to tackle the biggest issue that all of the adventure games have, so replayability. And they've done it by introducing IQ. No, not the one you use to solve worldwide crises, difficult math problems and sudokus on your phone, but the so-called Indy quotient, with a maximum score of 800. IQ score is retained upon completing, restarting or reloading the game, and a complete playthrough does not secure even close to a full point score. You have to complete the game more than once to max it, finding alternate solutions to many of the puzzles. Since Indy is an action hero and I've mentioned it in passing before, the game features many action sequences that help to keep you on the edge of your seat all throughout it. Naturally, in time, with the next few of their games, LucasArts perfected the replayability formula, but this one's their first effort, and as such, it was not that bad, even if not offering much new content. Unlike most other of their titles, in The Last Crusade you can actually kill Indy. Well, not kill yourself that is, but if you pick a wrong dialogue choice in a cliffhanger moment, or fail in an action sequence, Indy may end up being killed and or die. It's not a mechanic I like in my adventure games, but I suppose that it was thematically fitting to the story and will keep you thinking about your choices before making them. It's not a Monkey Island game after all, and you're not aiming for the most hilarious or out-of-this-world situations. If you like adventure games, The Last Crusade is one of the best and you should definitely check it out. It's probably not the case anymore, but for me, Red Baron was and always will be the best World War I flight combat simulator. It is one of the most fun games in the genre, even if it's not best at practically anything other historical sims are known for. Sounds stupid, I know, but let me explain. If you take the game apart and look at all of the pieces individually, you realize that they are all average or a tad above average at best. I mean, look at the graphics. They're not bad, but not even close to what VGA presentation was capable of displaying in the hands of talented artists. Sounds, well, they're a little nightmare on their own, supporting Sound Blaster but not using its full feature set. And the flight physics? Far from perfect. Definitely not realistic. The game world too is near entirely devoid of any objects other than the planes. And yet, if you begin playing Red Baron, you won't be able to put it away. It draws you in, holds you tight like a long-lost lover, and does not want to let go. The campaign takes you through entire world, mission by mission, placing you in the shoes of your own created pilot. One that has just one life, no less. Same as in real life. So, if you ever fail, that pilot is dead and you've no other choice than to restart the game with a new one. Now, some may think that it's very dramatic and unnecessary design choice, but I think that it's low-key genius. Because the further you get in the campaign, the higher the ranks that you'll earn or promotions to expert squads you'll work towards, the more attached you'll become to your character, and as a result of that, care more about keeping him alive and having him come back from each mission unscathed. As you progress through the game, you'll also receive challenges from other pilots, you'll be able to request new models of planes, and will generally have more and more fun the longer you play. With 28 different aircraft available from both sides of the conflict, engaging campaign and interesting missions ranging from dogfights, escorts through zeppelin hunting, balloon busting, all the way to taking famous opposing aces in one-on-one combat, Red Baron is easily the most fun you'll be able to have in the first World War themed combat. Ultima 6: The False Prophet is widely considered to be the one of the best and most important role-playing games in the entire history of gaming. It offers pretty good graphics, at least for the time, with colorful VGA top-down view, a vast and non-linear branching story, and world as open as virtually no other at the time, to the point that you could actually forfeit the main quest entirely and immerse yourself in it, performing seemingly pointless tasks, living your best digital medieval fantasy life in Britannia, baking goods or fishing, among many other seemingly boring everyday activities. You didn't have to follow the main quest line at all, and could just get lost in the game world for hours. I mean, it's obviously advisable to carry on with the plot, as that's where the most fun is, but it's not necessary. One of the most noticeable changes between Ultima 6 and earlier series entries was the change of in-game perspective, which evolved into a single-plane top-down semi-isometric view without any separate screens for towns, cities or dungeons. And all of these are not just icons on the main map anymore, but now integral parts of said map. This choice alone made Ultima a much more immersive title than it would have been otherwise. Story-wise, after being saved by his friends in the nick of time, Avatar learns that Britannia has been invaded by an odd race of gargoyles that occupied shrines of virtue and are not planning on leaving anytime soon. As the game progresses and Avatar gets more involved in the story, learning about the genesis of the gargoyles' arrival and reason for their stay, he realizes that rather than killing them all, it's much more better to find a way to bring the long-lasting peace between the two races. Ultima 6 is an absolute classic and a title that most fans of the RPGs played or at the very least know about, and those that don't should definitely look it up. 1990 was a year of the monkey. Actually, scratch that, I'm not familiar with Chinese astrology, so it might have not been. But it kinda was anyway. Because The Secret of the Monkey Island released, and it was by far the best point-and-clicker of the early 90s. And I will defend that notion for as long as I can, or have to. There were games released before, in the same time and after, and none came close to this brilliant gem. I feel that short of much newer Life is Strange Before the Storm and Detroit Become Human titles, Monkey Island is still the best adventure game on any of the systems to date, although entirely different to the newer three I just mentioned. Anyway, Ron Gilbert is naturally the iconic mastermind behind Monkey's incredible story, and truth be told, most other early LucasArts adventure games too. Secret of the Monkey Island places you in the shoes of Guybrush Threepwood, an ambitious and a bit oblivious to how real life works hero in the making, and a young pirate wannabe. And he will do anything to become one. Cause you know, follow your dreams, don't give up on them, aim for the target, be the best, never stop, never stopping. That's why. At least that's what his Instagram profile is saying. So he sets out on an adventure that will see him completing series of challenging and often hilarious pirate trials, finding love of his life in definitely least expected place, and person for that matter too, and fighting against the terrifying ghost pirate LeChuck, who seems to be suffering from a constant ghostly constipation, at least judging by how he acts. Monkey Island is filled with humor to the brim, so much so that it's leaking and overflowing to all aspects of gameplay. So, most puzzles are based on funny interactions either between characters or objects, all your tasks/adventures are just out of this world, and calling them unusual or unexpected would be an understatement, and numerous hilarious Monty Python-esque situations you'll find yourself in are a pure comedy magic. Like the now famous sword fighting scene, for instance, in which you have to defeat the great legendary Swordmaster, seemingly deadly and undefeated sword fighter. But unless you've actually played the game before, you wouldn't know going for it that it's not your typical battle of strength and dexterity, but rather a challenge of witty remarks, roasts and verbal abuse. It's fantastic. Monkey Island looks great, sounds incredible, I mean the title tune is an instant earworm that you'll never forget after hearing it once, and on top of it all, it's incredibly atmospheric and has an amazing, captivating and laughs-filled plot. If you never played it, fix it. Now, it's worth it. Could you imagine Sid Meier's game, any of his titles really to be obscure, to not reach the heights of popularity and recognition, to only be a little known and largely forgotten title? A side note in history of gaming. Well, there is one. It's also an amazing game, same as all of his titles are, but only ever remembered by the very few that played it. Sid Meier's Covert Action is a unique blend of strategy, action and adventure. A concoction of parts that put together made a near-perfect game. You play as skilled and deadly free agent hired by CIA to investigate an ongoing criminal and terrorist activities. Why do they outsource rather than use their own? Hard to tell. but if I had to guess, I'd say that they must have heard of your countless heroic acts, how you've saved the world and universe on numerous occasions, and how, generally speaking, a stand-up person you are. There's just no one better, or even comparable in the slightest skill and experience-wise that is. So, you play as either he or as she, Maximilian or Maxine Remington respectively, and not many games at the time short of RPGs allowed for a choice of gender, so that's perhaps a small, but still welcome addition. Covert action is divided into missions, they're all time limited and will see you working your ass off to uncover criminal conspiracy details in each of them before the time runs out. You do so by completing various spy-themed minigames, so for instance combat, cryptography, driving and wiretapping. They're all pretty fun and challenging in their own ways and reward plot-related details. So stuff like locations of interest, names and photos of people involved in criminal activities or connected to the game's story. After each mission, you may also receive a promotion, so in a typical for Sid Meier's manner, the game is scored, meaning that at the end of it, same as in Civilization, you're compared in a score table against set named records. Which is kinda pointless if you're playing, cause you're you and scoring very top points every single time. But it may be important to some other gamers, so... Also, I've recently spoke to one of my viewers, Nameless5413 to be precise, about Covert Action being a spy-themed game and rather obscure as compared to other Sid Meier's games, and he described it in a single and possibly the best fitting sentence I've heard about it. He said that Sid Meier made cover-up so well that it managed to hide in plain sight, and it's just perfect, on so many levels. Stunts is a 3D racing game. And as the title may have given it away, being the single word that it is, it's all about stunts. You zoom around a chosen from the built-in set or a custom created track with the aim of completing the lap as fast as possible without crashing. The concept may initially sound simple, and it's anything but. As some of the stages, especially those created by users, can be real nightmares to drive on, or even worse, filled with seemingly simple straights and turns that give you the fake feeling of being in control, with a smartly hidden jump or ramp at the end of it that approached at the wrong speed or angle would topple your vehicle instantly, ending your race then and there. Players' imagination has no bounds really. And since there's hundreds if not thousands of tracks available online, there's hardly an end to the nightmare. I mean, fun, obviously, there's hardly an end to the endless fun it provides. Yep, that's precisely what I said and nothing else. So if you've heard anything other than that, better go and see the doctor, as there was nothing else said there. Also, don't rewind to check, I'm definitely not lying. Not to you. In stunts, you can race against the clock or CPU-controlled drivers, there's 11 different in specs, filling and handling cars to choose from, and a whole plethora of various ramps, loops, jumps and other features to crash around on. And back in the day, friends of mine and I used to not only race on the included tracks, but spent hours at our respective homes designing our own, just to then meet up later and challenge each other on our own creations. Stunts that clearly could have aged a bit better than it did, at least when it comes to presentation, is incredibly fun to speed around in, even if it's not a simulation or feature realistic damage or weather conditions. It's hella entertaining to play against friends, competing for best times on tracks that you can imagine and create yourselves. Especially when drinks are involved and all of you like racers at least a bit. Naturally I meant soft drinks, as I wouldn't like to upset YouTube algorithm again. When played alone it's not bad either, but can't compare to daredevil jumps and twist-worthy fun it provides when racing against your buddies. To summarize, with surprisingly easy and fun to use track editor, easy to pick up and play gameplay formula, Stunts is nearly infinitely enjoyable to this very day. Silent Service 2 is a direct follow-up to 1986's first title and my most favorite attack submarine simulation on the Amiga and on PC. Well, at least until Aces of the Deep, that released few years later. Simply put, it's the same game that the first one was, but bigger, better, polished and with more user-friendly controls. So, the graphics has been considerably improved and the game overall feels more modern. As a result of that, in this second outing you spend much less time looking where stuff is done and more time actually doing it. The game takes place on the Pacific Ocean during World War II, and you can either take part in historical battle, single random scenario, or play out a whole career. In the career, you're undertaking series of consecutive patrols, meeting randomly generated and assigned with more or less historical accuracy ships and convoys. Each patrol is limited by the available fuel, and the whole career usually takes several hours to complete. Silent Service 2 found itself in this very elusive sweet spot, as it was deep and engaging enough to keep you glued to the screen for hours on end, and in the same time, easy to comprehend and control, not having you read a book-sized manual or get a PhD before being able to play and enjoy it. So, if you enjoy naval simulations but don't necessarily feel the need to be responsible for every screw and bolt on your ship's hull, you'll love it. Worlds of Ultima: The Savage Empire is the first out of two mainline Ultima spin-offs, seeing the main protagonist Avatar travel to different otherworldly locations that had nothing to do with the series' staple land of Britannia. The Savage Empire takes place in the lost land of Eodon, which is a literal mirror image of past Earth, with a difference that humans coexist in it with Neanderthals and dinosaurs. I know, freaky, it's just like that Jurassic Park dream you had, with an exception that you're not eaten. Cool, right? Same as the other Worlds of Ultima games, Savage Empire is more of an adventure than the RPG, so combat encounters are not as prevalent and a bit simplified. Instead, the story is richer and the characters talk and behave in a more natural way, often initiating conversations or even making comments when they notice something interesting or have an observation to add. It makes them feel more real, as if they had minds of their own. Puzzles are definitely more demanding than in Ultimas 2 and will often require you giving them a minute thought to figure out the solution. Upon discovering of a strange black moon gate, Avatar seeks help of his friend and a natural history museum curator Dr. Rafking in analyzing its origin and meaning. Jimmy Malone, a reporter eager to cover the story, joins our duo, and three of them embark on this seemingly innocent mission. As they experiment on the stone to learn its properties, however, something goes wrong, an unexpected explosion is triggered, and it shifts them from the reality to the mysterious valley of Eodon, where modern is mixed with the ancient. Savage Empire is a great little title that, for whatever the reason, never gained as big popularity as Ultima, but is nonetheless worth your time and attention, as it's a hidden gem worth experiencing. Everyone knows Prince of Persia. At least every gamer should. Not only on PC, but as an important title in gaming history overall. Cause if you somehow don't, and claim to be a true gamer, a gigachat or a hacker man, then clearly you're lying. At least about one of the three. I mean, it's like not knowing of pizza and claiming to be a foodie. Sure, it's not a delicacy, but a comfort food it most definitely is. Anyway, for those who for whatever the reason haven't heard of the game, I'm happy to explain. When Sultan left the country to fight a war abroad, Grand Vizier Jafar orchestrated coup d'etat and took over the country by force. To solidify his rule, however, he aims to marry Sultan's daughter. Against her will, naturally. You know how they used to back in the day. To make sure that the marriage will go uninterrupted, Jafar threw her beloved in the dungeon under the palace and kept him locked off. The wedding is in 1 hour on the dot and you play as said young man. I mean, who else would you be? So, from this point onward, you have to not only escape the dungeon and get through Jafar and his countless goons to save your beloved, but also do it all in the allotted and unforgiving time limit. And you won't, and you'll fail. At least X number of times initially. But, and that's a big one, so brace yourself for the unexpected, but you won't mind it at all. And we'll keep trying time after time again. Because Prince of Persia definitely deserves its spot on this list. On your adventure, other than the bodies, you'll need to avoid a series of different deadly traps, and you can expect them to be anything, anywhere. So, great heights you can fall from, collapsing platforms, spike traps, guillotine-like steel plates cutting anything going through them in half, usually you I must add, and many, many more. Prince of Persia is a 2D platformer, a progenitor of the cinematic platformer genre, and a game that places more emphasis on careful and accurate platforming than on running and completing it ASAP. And yes, I say it despite the 1 hour timer constantly ticking away when you're playing. The stages are rather complex, vast and multi-leveled, and teach you with their excellent design that sometimes, not always, but sometimes, slower is actually faster. I remember finding this approach confusing at first, and then when I got used to it, very refreshing and fun. Prince of Persia stole hearts of many with its unique level design, gripping puzzling, pixel-perfect platforming, and deadly fights. It was, after all, the first and undisputed king of rotoscoped animation, making it look more fluid and lifelike than any other game had been before. One of my viewers and friends, Tien Tank Controls, has a very in-depth video on Prince of Persia on her channel, so if you want to learn more about it, make sure to follow the link in the video description below. It's worth it. Also, she's a vamp maid, so half vampire, half mermaid, so even if you view only one of her videos, you'll most definitely stay and subscribe. Buck Rogers' Countdown to Doomsday is SSI's role-playing game based on the same engine as earlier Pool of Radiance. It is not, however, set in a similar fantasy world, but takes place in a deep, dark and cold sci-fi space setting. You know, the best setting that there is if you're a fan of Star Trek, and the worst one if you're more of a Star Wars kind of a person. In 2456, years after the Earth was devastated by our abuse of nature, heavy industry and finally huge nuclear war, a single corporation rose above others and quickly became the leading and most powerful force, keeping the solar system in its iron grip. RAM, so Russo-American Mercantile. Pulls all the strings, makes all the laws and decides on the future of anything and anyone. Nothing and no one can compare and stand in their way. It doesn't mean that no one's trying, just that the odds are definitely stacked against those that do. One of those opposing groups is NEO, New Earth Organization. They want to restore the Earth to its former green life-bearing glory, and Buck Rogers, the universal hero and a living legend, decides to join NEO. This is where the game starts. Unlike other SSI's Gold Box games, Countdown to Doomsday's overarching ideas and mechanics are more thought out. Its plot progresses faster and has a denser served story, chock full of interesting tidbits big and small. It features 6 races of human, desert runner, tinker, Venusian, Martian and Mercurian, and more futuristic take on classes of warrior, medic, rogue and engineer. But since you can invest skill points on your own, there's much more flexibility and they don't feel as restricting as traditional fantasy classes do. You don't walk as much on foot in Countdown to Doomsday and spend most of the time traveling in spaceships. And combat can be either identical to other games from SSI, split into individual characters battling enemies in particular locations, or can take place between spaceships. There's perhaps not as many of these encounters as the other Gold Box games tend to shower you with every 15 steps or so, but they're all demanding and require smart thinking and tactical approach. Buck Rogers is an interesting and unusual RPG, but one that fans of the genre should at the very least take a look at, as it's genuinely unique. King's Quest V Absence Makes the Heart Go Yonder is a humorous play on the absence makes the heart go fonder. And this whole sentence up to this point, I just realized, is totally unnecessary, as it's beyond obvious. Anyway, 1989's introduction of VGA graphics and its much wider spread by 1990 did one important thing for DOS gaming. It near immediately made all the previously released titles using EGA or even worse CGA look like piles of hot garbage. Plural. And I do realize that objectively speaking some of these earlier games did not look that bad, but when compared to the newer ones and given limited palette of EGA, the difference was staggering. And King's Quest V is the best example of that, as it offers both graphical modes so you can compare them side by side. And oh, in amazement of how trash everything before VGA was. I wouldn't recommend it though, as you'll never look the same at EGA after. Wow, I just realized I haven't said anything about the game yet. Well, it's a point-and-click adventure, first for Sierra in fact, dropping their earlier terrible clunky word parsers for modern and ultra-user-friendly mouse-driven interface. One of those quiet evenings, King Graham of Daventry went for a peaceful stroll. You know, to let few ones rip after that chili he had for dinner, so that the Queen wouldn't notice. And I have to add there that clearly their relationship wasn't as close as some would hope, but that's a subject for another video. So, as he was walking around, releasing dangerous gases killing all the flora in a nearby forest, an evil wizard Mordak appeared and magically whisked the entire castle and everything and everyone inside, disappearing himself a second after. Upon coming back, Graham was terrorized, shaken and broken, all at once. I mean, he just started working on the second bottom frame side of that 200 pieces puzzle and began to figure out what the final image could be, and it was all gone. Oh, and his wife, yep, the Queen was important too. Sure. So, Graham stood there powerless and at a complete loss, pondering what had happened and what he could do about it. Fortunately, as in most games, a talking old Cedric appeared. Most games have them, you know, they're just not always on the forefront. Note that down. And Cedric offered to take Graham to his homeland Serenia, where Graham could seek out help of a great wizard Crispin. With no tears left to cry and options at his disposal, Graham agrees and the game starts. It's pretty darn cool, check it out. Midwinter is a mouthful. Not the title, the description. It's a post-apocalyptic first-person action role-playing with strategy and survival elements. It takes place in a far-off future of 2099, in which, after a catastrophic meteor strike in Burma in 2040, world's upper atmosphere was covered with thick layer of diamond dust, causing a global cooldown and eventually permanent winter. All that in turn caused global instability and tumult. The game takes place on the titular island of Midwinter and you play as Commander John Stark, who has to prevent forces of a villain General Masters from reaching the resistance base at the southeastern part of the island. Also recruit civilians and members of military, effectively mounting a guerrilla force out of them to fight the evil general's invasion. You've 32 recruits under your wing and have to utilize them to the best of your abilities to fight for your freedom and security. Mainly in the first-person perspective action combat no less. Midwinter is very unusual and interesting, as not only it offers many differently spec'd vehicles that you can drive yourself, but also unique personalities of your potential recruits, with some of them even having pre-existing relationships, both positive and negative, and this can influence how they feel about working together. Everything about the game screams new and creative, from graphics to mechanics and eventually depth, and it actually is. but it's taken to the extreme, to the point that is also sadly plagued by the confusing and non-intuitive interface, which takes a while to learn and get used to, and it's the biggest reason for Midwinter never reaching the heights of popularity it should. If more attention was given to how it controls, it could have perhaps become one of the more well-known games, in addition to being one of the best. If you give it your time and patience though, it will reward you with a unique experience that no other game in 1990 on PC offered. Wing Commander is a space combat simulation designed by then famous Chris Roberts. Now kinda infamous as his Star Citizen that's been in the development for the bigger part of the last decade, relying on thousands upon thousands of donations, is still not out yet in 2024. But all that aside, Wing Commander is a spaceflight combat simulation that Mr. Roberts himself described the setting of as the World War II in space. Wing Commander depicts the conflict between the peaceful Terran Confederation and the aggressive alien feline race of Kilrathi. And it's not a conflict that just started. No sir, it's been getting progressively more and more fierce over the last 20 years or so, and it doesn't look like it's going to slow down anytime soon. You play as young second lieutenant, fresh out of the academy and full of ideas and ideals that would never work in real life. You know, kinda like you are after college. Anyway, you are assigned to the Confederation flagship Tiger's Claw and you'll be sent on a series of various missions with the aim of helping to turn the tide of war. Each of these missions will have multiple objectives, but the progress tree is made in a way that keeps trailing forward whether you win or fail, adding a lot to the potential replayability. Naturally, the better you do, the faster you earn medals and promotions, and will have access to newer and better ships. Wing Commander is Star Wars fans' wet space dogfight dream. It's fast, action-packed, and so rewarding when you master the controls and begin feeling comfortable fighting against the cat-like invaders. It features many different races and sides to the conflict, and even though I preferred Frontier to Wing Commander as a game, I have to say that it's quite fun nonetheless, and I understand its cult-like popularity. Wing Commander's dynamic mission structure is fun, and the variety of ships and missions make for a very enjoyable and unique at the time experience. The Oregon Trail is one of the very first few roguelites ever made. Yeah, I said it and I stand by it. Because if you think about it, like really do, and what it's all about, I'm sure you'll agree. Anyway, you have to get from Independence, Missouri to Willamette River and Valley in Oregon. Before you depart on this perilous journey, however, you have to stock up on provisions. And it's the first of multiple balancing acts that the game is. This time of having to figure out what to take and in what amount to have it last as long as possible. But also not wait too much and slow your travel down. You would, after all, like to ideally reach your target before the winter. If you somehow manage to never play or hear of the Oregon Trail, you're in hell of a ride. Cause those preparations alone are nothing, and the most quote-unquote action is on the way. While traveling, you'll need to plan out your daily schedules too, taking your group's needs into consideration, so how much they should eat, when to rest, the speed of the travel, etc. And all of these not only interact with each other, but also influence your entire adventure. So for instance, higher pace movement will get you to Oregon faster, but is far more tiresome for your group and also increases risk of injuries and accidents considerably. Same with food. The more they eat, the stronger they will be and more resistant to diseases, but keeping those bellies full like beach balls at all times will also have you stopping to hunt more often. So yeah, each minute of your adventure will be filled with decisions to the brim. Some important, some less so, but all fun to weigh the implications of. You will also hunt, cross rivers and react to various happenings, good or bad, that will without a shred of a doubt sooner or later befall upon your group. Oregon Trail is one of the most influential games in history of gaming and countless kids grew up with it, learning about stock management, hardships of colonial times and the infamous dysentery. But most importantly, about choices and their consequences, which I feel is something youth of today could use a lesson in. Which is an odd thing to say for me personally, as it took me years to grow up to the point where I was ready to take responsibilities for my often wrong calls. Anyway, interestingly enough, not many people realize that in reality, most of us saw either Oregon Trail Deluxe or Oregon Trail 2 growing up, rather than this first title, which compared to the other two is very simplistic and poor in features. Rise of the Dragon is a point-and-click adventure set in cyberpunkish version of future LA. And by future, I mean 2004, so you know, past. And it's played entirely from the first-person perspective. You're an ex-cop now PI, Blade Hunter, which is an amazing name on so many levels. Nearly as cool as Sharp McCut. And you're hired to investigate the death of LA's mayor's daughter. But as most stories that start simple and straightforward, this one too quickly evolves into something much bigger and convoluted. And you'll soon enough find yourself embroiled in a wild-scale drug ring and an ancient Chinese prophecy. Rise of the Dragon uses time as a plot device all throughout, and it's something that was definitely not common back then. Everything is time-based. Whenever you travel, all action and activities you partake in, all of that takes time. Even main villain's actions do. So, before making any decisions or committing to doing virtually anything, you have to carefully gauge if it's worth your time investment and if it will help you complete the game, or at the very least push the story forwards. So, whether you want it to or not, you end up managing time as your most important resource. Because if you don't do it smartly, the game may end up abruptly. Not gonna lie, even if it's an interesting idea and quite well implemented, I always felt that the timers of any kind are limiting and incredibly annoying. To me. It doesn't really have to be the case for you. Additionally, all the characters you talk to remember your responses, meaning you have to make sure not to say something offensive that will prevent them from helping you later on if needed. Rise of the Dragon features a few endings, but since they depend on choices taken and outcomes of said choices, you're only going to see one per playthrough. While it may not look like a lot at the first glance, I can assure you that Rise of the Dragon is a very good game. If you're one of those people who not only love adventure games, but also have a mental discipline to stay on a strict schedule and not waste a minute. Centurion is a de facto Total War game, released 13 years before the first official title in the series was, and by a completely different developer. Boom! And now your mind is blown and you sit there nodding in agreement. Or the opposite, scratching your head, wondering what this crazy person from behind the screen is on and where to score some. Still, I got your attention and that's a win for me. And if I didn't, let me know in the comments below. You see what I did there? I swear I should be hospitalized. Anyway, Centurion Defender of Rome, unlike the aforementioned Total War titles, is a mixture of turn-based grand strategy in the vein of Risk and real-time top-down isometric combat encounters. The main strategic map depicts Europe and North of Africa divided into sectors that loosely correspond to kingdoms as they were back then. This is where you and your enemies command your armies into battle and conquest on both land and sea. It's also where you manage and expand your provinces, where you organize chariot racing games, gladiatorial combat and recruit more units. Not necessarily in that order. These first two are a real nice and fresh feeling break from the overarching strategic gameplay and can even be profitable if you get used to and master their controls. And you know, the more money you have, the more armies you can form and become a more formidable force in the ancient Rome. Tactical battles take place in a Total War-esque environments, so battlefields, where each army has all their units present on opposing sides of the screen at an angle. These can be ordered to take various formations and stand on defense or attack if instructed to. It's definitely a highlight of the game, as it was one of the first titles, at least to my knowledge, that put as much attention on importance of units formations, flanking, attacks and morale. To summarize, Centurion is a very simple strategy with surprisingly deep, for the time it released in, tactical combat, and a blast to dive into once in a while. Jet Fighter 2 Advanced Tactical Fighter is a flight combat simulation in which you can pilot one of three iconic aircraft from the previous century: F-14 Tomcat, FA-18 Hornet and F-16 Falcon. They are complemented by an addition of brand new F-23D Advanced Tactical Fighter that's equipped with stealth technology. This time, however, the game does not take place in Middle East, Asia, Africa or any other exotic location, but instead is set in the US West Coast, with San Francisco and its most important landmarks portrayed in appropriate for 1990 detail. So you know, a few rectangles and an occasional line here and there, and maybe a sphere for good measure. But they're recognizable, and that counts. You're not facing any invading force of any kind this time, but fighting against the private army of a notorious drug baron. Jet Fighter 2 uses an active campaign model known from few other simulations of the time, so your successes and failures dynamically affect the overall state of the conflict. You have Phoenix, AMRAAM and Sidewinder missiles to deal with the enemy forces and your personal insecurities, and I can tell from experience that they work great for both. The cannon's there too, but I'd only use it in a close distance when each and every second counts. Modern for the time VGA graphics, unparalleled realism and fun missions made Jet Fighter 2 one of the best flight combat simulations of the early 90s. Rick Dangerous 2 is a direct and surprisingly decent follow-up to year prior's punishing platformer. Also, a character who for all intents and purposes is a budget Indiana Jones, sporting similar attire and personality, but also considerably chunkier physique and a nose that just screams whiskey all day every day. I mean, why does he drink? It's hard to tell, and frankly I'm not too curious as long as he manages to do what he's there to do. And he does, like a boss. So on shaky legs, with a terrible breath and inability to operate mechanical vehicles for the next 8 to 12 hours. Anyway, Rig Dangerous 2 starts directly after the first one, which culminated with the alien invasion coming to Earth. So, as the game opens, they land in the heart of London. Now, Rick may have some issues on his own and no restraint when it comes to firewater, but he's sure as hell not going to let them take his favorite town. Same as in the first game, all you really have to do to proceed is get to the end of each stage unscathed, which is so much easier said than done. Especially that not only they are filled with numerous traps triggered in various ways and enemies everywhere, but it's also a much more demanding title than the first one was. So your success will rely in equal measures on your dexterity as much as it will on your memory. Expect to die, and often, is what I'm saying here. Fortunately, if things get too tough, you can always try a different stage to straighten your head and not feel trapped in one location. So, first 4 out of 5 stages can be attempted in any order, and the last one is unlocked upon completion of these. Oh, and it's called Fat Guy's Headquarters, which is just the sweetest and most unapologetically early 90s name that you've seen. Rig Dangerous 2 is a fun but really punishing game, and while it always had a place on my hard drive back then, I wouldn't even hope to complete it in its entirety today. All because of the unforgiving memorization traps that I find incredibly infuriating. Created by the legendary Sid Meier, Railroad Tycoon is as good of a game as you'd expect from rightfully famous designer. And even though, as with most of his titles, it did not offer much in terms of presentation, it definitely over-delivered in gameplay. The complex, yet incredibly addictive mechanics and steep but fair learning curve made Railroad Tycoon an instant classic that spawned a whole series of games that kept being released periodically until 2006, I believe. This one, however, when it came out, became a near-instant hit and eventually a beloved by many title even to this day. It's one of those games that can be played repeatedly and near indefinitely, as each playthrough tends to end up being a unique experience. But what is it all about, though, you may wonder? Well, if the title and overarching theme of the background footage hasn't given it away yet, it's a business simulation where you're responsible for micro and macro managing of your own railroad company. From laying off tracks, building stations and purchasing engines, through expansion over the map, train scheduling and hauling of cargo, mail and passengers, to finally becoming the titular railroad tycoon. And since you start with $100,000 only, after taking out loans and selling stocks, it will take a long while to get there. Or a few good and well-executed investments. In the end, after all, it's all up to you to figure out this financial puzzle, isn't it? Okay, you don't really plan to become a tycoon per se. The ultimate goal is to retire with a lot of money and then become the president or prime minister, depending on the continent you play in. So, while it's an ambitious goal indeed, and one definitely requiring a lot of money to pull off, it's one that will guarantee tons of fun over numerous hours-long gaming sessions. Xenon 2 Mega Blast is a vertically scrolling shoot-'em-up. The Bitmap Brothers' signature presentation is easily recognizable for those who previously had Amigas in this one, and of the usual for them superb quality. And that's pretty much all the good that I have to say about it. I don't like it, never did, and most likely never will. I know that nearly everyone does, it's also why it's in this video, but for me, it's just not fun. Which is unusual, as I tend to enjoy most arcade shooters to a degree. The goal of Mega Blast is to survive 5 rather big stages, killing hundreds upon hundreds of enemies, ginormous bosses, and collecting pellets that all of these leave behind, and then using those pellets to purchase power-ups and weapon upgrades for the challenges ahead. Xenon 2's graphics are beautiful and detailed, it's a fact, but the color palette used, which looks like a shoddy port from the Amiga, makes it seem samey all throughout, with shades of brown and grey seemingly used to build the entire game world. It's boring. Gameplay-wise, it's not bad, but not really my cup of tea, and I really can't tell why. Could be better, could be worse, I just don't care. The framerate though, at least to me, is heavily disturbing and leaves a lot to be desired, supposedly running at 25 FPS but feeling like half as much most of the time. It's a me problem though, so don't take my word for it and check the Mega Blast yourself, as thousands of gamers all around the world are less likely to be wrong than a little old me. So yeah, historically, Xenon 2 was an important and well-received title that I never found a single reason to like. Link's The Challenge of Golf is a first title in the long-running, famous series of golf simulations games by Carver Brothers, who were well known for the earlier cult classic leaderboard golf titles. Link's aims to be a realistic simulation of the sport using high-color VGA display and making sure that all the staples of the sports and hazards are represented accurately. So trees, water, sand traps, fairway and rough. Everything. Ball physics are also quite believable, responding differently not only to the surfaces they land on or bounce off of, but also clubs that are used and weather conditions. The ability to watch replays from different angles is a nice touch too, if nothing else, then at least to help the game feel as close to real life as possible. PC's Lynx is an interesting title, because when compared to even the basic Amiga, it gets crushed color-wise, because Commodore's system displays 4096 of these at once instead of only 256 on PC. But as soon as we talk gameplay, it demolishes Amiga, running buttersmooth on many moderate for the time configurations with very sporadic and short load times running comfortably out of the hard drive installation. Amiga's outing is infamous for obscenely long load times, sometimes lasting minutes on slower systems. So that's a win for PC if there ever was one. Also for fans of the sport, but that was implied. And so that we're clear, it's one of the best golf simulations of the early 90s, make sure to check it out. If you're into it, that is. Wizardry: Bane of the Cosmic Forge is the 6th title in the long-running Wizardry series of RPGs. It's also a first entry in the Dark Savant trilogy. Cosmic Forge is a magical pen that when used to write something with, it makes it instantly true. It's a power, the likes of which none had ever seen, and could prove to be both the biggest help and the threat to the world. A group of adventurers ventures into the old castle in which the king, queen and the wizard created the pen years before, and then disappeared without a trace. Since no one's been in the castle in the last 100 or so years, fearing to enter this seemingly haunted structure, your group has a chance to uncover what had transpired and maybe even find the mythical Cosmic Forge. And it's easy to tell that wizardry takes place in medieval fantasy setting, as if it was the real world, the one we live in. The castle would have long been either full of squatters cooking sausages on open fire and toasting bread on radiators, or remade into questionable safety drug den, with used needles everywhere. As in previous games in the series, you create a 6-man party at start, picking between 11 races and 14 classes, mixing and matching them to customize the group to your liking. And while the experimentation can prove fun, I'd suggest making sure not to forget about the casters, as the 6 different schools of magic will prove more than useful on your adventure, and brawn alone may not be enough to cut your way through all the evil to the heart of the mystery of the missing royal couple and their no-doubt secret lover, the wizard. Bane of the Cosmic Forge brought few new and exciting changes to the turn-based role-playing formula the series grew up on. For one, there are few possible attacks with weapons, such as Thrust and Bash, power of spellcasters increases if they concentrate on the spells, lockpicking and disarming of traps is performed via a simple minigame, conversations with NPCs have been extended considerably and allow for touching of various topics, the storyline is branching and will result in different endings depending on which direction it's split into in one of the many points it can. But most of all, the characters now learn skills unique to their class when leveling up. Wizardry is a full-fledged dungeon-crawling RPG that's worth experiencing and revisiting even today. Golden Axe is one of the best early 90s arcade beat-em-up conversions for PC, even if slightly limited by the platform's hardware capabilities. Some cuts obviously had to be made to the original, and henceforth some frames of the animation are missing, and it's not as good sounding as in the arcades, but other than that, everything is nigh perfect. All playable characters have been converted and look great, same can be said about their special moves, stages and enemies. Nothing is missing. And the 2-player co-op is as good as it was in cigarette smoke-filled arcades of the yesteryear. The VGA presentation is nicely implemented, and Golden Axe definitely looks best out of all home computers of the time, only short of Sega Genesis/Mega Drive, but that's to be expected, these being Sega's own systems. The evil Death Adder and his forces of darkness have invaded the land. He kidnapped and imprisoned the king and his daughter and stole the legendary Golden Axe. And now, each and every one of our heroes, so the barbarian Axe Butler, Julius Thunderhead the Dwarf, and Amazon Tyrese Flare, have their own reasons to chase and dethrone the Death Adder. The enemies are rather varied and even offer a few kinds of mounts you can use if you manage to free them from under the enemy asses. So if you're a fan of the original or enjoy arcade beat-em-ups, you'll no doubt appreciate Golden Axe too. Especially that it even features 2 tiny Santa wannabes, one green and one blue, serving bombs and health refills to help you on your adventure. All in all, Golden Axe on PC is one of the better conversions of the game to any home system, and any real beat-em-up fan should do himself or herself a favor and try it out. Quest for Glory 2 Trial by Fire is a sequel to Sierra's So You Want to Be a Hero and an adventure game role-playing mixture. Unlike its predecessor, Trial by Fire takes place mainly in 2 cities and the surrounding them desert. It also runs on a very restricted time frame, requiring you to complete the entire plot within 30 in-game days. It keeps the game tight and very linear, but also never makes you feel as if you had to wander around looking for what to do next, which is okay for an adventure, but feels limiting in an RPG. Even more so when you learn that some of the quests and puzzles cannot be solved until certain pre-baked in code days. Everything naturally runs on Sierra's own text parser, which I hate with the passion of a toothless corn on the cob lover, so with all my heart, and not knowing how to feel about the way I could approach gobbling it up. It's a gripe that I have with the game though, and it should neither speak to its quality, which is rather stellar, nor how fun it is to play. And most who did will stand by it. Well, apart maybe from the first few hours of the game if you don't have access to the manual, as the navigation of the city is extremely difficult and a nightmare without it. Soon enough though, if you persevere, you'll get magical map and will be able to fast travel between the hotspots, which negates the issue completely. As far as I know, this design choice was a very primitive form of early DRM. Anyway, you can naturally play as thief, fighter or a wizard, and eventually will even be able to become a paladin, but since it happens at the very end of the game, and only if you play your cards right, access to its skills is only ever realistically used in the following games in the series, if you import your character into them. Combat is real-time, takes place on separate screens and is action-based, utilizing high, mid and low attacks, as well as parrying and dodging. Naturally, as you progress through the game, your proficiencies and skills will improve by either training, fighting enemies and performing various actions related to said skills. It's a fun system and one that was only improved with the later additions to the series. Story-wise, after getting into the desert city of Shapir, that is one of the major locations in the lands of Kata, humanoid cat-like creatures, our hero learns that the city is threatened by the magical elementals of fire, earth, wind, water and heart. I am Captain Plan. Nope, no heart here, no captains either. As it turns out, Shapir is hardly the only city in trouble, and it's up to you taking control of our protagonist to set things right. If there was no King's Bounty, we wouldn't have Heroes of Might and Magic series, and the world would be a very different and less enjoyable place to be. It's a turn-based strategy with role-playing elements. The main, major quest of the game is to find and gather 25 pieces of the map, revealing the location of the Scepter of Order, stolen by the nefarious Arch Dragon Breath and his evil forces before the King Maximus dies. And while you're searching for the map, you have to defeat armies of 17 villains spread over 4 continents, each progressively more difficult than the last, getting rewarded money for that achievement, the titular King's Bounties. Each of the continents is its own separate map. The battles take place on strategic grid screens where your army is on one side and enemies on the other, and they battle it out in turns. Each stack of units have their own stats and capabilities, with you casting various combat spells from the sidelines like a magical boss that you are. And since we're on the spells and units, in some part, availability of these during gameplay is dictated by the class you chose at the beginning, picking between Barbarian, Knight, Paladin or Sorceress. If you played Heroes of Might and Magic, any of them really, or at least seen someone do it, you'll feel in King's Bounty right at home, as while it's naturally more crude and simple, it's basically the same game, at least when it comes to combat and exploration. Some of the creatures that you'll meet on an adventure map outside of combat will be willing to join you, and since nearly always they're stronger / better than what you can recruit in the castle, it's usually worth to give it at least a passing thought. Other than that, you'll also find treasure chests, and this can contain anything like a proper 2020 loot boxes do, so they can hold upgrade to one of your heroes' abilities, they can increase your income, they may hold one of the 8 artifacts, which all offer unique powers and contain a map piece each. Despite its badly aged graphics, King's Bounty is as good of a game now as it was in 1990, and the foundations of later Heroes of Might and Magic titles can be clearly seen in it. Champions of Krynn is SSI's first in the famous Dragonlance Goldbox series of AD&D RPGs. It is widely considered a staple of the computer role-playing genre and one of the most important titles ever made. The plot follows your party's quest of finding and defeating the evil Myrteni and his supporters, who by ambushing innocent settlers proved that neither him or his forces of evil are as weakened as it was presumed. That's the short of it at least. Well, and the long too, as it's literally just a tiny bit more complex than that. But back then, all you needed as motivation was amazing gameplay mechanics and a fun storyline. And this one, even if initially simple, will get better the longer you play. At the start, you have to create your party of up to 6 adventurers, building them from staple AD&D Dragonlance races and professions. If they manage to survive the story of the game with you behind the wheel, then first of all it's a miracle, and secondly they can be imported in the follow-up Death Knights of Krynn. to keep improving and having new and exciting adventures. The most unique feature of Champions of Krynn, and really all other Gold Box titles too, was the fact that while the traversal was in first person, 90 degrees turning tile-based mode, very familiar to gamers back then, combat encounters took place on flat, top-down viewplane, where each of the player's characters was controlled individually in turns. It made those battles much more tactical, taking many of the environmental objects and obstacles into account and letting you really get lost in the strategy of planning out your combat encounters to cause as much damage as possible to as many enemies as you can while sustaining minimal losses yourself. Naturally, it only sounds easy and simple because it's anything but. The fun is all there though, and set combat encounters are definitely a highlight of Champions of Krynn. While all SSized RPGs of the time may be a bit difficult to stomach for a current modern player, they are, no doubt, important titles in the history of gaming. And definitely still fun to play if you overcome the first impressions that may initially feel a bit alienating in 2024. Conquests of the Longbow is a fantasy-themed point-and-click adventure and indirect follow-up to Conquests of Camelot. In 1193, so way earlier than mobile phones and computers were invented, in a time where most entertainment came from watching the birds sing, ladies dance and jesters making fools of themselves, Richard the Lionheart, King of England, was on his way home after the end of the Third Crusade. And as kings go, he was not the worst. First ever patient to receive a transplant from another species and survive. He was open and understanding to the troubles and needs of his servants. On his way, however, he gets jumped and abducted by the soldiers of the Austrian Duke Leopold. Now, Leopold is not a nice fellow. He doesn't wipe after using toilet, you know? And since our Leo demands a huge ransom for King's freedom, King's brother Prince John just ignores it completely and decides to use the situation to take the throne for himself. I said that Leo was not nice, right? Well, John, he's a stinker. He eats boogers, he takes advantage of the farmland animals and treats his servants as disposable resource at his leisure. And this is where the game starts, with Robin Hood, whom you'll be playing as, deciding to raise enough money to free the king and rid England of the pest that the John is. So he gathers his fellow Sherwood Forest outlaws and sets on an adventure to liberate Richard the Lionheart. Same as its predecessor, Conquests of the Longbow favors situation-based actions, puzzles and minigames over traditional inventory-based gameplay, meaning you'll spend more time talking to other characters, gathering information, making decisions in crucial moments and solving riddles, rather than juggling through hundreds of items in genre-standard bottomless pockets. What's more, many of the puzzles have more than one solution, and a combination of these all throughout your playthrough will decide which out of the 4 endings you'll get to see. Conquest of the Longbow is one of the more unique and fancier online titles and a real treat to genre aficionados. After defeating the beholder Xanatar on your first adventure, you and your merry group of adventurers is summoned by the Archmage Kelban to Waterdeep again. Apparently, odd things are happening in the forests near Waterdeep. And I'm not talking naked witches dancing around the fire weird, I'm talking people disappearing without a trace, random shallow graves appearing everywhere, and a whole manner of odd things plaguing the area around the Temple Dark Moon. So Kelban asks you to help, to investigate strange and evil happenings, and you being you, so not only brave but also easily bored, agree and get instantly teleported to the forest near Dark Moon. This is where your adventure begins. Eye of the Beholder 2: The Legend of Dark Moon was eagerly awaited by fans of the first game sequel and a first-person perspective tile-based movement role-playing game set in advanced Dungeons & Dragons universe. Unlike the previous title though, this time outdoor areas are added and the amount of interaction with various objects and environment is considerably expanded upon, making for a more involving role-playing experience. The main fear, however, are the vast catacombs beneath the Temple Dark Moon. Upper levels of said temple and its 3 towers, Silver, Azure and Crimson. You'll be crawling through them, defeating all manner of monsters and enemies, all to find and finally defeat the High Priest Dran Dragor. And he's not really what he initially appears to be, but I suppose that his surname gives it away, doesn't it? Anyway, he's amassing an army of skeletal warriors to attack and take over Waterdeep. And your small band of merry warriors is our first and last stand. Another World is a near-perfect game. It's a cinematic arcade adventure platformer with incredible atmosphere and fantastic sci-fi setting. Let the best testament to that be the fact that the outstanding introduction explaining the origin of the story and setting up the plot to follow seamlessly transforms into gameplay. And if you're not careful and the first time Another World player, you may actually die when starting up, as you'd never know that the animation ended and that you're in fact in control already. There is just no better way to immerse the player than to completely remove the usually noticeable border between the cinematic and gameplay. especially when said gameplay is so perfectly crafted. The adventure that you'll depart on this incredibly smooth and fluid moving action platformer feels like an animated movie that you're a part of. A dark, dystopian, sci-fi movie perhaps, but one nonetheless. Another World is not just its presentation though, and even though the graphics are excellent for the time it released in, it is first and foremost a fantastic story that has the beginning, middle and end. And its plot will leave you feeling as if you took an active part in it and influenced its outcome with your actions and choices. And I say that knowing very well that it is as linear as any other platformer, perhaps even more so, taking you from point A to point B and letting you experience everything it has to offer on the way. That entirely imaginary but perfectly crafted feeling of freedom aside, the game's extremely difficult, with literally any damage to your character nearly always ending up being a fatal one. Normally, I despise games for cheap deaths and allowing those deaths to be incredibly easy to fall a victim to, but I don't get that feeling with Another World. It builds its virtual world with such an attention to detail, such sophistication, and enveloped it all in captivating and frankly speaking honestly unnecessary for a platformer story that I just can't help myself but love it. Despite the difficulty, despite the deaths, despite everything. Another World is not a game, it's an experience, an absolute gaming classic and easily the best DOS platformer of 1991. Story-wise, since I've failed to mention it so far, you're a young physicist Lester and during particle experiment you're mysteriously transported into an alien world. All because of the lightning struck nearby and your machinery's malfunction. And now, against all odds, you must find your way home. Scorched Earth is a versus tank game, similar in concept but much more advanced than 1982's classic Artillery. For starters, up to 10 tanks can take part in any single battle, and they can be any mixture of players and CPU-controlled opponents. Then there's the physics engine, that is on another level when compared to earlier mentioned oldie. It considers terrain that the battle set on, weather conditions and gravity, and does it more accurately than ever before. Most weapons can also destroy the terrain from above or below, changing its shape along with progress of the battle. And since we're on the subject, there's a lot of these guns. Rockets, zappers, rollers and other thingy-magics to choose from, and spread destruction on your naturally inferior to you opponents. Easily over 30 different ones. And they don't only differ in power and creative naming, but also in a way that they work. Some destroy everything in a radius, others drill in ground and attack from below, there's few that spread their damage over a large area, also those that roll on the surface and seek enemy tanks, and even dirt bombs covering enemy tanks in dirt, limiting their offensive capabilities. There's a lot to play around with is what I'm saying. Scorched Earth also features parachutes, reducing fall damage, and various shields that have their own properties and working mechanics. Some provide a larger defensive boost, others repel the shots or even bounce them off their surface, and it's fun to pick and match them with weapons before each battle. Scorched Earth was probably the most playable multiplayer game of 1991. It offers universal, chaotic and maddening multiplayer fun that transcends time and can be appreciated even today. Ultima Worlds of Adventure 2 Martian Dreams is a very original role-playing adventure with an emphasis leaning more on the adventure elements rather than the RPG. It's built on top of the Ultima 6's engine and works roughly the same way original did, with some small tweaks and changes adjusted for its plot reasons. It focuses more on a story than on combat too, serving a captivating tale and deep dialogues. So, conversations with other characters are much longer, more detailed and satisfying, and all that at the price of far fewer dangerous encounters. Story-wise, the game is Jules Verne's inspired Victorian tale of epic sci-fi adventure proportions. The interstellar rocket packed with 19th century scientific celebrities, for the lack of a better description, is accidentally launched towards Mars. So, the great minds of the time were all sent off the planet, whether they wanted to or not. And you're part of the rescue team sent after. Along your adventure, you'll meet many of the famous at the time scientists and people of culture. And this is precisely where you may appreciate the most how much care and attention went into creating the game, as while talking to them you'll realize how thorough was the research that went into putting this gem of a game together. While both Ultima World games were underappreciated at the time of their releases compared to other RPGs, they are no doubt special and titles worth revisiting even today. Space Quest 4 Roger Wilco and the Time Reapers is the first Space Quest title to use 256 color graphics and point-and-click interface rather than the clunky and despised by yours truly text parser. And I have to say that it actually looks really nice, utilizing the palette to its fullest extent. Presentation upgrade, same as everything else in life, did not come free, as the bump in quality required bare minimum of 286 CPU, and realistically, for a comfortable play, at least 386 was recommended. Which may sound funny today, cause your average pregnancy test's inner chip could run circles around it, but back then, wow, these were some potential expenses not everyone had the money for. The story of Space Quest 4 is quite bizarre. Well, not as bizarre as screenplays for most episodes of It's Always Sunny in Philadelphia, but weird nonetheless. The bar that Roger Wilco, the protagonist, is relaxing in is raided by heavily armed soldiers who aim to kill him, and he has no clue why. He is saved by a stranger, however, a mysterious figure that helps him escape through a time rip straight into the far-off future. How cool is that? First thing I'd do when jumping into the future and knowing that I could have come back to my own time later on would be writing down of all the winning lottery numbers and stock and crypto prices upon date of my arrival. Now, paradox here is that coming back I might not land where I started from, but in a parallel and separate earlier non-existent past, as my real former past would now be a present, but one without myself in it. Oh my god, I'm confusing myself way too much here. I better get back to our game. So, you're Roger Wilco and you're in the fictional world of Space Quest 12, a fourfold breaking dystopian future where the world befell in ruin without our hero to lean on. And this is where your real quest starts. You'll have to avoid yet unknown antagonist's henchmen, fulfill your heroic destiny and save the future. As in most Sierra's games, you can die in many points of your adventure, and it's a mechanic that adds very little to the enjoyment of gameplay other than the annoyance and need for save scamming that is. And I hate it with a passion comparable to typical food fetish lover. So with all my heart, at all times, and in all games. That's why I always leaned more towards LucasArts games rather than Sierra's. Elvira 2 The Jaws of Cerberus is a better of the two first-person perspective Elvira games. Not that the other one was bad, this one's just better. And yet again, you'll in a horror role-playing / adventure mashup like no other. This time playing as Elvira's boyfriend who has to save her. She's been captured by the three-headed demon Cerberus that wants to use her powers for his own gains. If you think about it though, how big could her powers realistically be if she was being captured left and right between both games and could never get out on her own accord? Unless her power was the ability to spawn instant arousals in her male counterparts. Then yeah, I see it as being very plausible. And pleasurable. Anyway, this time you're not in a castle anymore, you know, because of drafts, general dampness and bone-freezing coldness of these. Instead, you're working your way through a horror movie studio in which all the props and movie sets somehow turned into real monsters. All because of the studio being built on an ancient haunted grounds. And same as the last time, you move around grid-based maps, experiencing them from your eye's perspective. The most unique feature of Elvira 2 is its very innovative magic system, which often calls for the use of specific items to cast spells, so glass or wooden objects or a liquid to name a few. And these can be quite literally any items picked up throughout the game, as long as they fit the criteria. So, a glass object can be a beaker, mirror or a magnifying glass for instance. Which means that having wide range of objects or memorizing their locations within the game world is a must in this one. If you like unusual RPG adventure mixtures, especially those that touch on the horror and macabre, there was hardly any better game in 1991. Despite there being quite a few incredible adventure games to drop in 1991, Monkey Island 2 LeChuck's Revenge is easily my most favorite point-and-clicker of the year. While arguably it's not as influential as the first game was, it's still nearly as good and one of the very best adventure games ever released. Period. Once again, you're Guybrush Threepwood. And he's finally a pirate. Yay! Well, there's that at least. Perhaps a pirate that other pirates laugh at, often right in his face, making jokes and snarky remarks, but a pirate nonetheless. And this time, you're on a quest to find the Big Whoop, which as everyone knows is bigger than the Whoop and the Small Whoop. Both very important whoops, but not as. It's a legendary treasure that's said to be bigger, better and treasurier than all the riches of the richest. Yep, one of these is not a word, but who cares. Anyway, I'm sure that the title gave it away, but once again you'll face the evil LeChuck. This time he's zombified and brought back to life as an undead by his subordinates. So not alive really, but definitely kicking. Equally as mean, constipated and deadly as he's always been. Not necessarily in that order. Many things have been improved since the last game though, from graphics that have a bit more animated movie look to them, featuring beautiful hand-painted backgrounds and more detailed character sprites, LucasArts' new iMuse system synchronizing music to the on-screen action, all the way to the modernization of the interface and more cinematic feel to the adventure. The traditional for the series swashbuckling comedy atmosphere is still omnipresent and will keep you laughing from start to finish. Sometimes at the on-screen action, sometimes at yourself, but never at Guybrush. He is a pirate now after all. So, if you're hoping to eat some cup noodles while playing, I seriously discourage you from doing so, as you'll end up with noodles hanging from your nose, going up and down it while you're chuckling at funny jabs in the dialogues or unexpected interactions between the characters. Monkey Island 2, same as its predecessor, is not just a game. It's an experience. It's an experience that all gamers, regardless of what their favorite genres are, should dive into at least once. Commander Keen 4: The Secret of the Oracle is the fourth game in the entire Keen series and first in the Goodbye Galaxy sub-series duology. The galaxy is once again in danger. Evil alien race known as Shikadi are threatening the future of the universe. They just gotta be dealt with, and pronto. So you, naturally playing as the titular Commander Keen, decide to make sure that the evil won't triumph. You set off to consult the Oracle to learn more about the incoming danger, but as you arrive on the location though, it appears that the council members necessary for the Oracle's activation have been kidnapped by the aliens and imprisoned in the so-called Shadowlands. Having no other choice really in the situation that transpired, you head off to save them. Now, I don't know how much of a platformer is in need of a story. Wait, in fact I do, and it's not at all. But this one has it, and it's not that bad. Cliché perhaps, but not bad. The game is composed out of two sections, first being an overworld map from which you can choose which level to enter, keeping in mind that some of them may require fulfilling extra requirements to do so, like getting a wetsuit for instance if they located on islands. The second are the levels, which are considered completed when you find an exit in them and go through it. It's easier said than done though, as the stages are chock full of various cute looking but aggressive creatures, anthropomorphic mushrooms, mosquitoes, slugs and the likes. And if that wasn't enough, the environmental hazards are no alien to them either, so you gotta avoid all of these too. Naturally, as it was custom in most platformers of the time, contact with any of the enemies or traps ends with an instant loss of life. As dire and terrible it may seem, I'd like to remind you of two most crucial things here. First of all, it's Billy Blaze, so Commander Keen, and he's no stranger to dangers and enemies. He had like what, at least 3 whole games worth of experience dealing with them prior, so he's not gonna die that easy. And secondly, and more importantly, you're in control of him, and you've saved the universe more times than I had a stake. And I love stakes. So yeah, despite all that had happened, the situation is not as terrible as it initially appeared to be, especially that you're armed with a ray gun that can be used to stun most of the enemies. And while that stun lasts for just a little while, it's more than enough in most cases. Keen also has his trademark pogo stick that he uses to propel himself higher than he could have jumped otherwise, and has to collect gems along the way to use them as keys for the doors that he'll encounter. I graduated to PC from the Amiga, so games like Commander Keen never really seemed that great to me, having experienced the best of the computer platforming that the 80s and 90s could offer, but its importance for the platform at the time cannot be overstated. Commander Keen 4 is a fundamental game and one of the best DOS platformers of its time. Martian Memorandum is a sequel to year prior's Mean Streets and a detective-themed point-and-click adventure set in futuristic San Francisco. Between the events of the earlier title and now, Tex Murphy that you play as is down on his luck, broke and desperately needing a new case to work on, a theme that follows him from many of his computerized adventures. Fortunately, he's soon to receive an interesting one. A typical on the first glance case of a kidnapping of a wealthy mogul's daughter that's soon to develop into something much more. As you'll work on it, giving it your alcoholic best, so precisely 40%, you'll discover what really lies beneath this seemingly very innocent case. And the fate of the future of Earth will once more fall onto your broken shoulders and silk around a mysterious object that you're asked to recover. The graphics in Martian Memorandum, identically to its predecessor Mean Streets, is a neat mixture of drawn and digitized assets. The sounds and music are appropriate, as in team-fitting and not PG-13, yet nothing to write home about. But most importantly, the acting, quite fortunately I might add, is as campy and cringe as it's always been, to the point of it being so bad that it actually, ironically, becomes really good. And it's a definite highlight of the game. Don't let it fool you though, cause despite the acting, Martian Memorandum's overall story is well written and interesting. What is annoying about it though, and yeah, there are two things, is the pixel hunting for clues, and even more so, that you can get irreversibly stuck if one of the characters that was supposed to reveal a clue gets upset with you if you mistreated them or spoke to them in a way that they did not appreciate. And while it can be argued that it's a realistic approach having a game stop because someone just doesn't like you, it's not a good game design idea. Might and Magic 3 Isles of Terra is the best and most modern in its design and presentation out of all legendary Might and Magic games, so the first three. It's also a first-person party-based role-playing utilizing popular at the time tile-based movement and turn-based combat. It's the first title in the series to support mouse control, which generally speaking may have not been a novelty in 1991, but for this series in particular, it most definitely was something that made lives of players much easier and interface more ergonomic. It features an auto-mapping system and maps larger than previously available, exceeding original limit of 16 by 16 squares. Easily the biggest new feature of Might and Magic, however, was the ability to save the game virtually anywhere. Well, short of one location in the entire game, but that was for plot reasons. That seemingly insignificant change completely removed the requirement for players to constantly keep locations of ins in mind, as previously saves could only be made in them. I realized that I said nothing about the story yet, and while it's heavily rooted in the previous two titles, I'll try to do my best. A corrupted evil guardian of Terra, Sheltem, is in an epic and never-ending battle with another guardian, Korak. To defeat him, however, Korak entrusts a group of our heroes with a mission to help him get rid of Sheltem once and for all. So, you will embark on an adventure and a half, pursuing the fighting guardians and dealing with all manner of evil along the way. Given that Might and Magic 3 is still considered as one of the best RPGs of all time, I suppose it's best not to spoil the ending, and you should learn the rest of the story and its ending all by yourself. I played Sid Meier's Civilization first on the Amiga, and it was a love at first fail, and at second, and at third, and at fourth, and I think you get the gist. I loved it so much through all those failures that eventually I started to win. It was a title so different to anything I played before, my young, not yet fully formed mind had issues grasping why I liked it at all. There were no explosions in it, no fast-paced action, no turn-based squad combat, quests, missions, dames to save, dragons to slay, or even skills, attributes and level ups. You know, stuff I claim to love in my games today. And yet, I couldn't stop leading my chosen nations to glory, time after time climbing the ranks ladder. I couldn't stop trying to overtake anyone else in research or crush them with my mighty army of mostly tribal warriors and one or two tanks. Not to mention playing numerous games on the real Earth map, trying to become the true and only ruler of the world. Among all that fun, I learned some important lessons too. To balance my city's needs and requirements, making sure that the citizens were fed and productive, to best utilize the resources and terrain available to me and spread the cities in my nation in a way that would allow them to grow steadily while exploiting the resources available to them. To never skimp on education, as it's a cornerstone of progress, which in itself is base for innovation that leads to technology, which ends up being better and stronger units. Simple as that. Well, not simple at all, but here it is. To over-prepare for the war, even if there's none on the horizon, and never, ever leave my cities without a military unit in them for protection. Oh, and the throne room / palace building bonus game was a nice addition too, a visual cue of how well I was doing. All of the Civ's underlying systems, its deep intertwined mechanics and enjoyable addictive gameplay loop made me a true fan and one that did not skip a single game in the series and always buys them on a release date with all the add-ons that they get. And it was Civilization that gave me the dreadful one more turn syndrome that I cannot shake to this day, and it was years before the term was even coined. And while this first is definitely not the best game in this video, it may very well be the most important of them all, and one of the most fundamental titles to release in the entire history of gaming. Distinctive Softwares for this sports boxing is a true gem. Somewhat hidden though, as I hardly ever hear people talk about it. This, however, may be an issue on my side, cause when you talk to the mirror, you don't usually expect it to reply, and even more so, say something genuinely new. You expect it to drink as much as you do and not a sip less, or more for that matter either. Which would be a way funnier joke if I was a heavy drinker. Which I'm not, but you didn't know that, so perhaps I am, and I drink all the time, always, every day, whenever I can. Yep, that's precisely the case here. Anyway, bad jokes and terrible confessions aside, 4D Sports Boxing is actually a 3D boxing game that, despite badly aged simple polygonal boxy graphics, is surprisingly deep and fun. It offers an interesting career mode in which you can lead your fighter through a series of fights and improve his stats between them, all to finally become the champion. Rocky Balboa style. Well, not the Rocky that kept losing, but the Rocky that was winning. What makes 4D sports boxing stand out between other boxing games though is how naturally the boxers move, how heavy the hits feel for the lack of a better word, and how unexpectedly spot on the collision detection is, which was not a given at all in a 3D game in the early 90s. Even if it's not the best boxing game on PC overall, by 1991, with its jabs, uppercuts and hooks, 4D boxing was easily the best game in its own sport. Upon its release, Falcon 3.0 was easily the most realistic and complex flight combat simulation on the market, and the benchmark for all the future games in the genre. The realism, however, wasn't cheap at all, and playing with high-fidelity flight model enabled required a very beefy 486 CPU, which may not seem like anything special today when we're talking about it over 30 years later, but when you realize that it was 1991 when the game dropped and many people were still happily playing on their 386s, your point of view may change. Anyway, Falcon 3.0 offered numerous different missions and a campaign to complete, and went a step ahead when compared to other games of the time, allowing you to manage your whole squadron and not just your craft when playing alone. Interestingly enough, if you linked two PCs, then two of you could participate in the same missions together, and you did not even have to use the same craft. So one of you could be flying in a fast and nimble fighter, taking care of the enemy crafts, while the other would carry bombs to the mission target site, for instance. Impressive, right? And what if I told you that up to 16 people could play like that all at once? Now, that's something that was completely unseen in 1991. Most regular viewers of this channel know that while I've played a lot of games, I'm not really a simulation aficionado and don't claim to be very knowledgeable in the subject. I remember having fun playing Falcon 3 for a minute, but I seriously doubt that I ever completed more than just a few missions. More than likely moving to some other game in a different genre soon after. That's me though, and Falcon 3's importance and quality is unquestionable despite that. Fans of simulations would no doubt enjoy it even today. So if you are one and looking for something fun to play from the year, there's hardly anything better. While generally speaking, being an arcade puzzler, Volfield has a story. Your home planet, the titular Volfield, has been invaded by the evil aliens and is currently being overrun and exploited by them. What a dick move. I mean, you just barely got back from saving the world in Commander Keen, and you're sent on a new and dangerous mission straight after, but it is what it is. Originally, Volfield, as an arcade title, was a successor to Quicks, adding extra features, modernizing gameplay and switching to a sci-fi aesthetic. NPC's version is no different, as it's essentially an arcade-perfect port. Gameplay revolves around claiming the area of each of the level's screen while avoiding evil creatures that try to prevent it. You do so by drawing a line from the outside border through the playfield, and when you reach the other part of the border with said line, without it being broken by one of the enemies, the smaller area out of the two you divided the playfield into becomes the part of the border itself. In order to complete the level, you must claim 80% of the whole playfield area. While it may not sound like fun from my description, it's actually not only very playable, but also downright addicting. Having to gauge the risk-reward mechanic of when to attempt to grab a bigger piece of a land, so to speak, for extra points, or when to take it easier, making sure not to become an easy target for the enemies. The mechanics are very easy, but mastering Volfield is not an easy task at all, but one worth attempting anyway. Pulse of Darkness is a turn-based tactical combat RPG and a direct continuation of the story from Secret of the Silver Blades, culminating the whole Pool of Radiance four-parter of Goldbox Games. It is set 10 years after the events of Pool of Radiance, so the first game out of all, with your party of hardy and brave adventurers returning to the city of Flan, which sounds a lot like flan, a delicious dessert which is as sweet as this game is. And while everything seems calm and peaceful in the city, as soon as you leave it to escort a council member Sasha on a diplomatic assignment, the evil Lord Bane sends his terrible lieutenant monsters to destroy the cities of Faerun. In doing so, he claimed it for himself and left it in ruin. From this point onward, your mission is rather obvious, to defeat Lord Bane and restore the peace to the lands. But to do so, you'll need to face and defeat his 4 lieutenants first and acquire items that they possess. Each of them is located in other dimension, so our heroes have to reach them using interdimensional portals known as Pools of Darkness. Other than the mandatory quests, there's also tons of side ones, and I'd suggest taking your time to do them all, as the experience that you'll get for them will be more than necessary on more difficult parts of your adventure. As in other games in the series, you can either import characters from previous game or create new ones made out of standard AD&D races and classes. Pulse of Darkness is great, and if you like previous ones or enjoy tactical RPGs, you'll love it. Wing Commander 2 Vengeance of the Calligraphy is the first sequel in the Chris Roberts' long-running series of sci-fi space combat simulation games. Gameplay-wise, apart from the addition of numerous new spaceships and weapons, it's largely more of the same. So if you like the first game, you'll love the second. Changes, however, are quite prominent in the story department, which, while being a direct follow-up to the first game, is now more structured, deeper and less open-ended. As a result of that, you can no longer be awarded promotions or medals. On the other hand, Wing Commander 2 is now chock full of animated cutscenes, some even using some of the industry's first voice acting, which makes it feel more like a movie that you partake in, rather than just a game. The biggest change mechanically, however, is that your wingmen cannot die other than in scripted cutscenes, and if their ships are destroyed during in-game combat, they just eject now. Your carrier Tiger Claw is destroyed few years before the game starts by the stealth calligraphy fighters. Since you have no proof of that, you are blamed for the ship's destruction, demoted and sent off to a far-off station to spend the remainder of your career there. After years in exile from any kind of significance, you're able to save the Confederation's flagship Concordia from the calligraphy attack and are given a chance to stop the worrying alien race and prove your innocence in one sweep campaign. Well, not that sweep, but definitely pretty sweet. Superplex is a Boulder Dash clone. You're Murphy, bug hunter living inside the computer, and your aim in each level is to collect enough infotrons to open the exit and to get to it as fast as possible. The so-called infotrons are what diamonds were in Boulder Dash, so basically collectibles. No reason to look for any deeper meaning behind them, they're just what you have to grab for the exit to open. Same as in Boulder Dash, in Superplex there are also enemies too, and zonks, which are mechanically equivalents to rocks from the earlier title. I know, I too think that way too much time was spent on the naming. Fortunately, Superplex is pretty good and it defends itself with gameplay. It consists of 111 levels in total, and up to 3 of these may be skipped to advanced further. You know, when something's just that too difficult for your liking at any given point. Some levels have certain rules, like gravity and other modifiers, but in general, most follow same rules Boulder Dash set and perfected years earlier. Interestingly enough, Superplex features player profiles, meaning that few of them can progress separately using the same computer and same copy of the game. Which may not seem like much today in 2024, but in 1991, on a shared home computer, it was such a quality of life feature you wouldn't believe. Degeneration is an action-adventure puzzle game that was one of the most unusual and interesting titles of its time. It is set in Singapore in cyberpunkish environment and in a not-too-distant future of 2021. Future, eh? Look at me, saying A going all Canadian on you. Anyway, in Degeneration, you're not a soldier, special forces agent or even ex-military or PI. You're a courier, making a delivery to a top researcher Jean-Paul Derrida, who works on the top floor of French tech company Genox Lab, and one whose surname I've no doubt butchered here with my complete inability to even pretend to read French. I'm good with Jean-Paul cause of Jean-Luc Picard, but that was that easier part of it all. For you, it's a day like every day and you expect nothing special of it. You know, delivery, lunch, then maybe an hour or two with your girlfriend before you get back on the proverbial horse to deliver the remaining packages. Easy and quiet day. You are not working for Amazon after all, to be constantly behind the wheel stocking up on bottles of lemonade. On a side note, that's inhuman. And on a side note, so a double side one, some people may have no choice but to agree to such conditions and I feel for them. As per usual, I seem to have ended up off topic, so I better get back to it. Until you enter the Genox Lab building though, you are oblivious to the fact that something went astray inside, and that the genetically engineered bioweapons inside are running rampant. The game is an isometric view puzzler at heart with tons of shoot-em-up action. In each of the interconnected rooms you go through, you'll need to solve a riddle, figuring out how to destroy all bioweapons and seal the air vents that they infest the rooms through. You'll also be finding various helpful items and rescuing Genlock survivors along the way. You will not, however, step from a path of a perfect career, and you will eventually get to Derrida with his package. Or you won't, cause Degeneration is kinda infamous for its difficulty. It's also one of the most innovative attempts to inject some life into a stale puzzle genre, so if you've never seen it, give it a go, you may end up enjoying it. Let's start off by making it clear that I never liked Gods. I found it to be stiff controlling and not very entertaining. Especially because the main character was supposed to be a hero on a quest for immortality. I would expect a supposed hero to be more nimble, faster and the game more action-packed. Despite that, however, that's just me, and I do understand that majority of the gamers liked it. And I appreciate its historical significance too. Story-wise, 4 Guardians have invaded and took over the Citadel of Gods. the place where they hang around, drink whatever the gods drink, ambrosia perhaps, or grog, that would be funnier. And generally speaking, they spend their time in their leisure, getting lost in their infinite lives as infinite pleasures. You know, how gods do. And since they've been chased away from the comfortable nest, seemingly powerless to stop the invasion, they've offered their favor to a hero who will reclaim the citadel for them. Now, I don't know how much such favor is worth. Is it the promise of godhood, or maybe like, I don't know, as much money as it costs to eat a pizza for a year for free, or even a small 3-bedroom house? Hard to tell. But the hero who replied to the call requested just that. Well, not the house or those pizzas, but a seat among the gods. Since they've no choice really, as there were no other volunteers, unwillingly perhaps, but they agree. And this is where the game begins. Gods is an action platformer with some light, mainly environmental puzzles. Presentation-wise, it's top-notch, showing what now famous Beatmap brothers could really do. Gods is made out of 4 levels, each ending with a boss guardian fight, defeating which is made easier with use of various available weaponry. Weapons can be either collected during gameplay or purchased at the end-level shops, and you can carry up to 3 of these at once. Objectively speaking, Gods is a nice and interesting action platformer that was very popular at the time, and the fact that I didn't love it doesn't mean that it's lacking in any way. Planet's Edge: The Point of No Return is a sci-fi space-themed RPG that looks like a mixture between later Ultima games and Star Trek, and the title that I've sadly never played or heard of before today. That said, as I read about it, watched the online footage and checked the reviews, I see that I've actually missed on a lot of fun, cause it seems like something that's definitely down my alley. A mysterious unknown alien craft appeared in our solar system and caused quite a ruckus with its arrival. We didn't expect it to show up, we didn't even know that there was anyone out there to show up, and yet it did, and there was. Crazy. When the craft is accidentally fired upon, because we're we and we shoot first and ask questions later, it responds by enveloping the Earth in a strange field that causes it to disappear. As instantaneous as a balloon pops. Funny enough, the gravitational pull of Earth is still there, keeping Moon in orbit of, I don't know, nothing, cause the planet's all gone? Hard to tell. The moon base, that seems to be the only remaining pocket of a human life, upon witnessing the occurrence, decides on building an interstellar ship and sending it to find parts necessary to build the so-called Centauri drive. That's our only hope of reversing the process and bringing the planet back. While the game starts in our solar system, the universe that you'll get to travel and experience comprises of 8 sectors, over 100 star systems, with their own planetary bodies and often alien civilizations too. They're all very different from one another, and not only in terms of looks, but also technological sophistication and culture. Each of the pieces required to complete the Centauri drive, whatever that is in another sector and has to be recovered to beat the game. Planet's Edge will take you on a grandiose adventure spanning the whole universe and will see you explore a huge chunk of it, find and visit many planets, meet other civilizations, mine for resources, trade, solve puzzles, take and complete quests, and partake in combat, both in space and on the surface. It's gonna be epic. The planetary sections are usually represented by the enclosed populated areas filled with peaceful NPCs as well as the enemies. Ground combat is turn-based, while the space fights are all in real time, require a lot of maneuvering, and are more of a 1v1 dogfight top-down shooter than anything else. Unlike most games in the genre, your crew of 4 doesn't get stronger by getting experience and arbitrary levels, they become stronger by equipping better weapons and armor, either found or purchased. Planet's Edge is a vast game, serving many different polished and fun mechanics, and a title that I am surprised of not having to even know about it in the time when I was consuming any and all RPGs that came out. If you like me and missed it, fix it. Lemmings is a puzzle game made by Psygnosis, a dev that nearly never failed with their releases in the early 90s, serving heaps of amazing games, each next better than the last. Lemmings is no exception, and it's a game in which your goal in each level is rather simple, and it's to lead a group of anthropomorphic lemmings to safety. And since between the level entry point and the exit there are usually numerous obstacles and dangers, it's your job to use limited number of the available abilities that you can assign to them in each stage to do so. Some, like an umbrella, allow your creatures to fall safely from great heights, others let you dig in horizontal or vertical walls, jump, spill liquid that fills in the gaps, and a whole manner of other abilities. The idea is to use what you're given to save as many lemmings as possible. Levels are divided into 4 groups of different difficulties: fun, tricky, taxing, and mayhem. And these groups reflect number of obstacles, kinds and number of available abilities, time limit, and minimum threshold of lemmings that need to be saved. Upon its release, Lemmings became an instant hit, constantly placing in the very best and top games list in various gaming mags and much more importantly, in hearts of players. It quickly received ports to other 8 and 16-bit systems, and since most of them were stellar too, it gained critical acclaim and popularity on them as well. If there's only one game that you'll have time for from this entire video, go for LeChuck's Revenge. But if you have time for 2 or more, make sure to include Lemmings. It's great. Remember Airwolf? Mid-80s cringe action TV series featuring a high-tech military copter and Jean-Michel Vincent as the main hero? Now, today, I know it's trash. But back then, it was everything. Well, not back then maybe, as I didn't watch it on the original run, I was a bit too young for that actually, but few years later through syndication I did, and then it was everything. Non-stop action, explosions, stupid but easily to comprehend story, more explosions, stellar cast composed of B-listers and an alcoholic, perhaps more than one, but one we know of, high-tech, high-power sci-fi copter, even more explosions, and most of all, the most explosions ever. Like one after another, and each more fiery and boomy than the last. Gunship 2000 was just that for me. A TV dream come true on my Amiga. And yes, I know what I said, cause that's what I played it on. And while I did own a PC version too, through a questionable act of piracy no less, most of my experience with it came from the Amiga. But from what I know, it was basically the same game, just running faster and smoother than on Commodore's system. In short, Gunship 2000 is microprocessed battle helicopter simulator in which you can partake in series of single missions or play a whole campaign, composed out of chains of these, each with primary and secondary objectives assigned randomly. Which may seem like a small unspectacular thing, but the degree of quote-unquote unexpected was more than enough to prolong the life of the game considerably. And all that was based on an underlying tug-of-war system, meaning the better you did in earlier missions, the more offensive focused the following ones will be. And vice versa, the worse you do, the more often you'll be placed on defense. Gunship 2000 offers 7 different copters to choose from, beautiful for the time presentation and addictive gameplay. For fans of the genre, that is, cause while I did play it a little, I never managed to complete the campaign. If you love combat simulations, chances are you either know of it already, or you will love it after giving it a go. Leisure Suit Larry 1 in the Land of Launch Lizards, which is just the best title ever and on so many levels no less, is a high-fidelity remake of the 1987's original. It switched its control scheme from text parser into much more modern point-and-click interface and encompassed it all in a lush and beautiful 256 colors VGA presentation. Other than that, the story remained unchanged. So, you play as Larry, a short, tacky and balding 40-year-old king of cringe who recently moved out of his mother's apartment and moved across the country to the city of lost wages, seeking sexual fulfillment. You know, as one does. So, finally ready to lose his long-overdue virginity, Larry sets off to hunt himself one of those titular launch lizards. Or to be hunted by one, whichever leads him to his ultimate goal first. Many but not all of the in-game locations are available for exploration from the get-go, and because of that, Leisure Suit Larry 1 ends up being considerably less linear in this approach than most other early 90s adventure games. It's an interesting approach, as while not guiding you by hand anywhere, it allows you to experience the near entire game world, seeking clues or interesting items and uncovering game story along the way. The puzzles in this one are in grand majority inventory-based, very simple, and require getting object to the ladies that seek them in hopes for a sexual exchange. Interestingly enough, a lot of what you do costs money, so you will have to keep an eye on it. If necessary, you can always visit a casino to win more of it, as you need to have some saved up and always available to be able to progress further, for transport and shopping, if nothing else. In Sierra's traditional fashion, there are quite a few moments that you can die in the game, or those that lead to a dead end. But it's nowhere near as annoying and ever-present as it was in their other titles. So, while it's advisable to save often, you don't really have to get into strict save scamming and doing so after each and every scene or longer conversation. Larry was famous for its rather amusing depiction of grown-up sexual themes and a lovable loser protagonist, whose charm and innocence guaranteed game success, even if mechanically and story-wise it wasn't any better than most other quote-unquote regular adventures were. Keeping all that in mind, even if you overlook the omnipresent adult themes, humor and obvious upgrades to the interface, Leisure Suit Larry 1 is still a rather fun game, and not only for the fans of the genre, but also for those who enjoy ridiculous and unusual ideas, as Larry is chock full of them. I bet that you didn't expect a second Commander Keen game in a single video, did you? but since they were all rather good as compared to what was available on the platform otherwise in 1991, the choice was rather simple, and that's how we've ended up with Commander Keen 5, the Armageddon Machine. Rather cool title if you ask me. Being the second game in the Goodbye Galaxy series, Commander Keen 5 picks up where the 4 left off. So, having learned in the previous game that the evil aliens Shikadi plan on destroying the galaxy, Keen lands on their mothership Omega-matic, another great name, and plans on destroying it to stop it from executing of the deadly plans. To do so, however, he needs to get to the core of the ship. It will require finding and destroying of the 4 machines protecting the main elevator first. Same as previously, the game is divided between the overworld map, in which you pick the level you wanna play in, and then set levels. Each of them is completed by either getting to the exit avoiding all the baddies and traps, or by finding and destroying the aforementioned machine, if it happens to be in it. There's considerably more robotic enemies this time, but the gameplay mechanics didn't change at all, so you still gotta avoid or zap-stun them to progress. The pogo stick is not gone either, and will be more than required in some of the simple to figure out environmental puzzling. Even if I don't love Commander Keen games, for reasons stated when I spoke about the earlier one, I like and honestly respect and appreciate them all for what they did for the DOS and PC, proving that it not only could handle platformers, but they could also be fun, colorful, and yeah, I said it about an EGA game, and offer a decent, even if unnecessary plot. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis is what 4th movie in the Indy series should have been, but instead we've got Indiana Jones and the Kingdom of the Crystal Skull, which was a bit of a letdown. There's a new one now, Indiana Jones and the Dial of Destiny, but I've not seen it yet. I have high hopes though. Anyway, Fate of Atlantis was arguably the most ambitious and biggest in scope out of all LucasArts adventure games at the time of its release. Armed with his iconic whip, unquestionable courage and his troublesome wits, Indy partners up with his old friend, a beautiful redhead Sophia Hapgood. Together, they must embark on an awesome and filled with dangers to the brim adventure, looking for the long-lost continent of Atlantis. While the puzzles are quite tough in this one, demanding sharp thinking and observational skills, they are not illogical, as in many other point-and-click games, so you should never really be left in a situation where you're lost. Most of them are inventory-based, though some may be reliant on picking the right dialogues in conversations too. A very unique at the time feature was the ability to complete the game in one of 3 different ways, aka paths that you get to follow. So, somewhere around the early mid-game you can choose one of the 3, the team path, the wits path and the fists path. First, will allow Indy to take Sophia with him and she will support him all throughout the adventure. Second, adds more puzzles and always presents more complex and challenging versions of them. It's the de facto hard mode of the game. And finally, the fists path focuses on action sequences and fist fighting, which in itself is completely optional in the first 2. On top of that, there are also 3 entirely different endings, a good one and 2 bad ones. So, Fate of Atlantis, unlike most adventure games of the time, offers a lot of replayability. I'm sure that you noticed me implying it as I was talking about the game, but since I've not said it out loud, let me make things clear here and now. Indiana Jones and the Fate of Atlantis is hella fun, and that's what's most important about it here. 1992 was a big year for gaming. Many now considered classics came out and gamers had their hands full of awesome titles to complete. But among point-and-clickers, there were no better games than Indy. Ultima Underworld: The Stygian Abyss is historically the very first first-person role-playing with real full 3D environments and fluid motion. It was also first game in the genre to allow for looking up and down, swimming in bodies of water, jumping, and featured non-linear gameplay. Haunted by the ghostly nightmares foretelling the great danger befalling upon Britannia, Avatar decides to travel there once more. When he arrives, however, he's unwillingly a witness to a kidnapping of Baron Ulmric's daughter no less. Given the unfortunate time and place he arrived in, he is nearly instantly found guilty of the crime and thrown into the Great Stygian Abyss, a vast cave system containing remnants of old utopian civilization. Given that he can either die there doing nothing or try to find the girl and clear his name, he goes for the latter. The dungeon is not only filled with monsters though, and you get to meet many different NPCs with whom you can interact in other ways than combat. And since it's been mentioned already, since combat is action-based, you have to hold the mouse button for basic attacks of various strength and aim those attacks at the enemies. There are a few different types of these, unique for each weapon, jabs and slashes among others. There's also magic, like you'd expect from a fantasy RPG, and it's rune-based. appropriate combination of runes produces a specific magical effect. Personally, I hate rune-based spell systems as I find them to be unnecessarily overcomplicated, but if you don't mind, it shouldn't be an issue. Interestingly enough, at the beginning of the game, you're asked to create your avatar, and the choice allows for picking of a class, initial skills and gender, so for once avatar could be a girl. Leveling up raises hit points and mana, but skills are increased by accumulation of experience points or by reciting mantras in special shrines. Ultima Underworld was a very important game in the history of RPG, as it proved that they could not only be running in real time, but also didn't have to rely on jerky grid-based movement and could be rather immersive. Quest for Glory 3 Wages of War is a third title in the long-running series of cult classic Sierra's adventure role-playing games. It starts with our hero traveling with Lion Tor Paladin Rakish, Uhura, nope, not the one from Star Trek fame, and her son Simba, also not the one from Lion King, to the kingdom of Fricana, a jungle and savanna country inspired by the Central African ecosystems, homeland to indigenous half-man, half-lion Linotors. The capital city of Tarna is on the brink of war with the opposing race of leopardmen. Both of the tribes have stolen relics from one another, and both refuse to give it back before the other does the same first. It's a typical stalemate situation happening when sides involved in a conflict are short-sighted and simple-minded. You know, what we face in real world basically every single day, both on a macro and micro scale. Anyway, your task starts with trying to figure out a solution to end the conflict between the two races, all to focus on a much bigger problem later. An evil demon wizard that everyone seems to be ignoring, focusing on their petty inner fightings. Eventually you'll need to unite both races to stop the demon from releasing its wrath upon the world. Same as in most other Quest for Glory games, you get to pick your character class upon starting, and it can be either fighter, mage or thief. There's a fourth hidden class of Paladin too, but it requires you to complete the previous game honorably enough for the Rakish to proclaim you one and then import that character to Wages of War. It's a very fun and niche touch by the devs, especially that all classes play in a unique way and have access to different skills. Gameplay-wise, not much has changed from the earlier titles. You still travel the land talking to dozens of interesting characters, solve puzzles, many of which are inventory-based, and take part in combat encounters. You also earn experience, level up, and improve your character while playing. Fun stuff. Skills are raised after combat or repeat use, and battles often happen randomly while traversing the overworld map. Wages of War is a really fun and involving experience with an interesting plot and enjoyable genre mixture that will keep you glued to the screen to its cliffhanger of an ending. I could edit this spoiler out before posting the video, but I elected not to. You know why? Because it changes nothing. The game loses none of its charm and playability, and now you know that there's something that will happen at the end and will lead you to a fun next outing. King's Quest VI, Air Today Gone Tomorrow is a point-and-click adventure game. Story-wise, it's as good as expected of Sierra, not in small parts, thanks to Roberta Williams, who was responsible for the best of all their games. Prince Alexander of Daventry, madly in love with Princess Cassima, unable to hold his feelings in anymore, hires a ship to search for the Green Isles, Princess's home kingdom, to find her and cringe her out of any potential future relationship with his overexcitement by proclaiming his love for her after meeting her once in a previous game. Months pass, and this sea is a cruel lady, salty, cold and uninviting, but a fair one as well, and eventually decides to reward our prince by getting him close to the Green Isles. As soon as the Alexander lays eyes on the kingdom, a freak storm breaks out, destroys his ship and leaves him as the only survivor. What's more, he soon learns that both King and Queen of Green Isles have passed, that the kingdom may be on the brink of a deadly war, and that his beloved Princess Cassima is held captive, imprisoned by the evil royal vizier. Say what you want about Roberta, but she could craft a suspense like no other. Anyway, the most interesting thing about King's Quest VI, however, is how the game is designed. Almost half of all the puzzles are entirely optional, many of them have more than one solution, and thanks to the title's fully open-world design, they can be completed in any order. Even better, more or less midway through the game, you'll be able to choose to follow the longer, more puzzle-oriented or a shorter story path. The longer culminates in more satisfying game ending, but many of the parts of the ending are based on the choices taken throughout the game, so they can vary considerably with each playthrough if different riddles are solved, and especially if they're completed in different ways. And shorter, well, is simpler and shorter, and a good pick if you just want to complete the story and don't get involved as much. While King's Quest VI is nowhere near being the best adventure of 1992, that still goes to indie obviously, it's definitely one of the more interestingly and unusually designed ones. Realms of Arcania Blade of Destiny is a full-fledged role-playing, and I've no clue why I said it, because of course that it is. It's also a first title in Realms of Arcania trilogy, based on German pen and paper RPG system The Dark Eye. The orc tribes of Northland somehow managed to organize themselves under strong leadership and are not scattered random groups of mad braves anymore. What's more, they're planning a full-scale attack on human settlements. The only way of stopping their onslaught now is finding and using the mythical sword known as Grimring, the Blade of Destiny, as it's the only weapon to defeat the Orcish chief and his army of minions. The whereabouts of sword are unknown, so a party of brave adventurers is hired to find it. Your party. First to locate map pieces leading to it, then the sword itself, and then eventually to use it and stop the invasion. Realms of Arcania is not just combat oriented like many of these earlier games were, especially the dungeon crawlers, but a very deep and engaging experience, in which you have to track a lot of things directly unrelated to the plot throughout your playthrough. So, for instance, separate counters for thirst and hunger for all 6 of your adventurers. Your party can be split at any point into smaller teams and controlled separately if necessary, which may come in handy more than once while solving some of those more demanding puzzles. During traversal, Blade of Destiny holds a typical for the genre first-person view and switches into top-down isometric grid-based tactical display for combat encounters. And these are actually really deep. Well, at least when compared to the industry standard at the time. And fun too. That's worth highlighting, I think, because you do want your games to be fun, right? The controls are rather clunky, that's for sure, but given the scope of the game and how much it actually does well, it's hardly a detractor from playing. If you enjoy good, big and time-consuming RPGs, with huge worlds and hundreds upon hundreds of items, you've hit a jackpot here, because Blade of Destiny is definitely a game for you. Moonstone: A Hard Day's Night is a game of many genres. It's a multiplayer party real-time role-playing board game with beat-em-up combat sequences. And yes, I said board game and I'm standing by it. That's my simplified definition of it at the very least. And I know, it does not sound simple at all. My love for Moonstone is not a secret to any of the long-time subscribers of this channel. I have a whole separate review covering it. Sure, it's an older, a bit rough video to watch now, but I do talk about Moonstone in more detail there. And even though it covers the Amiga version, other than not sounding as good, PC Sport is virtually identical. Anyway, while theoretically you can play Moonstone alone, it is a game designed to be enjoyed with others, preferably by 4 players all at once. The goal of it is simple. Something's happening in the lands, and it's nothing good. Quite the contrary, the evil is approaching and the only way to stop it is by using a titular Moonstone. So, you'll be competing against 3 other knights in finding said Moonstone. And when you do, you'll need to enter Stonehenge at appropriate moon phase to your given owned Moonstone. And that should pretty much cleanse the world of all evil. Fingers crossed. Well, when they're out of your large and heavy armor globe, that is. In theory, Moonstone can be beaten in around an hour. In practice, it's highly unlikely. While looking for said stone, you'll fight your way through various monster and enemy lairs filled with bodies to the brim. You'll battle it out with other players, 1v1 style, in medieval bouts to the death, that is. You'll get better gear in the shops and even raise base stats via earned experience points. You can also gamble, fight the dragon, use various magic spells and kill the so-called guardian among others. But all that I'll let you discover in detail on your own. What Moonstone was most famous for though, other than its addictive gameplay that is, was its gore-filled presentation. The game's beyond brutal. After some battles the screen is more red than anything else, and for the time there was just nothing like it on the market. But don't let it fool you. It's not a cheap money grab riding the crimson wave of pain. Moonstone is really a stellar title and an amazing time to be had with a group of friends. The Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes is a point-and-click adventure game inspired by the works of Sir Arthur Conan Doyle. You, playing as Sherlock, third of the world's greatest detectives, well, first being Batman and second your mama, are asked by Inspector Lestrade to help him with a murder investigation of a young actress, Sarah Caraway. She was jumped behind the theatre in Mayfair area of London and killed. Lestrade thinks that all the signs point to Jack the Ripper. You, however, are of the opposite assumption, noting that the victim fell caused by an unusual scalpel, one with a serrated blade. The case will take you and your loyal sidekick and heterosexual life partner Dr. Watson on a roller coaster of an investigation all around the city. You'll visit shops, zoological gardens, morgue, pubs, Scotland Yard, Surrey Docks, Savoy Street Pier, St. Pancras railway station, and many more other locations. And you will have your hands full getting to the heart of the thing. And no stone will be left unturned and no pint not drunk to the last drop. You'll also meet and interrogate many people and even employ few to assist you here and there. The game's played using a verb menu system and will require you to interact with many objects and people and solve numerous puzzles. Watson will take notes of any and all conversations in his journal and you can access them when necessary. Or when your memory fails, it's as feasible after all with so many clues that you'll no doubt find. Same as in the books, keen eye, observational skills, sharp mind and asking the right questions are all required to play and complete the Lost Files. But if you manage to, you'll find yourself having a lot of fun along the way and will be satisfied with how the plot progressed to its eventual conclusion. While The Lost Files of Sherlock Holmes is no doubt a fan favorite, and I did like it, it never really resonated with me as much as LucasArts' Adventures did. Perhaps it's because it was too serious and I was too young to appreciate it, or perhaps it was a lack of quirky humor. Hard to tell. Today though, I can really appreciate its worth. Bomberman aka Dynablaster is a perfect port of PC Engine's original. And when I say perfect here, I really mean it. Nothing was lost in translation. The game is amazing and infinitely playable. Easily one of the best competitive multiplayer games of its time. Especially that even up to 4 players could play on a single system all at once. I don't think there's anyone who haven't heard of Bomberman, but on an odd chance that you slept under the rock, got stranded on a desert island or imprisoned in North Korea, I'll quickly try to explain. I will talk about multiplayer mode exclusively, however, cause despite the game being playable alone too, and what you're watching on a screen now cause I have no one here to play it with me, it was definitely not made with that in mind. In short, Bomberman is a game in which you're one of the few Bombermen. Who would have thought? And you are trapped in a maze. That maze is filled with destructible and indestructible bricks, and you have to use bombs to open up passages and destroy opponent bombers. It sounds simple, but the addictiveness of this gameplay formula cannot be understated. It's a prime kind of fun. Under some of the bricks there are hidden buffs and upgrades, and among these you'll find additional bombs, bigger explosions and faster movement to name a few. The round lasts until there's only one winner standing and the game is composed out of few rounds. In single player, you train to complete series of mazes to get to the infamous Black Bomber who kidnapped your beloved, battling through his goons along the way. Bomberman is frantic and extremely fun title when played against others. Not so much alone. Wizardry 7 Crusaders of the Dark Savant is a direct sequel to earlier Bane of the Cosmic Forge that we've spoke about in the past, and a first-person dungeon-crawling fantasy sci-fi role-playing game. Right after finding the Cosmic Forge, just as it's being taken away from them by the servant of the Cosmic Lords Cyborg Aletides, our heroes realize that it's actually a clue to a location of the Astral Domina, the artifact of life, hidden somewhere on the planet Guardia. So you, controlling that merry group, must travel there and find it. And while on Guardia, you'll obviously have tons of adventures. This time, however, you're not limited to dungeons only and can explore towns and vast forested areas between them too. Which perhaps was nothing new in the genre, but definitely first for the series. Generally speaking, the gameplay is not changed nearly at all from the previous outing and retained all classes, skills and the magic system. You view the world from the first-person perspective and combat the enemies in turns, which is amazing as I hate real-time combat in grid-based games. That's me though, and you may not be as opinionated about it as I am. Magic is spread into 4 schools of psionics, alchemy, theology, which being magic could be questioned based on its naming alone, and thaumaturgy, which is the most terrible thing to pronounce to a not native English speaker such as myself. And there's 6 elemental categories of said magic. So, same as it was in earlier games. Anyway, that's what was kept from before. But there's quite a lot of new in Wizardry 7 too. NPCs have their own agendas and life schedules, so they may move around and can even hunt down objects in the game if you're not quick enough to find them first. Few extra skills not present in earlier titles have been added, most important of them the diplomacy, highlighting a much more important role of dialogues in this outing. Wizardry is also first of the bunch to offer auto-mapping and skill increase with usage, which is something you'd expect from games today, but back then it was rather fresh. Crusaders of the Dark Savant may not be the best RPG out there, but it's a very good one of the best for 1992 and a satisfying culmination for this long-running series of games. Star Control 2 is one of the most beloved and most important mixed-genre games of the early 1990s. The Earth is enslaved by the evil race of Vulcan. What a terrible situation. And one that there's no escape from, unless someone saves us all. Preferably someone courageous, strong and incredibly smart. Handsome too, cause why the hell not? Someone like you. So, you need to head off to space to find allies among the stars to try to overthrow the Urkan overlords. And since the Urkan are known to hunt down and imprison entire races in their own homeworlds, the potential and universal ethnic cleanse is a possible sad outcome. The game is part strategy, part role-playing, part adventure and part arcade shooter. It's everything and anything rolled into one very enjoyable and engaging package. The space is two-dimensional in Star Control 2 and viewed from above. You can travel between various constellations and planets and meet different aliens, each of them having a certain sphere of control and influence around their home systems. You can deal with them either diplomatically via dialogue or engage in a more direct combat. first approach is obviously advisable in majority of cases, and given the situation in the galaxy, especially because completing quests for the other species may result in them joining your side. On your quest for securing the Earth's and universe's future, you'll need to upgrade your main ship, buy other smaller ones to accompany it and support it, and hire additional crew members, who funny enough work as HP points for the ship. You'll also fight quite a lot, and those encounters will be a good practice for more demanding battles that are to come later. And finally, you'll scan the planets and harvest them for the raw materials, Shakira style. So, wherever and whenever you get a chance. These materials act as money when buying things at star bases, so you'll want to have as much as you can grab. Star Control 2 is a difficult game to describe in just a few sentences, but let the fact that it was remade years later and is still fixed and patched to this very day, and even released for free as the Urkan Masters, speak to its timeless quality. Alone in the Dark is a survivor horror with action-adventure elements and a spiritual precursor to Resident Evil games, as it was the very first ever 3D survival horror. The game is set in the Derceto, a Louisiana mansion belonging to recently gone Jeremy Hartwood. And sadly, Mr. Hartwood committed suicide there. You play as male or female protagonists, so either private investigator Edward Carnby or Emily Hartwood, Jeremy's niece, and you have to travel to the mansion to investigate the suspicious death. The mansion, however, is not as peaceful as it looks from the outside and is haunted by a whole manner of various monstrosities, from warp rats, zombies and ghosts all the way to the giant worms. And all of these are after your skin from the very moment that you entered. So, your mission is suddenly twofold. Not only to figure out what happened, but most of all, to escape the mansion alive. There are numerous puzzles all throughout the game, and they usually, but not always, end up requiring you to use appropriate objects in correct places. It's simple, but accompany the survival aspect nicely, adding to the tension and fear factor. While you can collect weapons and other items, you have to carefully manage your weight-based inventory, as you can only carry as much. Influences of Edgar Allan Poe and H.P. Lovecraft are quite obvious all throughout the story and will keep you on your toes all the way to the playthrough-worthy end. Let me start by saying that while Dune 2 is more popular of the two games, I consider First Dune to be more memorable title. It's a masterpiece that effortlessly blends the adventure, strategy and economic genres for a very enjoyable experience. The game loosely follows Frank Herbert's novel with you placed in shoes of Paul Atreides. The Emperor Shaddam Corrino IV has given the House Atreides the rights to manage extraction of spice melange on the desolate and desert planet Arrakis, the only place in the universe capable of producing it. And you know why? Cause it's poop. No, really, it is. Well, not human poop, mind you, but one produced by the giant sandworms living on a planet. And that magical, well, I say magical but think chemical, anyway, that however you wanna call it precious poop is indispensable in fueling the ships capable of interstellar travel. After all, as the saying goes, who controls the spice, controls the universe. So while realizing that the offer may be the trap orchestrated by the opposing House Harkonnen, Atreides agree on accepting the role despite that. In the adventure sections, you'll be mainly talking to various characters found in a book, and those conversations will push the plot forward while providing story background to all the strategy elements that you'll be in charge of too. So, you'll mine spice, wage war with the Harkonnen, and sooner rather than later. And even work on ecological issues with the Fremen to win their favor, all to exploit the planet for the priceless spice and to get rid of the evil opposing house. Once said spice starts flowing to the Emperor, however, since it's also a currency used for all the purchases, he will begin making demands for regular shipments, and you'll have limited time to fulfill them all, or otherwise he will invade the planet Dune and the game will end abruptly. Dune is neither the best strategy out there, nor great adventure really, being extremely linear, to the point of you taking part in most interactions, more as a passive witness rather than a person who can actually influence the choices taken. But all those parts put together make for a very atmospheric and fun game. Colin Curley, a mascot for the Quaver chips that I'm totally unfamiliar with, got so taken by the chips' delicious flavor that he lost his balance and dropped them down the giant anthill. You know, so far everything makes sense, right? So, to remedy the situation, he asks his ant friend to jump in and recover them, one by one. Cause you know, ants are small, strong but small. Since the ant is rather stand-up fellow, or gal, the gender is rather undisclosed here, he/she/it agrees to help and our game begins. Push over, has it all: graphics, music, sound, and most of all, addictive gameplay. The aforementioned Quaver's chip's product placement is not only very superficial, but also largely irrelevant, as it doesn't affect the gameplay in any way. The idea here is simple: all yellow dominoes have to be knocked over in each level, always ending with a very specific one. And since there are many different kinds of these, each with its own unique behavior, so some destroy floors, some create bridges, some tumble, among others, all that guarantees levels being pretty challenging, but also incredibly fun and satisfying to figure out and solve. Each level completed is a single Quiver chip's chip recovered, so completing a whole bug for calling will take a long while. Pushover is very cleverly designed, as while its difficulty ramps up and provides a constant challenge, it's never too much, and there are no levels that you won't be able to work out if you only give them a try or two. So, that constant supply of brain teasing followed by an immediate gratifying solution is what will keep you playing it all the way to the end. The fact that it looks damn cute and is super smoothly animated is just an added bonus. You're BJ Blazkowicz, an unfortunately named Allied spy and the toughest SOB that the world had seen. Well, at least till the Doom guy and the Master Chief later on. But those icons aside, when the game is set, you are the toughest. I mean, you're you, so you would have been a force of nature even if the game didn't call for it, but fortunately it does, and you can spread your ass-kicking wings wide and utilize your iconic boot to the toot and AZI conversion technique to the fullest. Is it working? Hard to tell, but the bodies you leave flying around everywhere you've passed through seem to suggest that you may need to work on it still. They seem more obliterated than converted. Anyway, Wolfenstein 3D is an episodic first-person shooter and a game that single-handedly kickstarted the entire FPS genre to the heights of popularity previously unseen. It was not the first, sure, not the best even, no doubt about that, but it was a first that was a complete and well-thought-out enough product to gain such a huge following. The first out of 3 Wolfenstein's episodes was released completely free as a shareware and published by Apogee. That distribution method can be accredited as being a cornerstone of its success, as many more players got to sample the frantic and fast shooting bonanza it offered for free and just couldn't shake the urge to keep going. And the solution to this painfully burning issue was that simple: to remedy it with a wallet. Each episode is built out of 9 levels, last one always ending with an epic boss fight. There's also a secret level hidden within the first 8, so it's worth to hack the walls too. Wolfenstein 3D received additional 3 episodes in Nocturnal Mission Pack that served as a prequel to the main game story and added more of the same blood pressure raising action-packed goodness. Wolfenstein offers 5 unstoppable weapons: a knife, pistol, machine gun, Gatling gun, and strongest one of them all, also one of the most notable in gaming overall, your epic jawline, which is not usable per se, but serves as means of intimidation for the enemies to fear. The arsenal may seem limited in choices, but it was more than enough for the first real game in the genre. There are a few additional pickups too: medikits, chicken meals, dog food, ammo, and treasures for points. If you never played Wolf 3D, and I doubt that, let's make that clear, but if you really didn't, pause the video and go do just that. It's worth to learn why shooters look and play the way they do today. Formula 1 Grand Prix, aka World Circuit, is one of the best, if not the best, F1 simulation racer of the early 90s, and the first game in Geoff Cramon's famous Grand Prix series. It features all 16 official international GP circuits and 18 teams with 35 drivers based on real-life 1991 season. And while the names of the drivers are not real, clearly because of the licensing issues, they can be easily edited by hand in-game. The 3 game modes available are Quick Race, Single Race and Full Championship, and they are exactly what their names state: Quick, Single and Full. Also, new names for coffee sizes in Starbucks, so memorize them, it may come in handy later. What Formula 1 Grand Prix was best known for though was its huge customization possibilities. They allowed you to adjust and tune many of the car's features, changing its on-track behavior and performance alike. So stuff like wing downforce, tires, gear ratios, or even brake balance to name a few. I'm an idiot, okay? For me, it all sounds like magic spells torn out of generic RPG, but apparently people versed in cars and racing said that these were really well implemented and changes made to them could actually be felt while racing. There are also 6 rookie-friendly options in the game that transform the gameplay from hardcore simulation to something akin to arcade racing: auto gears, auto brakes, self-righting spins, and others. Also spells, just in another game. And while these options were not necessary addition to racing simulation, they were a very nice gesture towards less proficient gamers and those who don't care much for realism. World Circuit is played in full 3D, features working rear-view mirrors, collision with other cars, crude damage model, debris flying everywhere, and different weather conditions that influence how cars behave on the track. All that put together makes for an incredibly enjoyable gameplay, especially if you're a fan of F1. And I have a confession to make here. I don't care for F1 as a sport. And to be frank, I don't care about sports in general. They're just not my thing. But despite that, I actually always found World Circuit fun, even if I wasn't very good at it. Historyline 1914-1918 is a spin-off from Battle Isle series, taking part during World War I. And for all intents and purposes, it's the same exact game, just not sci-fi. So it's a turn-based strategy for up to 2 players, played on a hexagonal grid map. It depicts German forces invading France, and you can pick either of the sides to play as, each of them having their own separate 24-mission-strong campaign. There are also 24 additional 2-player maps not used in single-player anywhere. Interestingly enough, Historyline is kinda true to its name, as after each mission it displays a lot of historical facts for the period, with pictures covering the 2 appropriate past months of the campaign, and a pretty thorough technical specifications of units available in the game. Each turn you can move your units and plan attacks. When you're done, said attacks are simulated, and animations of them play out depicting how successful they were. The turn then switches to the computer, which does the same. Then it's endless rinse and repeat until your eventual ultimate victory, cause you're you and failure is not an option. As the battle progresses, units gain experience based on the amount of damage they've caused to the opposing force, and that experience has monumental influence on their strength and accuracy. Naturally, you've access to all land, air and sea units of various kinds, with more of them being introduced gradually as the campaign progresses. Depots and factories are present on some maps too, usually in strategically important locations. First can be used to repair damaged or wounded units, while the second can manufacture new ones to serve as reinforcements for your forces. As the in-game time progresses between the missions, so will the seasons, and them changing actually influence terrain and efficiency of both sides of the conflict. Although Historyline was rather well known and a really fun game if you were into historical strategies, that is, it never reached heights of Battle Isle's popularity and by extension of that, high enough sales numbers. So the originally planned follow-ups in the series were preemptively canned. Dune 2, The Battle for Arrakis, also known as The Building of a Dynasty, same as the first Dune we spoke about more or less 5-10 minutes ago, is based on Frank Herbert's book Dune and takes place on the planet Arrakis, the only place in the universe known to have spice melange deposits, a resource crucial for interstellar travel, and by extension of that, the most precious and expensive one in the whole galactic empire. The Emperor has invited 3 powerful houses, Harkonnen, Atreides and Ordos, to compete against each other in spice extraction and bring up its production considerably. Very quickly, however, the houses' rivalry turns to violence and military competition, and if not for the Emperor, it would have definitely escalated to an all-out war. If that wasn't enough, the planet itself is hostile too, as it's a habitat for gigantic and near-indestructible sandworms. And while they can be in most cases avoided, when they attack, they're deadly, as they literally swallow units whole. Scary stuff. Even though the game is based thematically on the book and borrows from the source material in heaps, its story and gameplay have very little to do with either the book or the movie. Or movies, I should say, really, as we've plenty of these by now. While technically Dune 2 may have not been the very first RTS, it's still universally considered to be the first modern RTS and a progenitor of the genre, and a title that defined most of the staple RTS characteristics that we know and see in games even today. Things like gathering and processing of resources, use of said resources to build structures and train units, point-and-click command input for armies, and the need to protect the gatherers as they're crucial for progress while being fragile and powerless in a direct combat at the same time. And finally, the circle of power, meaning that each unit had weakness that other unit could exploit and vice versa. So, knowledge of your army's composition was a key to success. It's a great and enjoyable title that did not age well, sadly. Some design choices are clearly outdated by now, for instance, the fact that you can't control more than one unit at the time. Nevertheless, despite my complete indifference towards it, cause yeah, I'm not really a fan, Dune 2 is one of the most important games in history. And as such, and by extension of that, it's also one of the most important and best for 1992. Might and Magic 4: Clouds of Xen is a fourth in a series of 10 games spanning 3 decades and covering numerous settings and plots, and most of all, it's responsible for inception of brilliant later Heroes of Might and Magic games. Distant Lands of Xen are about to fall under the control of a villain known as Lord Xen, who had imprisoned a local overseer Crodo in a tower and is unleashing havoc across the lands. You and your band of local adventurers gets involved in this mystery and have to solve it and, well, as usual, save the proverbial day. Along with the world, but that's like your default task in all these games. And you never fail. Interestingly enough, if you combine Clouds of Xen with its successor Dark Side of Xen, they form so-called World of Xen together, a singular larger game with additional content, areas and quests. While each of the games have their own ending, when put together they offer a third and a unique one. But coming back to Clouds, it alone too introduced some of the new features, when comparing it to the third game at least. Notably, ability to pick and increase difficulty level, a separate inventory for quest items so that they wouldn't get mistakenly discarded, and a new notes option, which allowed you to keep track of crucial gameplay information like quests, passwords, clues and important locations. While Might and Magic 4 is not my favorite part in the series, the improvements to the gameplay formula cannot be overstated and its importance in history of gaming either, especially when combined with Dark Side of Xen. F-15 Strike Eagle 3 is a third and last game in the trilogy of microprocess F-15 based flight combat simulations, and a game that came out with a big boom, as in with explosion of quality, starting from the graphics, which is much better than ever before. Especially when it comes to terrain and scenery, with many well-known landmarks clearly visible, recognizable and at correct size when encountered. Like the Iraqi presidential palace in Baghdad, for instance. The planes look better too, your own in particular got a lot of detail work done to it. Sound design is pretty good too, definitely one of the best in the genre for the time, with all the beeps, creaks, swooshes and booms sounding the way they should, at least to my untrained ears. The flight model is as realistic as you'd expect from the last entry in the series and culminates the years of simulation with the most accurate approach to it microprose have ever done. The titular craft is armed with both air-to-air and air-to-ground weapons and is capable of taking multiple types of missions in one of 3 theaters of operation: Iraq, Panama and Korea. All these campaigns are split into several smaller missions, each consisting of both primary and secondary goals. Some of these can even be played in co-op multiplayer, so that's fun too. Strike Eagle 3 was praised for its gameplay by both gamers and press upon its release and is considered one of the best games in its genre of the era. The Patrician is an unquestionable proof that in the 16-bit era, German developers were the absolute grandmasters of trading and management games. It's an incredibly deep and well-executed trading game that simulates very complex and dynamic economy, where nearly everything from fully working supply and demand to business investments and actions of all players influence it in one way or another. All that makes for a very realistic and life-filling market where everything seems to make sense and is not randomized or based on invisible variables. While your ultimate goal in Patrician is to become the leader of the so-called Hanseatic League, I prefer playing it as an open-ended title, where you grow your empire and amass wealth. You know, going for that dream of mine of becoming a traveling multimillionaire. And to do so, you have a multitude of available endeavors. You'll obviously be trading using both trading offices and ships, buying goods cheap and selling them at high profit where they're most needed, hopefully, because it's not unusual to cash in with a loss all to avoid even higher costs and to give you a chance to recuperate the losses faster. You'll also build public works, private houses, industries and can even pursue a political career. Interaction with pirates and burglars is also not something out of your sphere of interests if that's what you're after, or means to an end of your intricate business or political strategy. I wouldn't say that the Patrician was ahead of its time, but it was definitely a representative of the absolute best of the best the times could offer in the genre, and a title that deservedly so gained huge popularity and recognition. What's best about it though is that unlike its genre brethren, it wasn't made targeting hardcore management and business simulation game enthusiasts. It has a very pleasant and colorful graphics, easy to use and grasp interface, so even newcomers to the virtual business world can jump in and quickly familiarize themselves with it without getting lost and or confused. If business games and thousands row strong Excel sheets are something you work on to relax, you'll love the Patrician. Ultima 7 Part 1 The Black Gate is a vast and captivating role-playing game and a follow-up to the long-running series by the legendary Richard Garriott. It's also first, or one of the first, in many things that we take for granted in modern RPGs today, design-wise that is. It's the first Ultima using a top-down worldview that fills up the entire screen. It's also first to introduce deep and by then unseen true-to-life NPC scheduling, meaning their lives are fully planned out, simulated, and they're going about their daily business as if you weren't there. So they go to work, after which they may visit a tavern for a drink or two, and then they eventually go back home to sleep before another busy day. It may not seem like much now, but in 1992, when NPCs in most games just stood around in one spot for days on end like stone pillars, never sleeping, resting or leaving their post, it was a huge improvement, adding to the realism and atmosphere. This seemingly small change made you feel as if you were really part of a larger living world that kept going, whether you were there to witness it or not. Additionally, it was the first title in the series to introduce full mouse-driven drag and drop on all the objects in-game, and real-time combat. Unlike previous Ultimas, you don't control a full party, but only our main hero Avatar and all of your companions, that you will no doubt meet many of, naturally, because of your magnetic personality, act on their own without any input on your end. And finally, Ultima 7 is the first title that was not only split in two identically numbered parts, but each of them had a separate, unique and its own add-on expansion. Interesting fact to keep a note of, if Avatar and his companions don't eat regularly in Ultima 7, they will die. You know, like in real life. So it's sorta a protoplast of the hardcore survival mode seen in many modern games too. Anyway, the Black Gate starts up in our quote-unquote real world, where you sit at your computer and suddenly, out of nowhere, receive a mysterious message on your PC screen from a being claiming to be a guardian, and telling you that Britannia entered the new age of enlightenment and soon everyone will bow to its new ruler. You not being an exception from that. A moment later, a moon gate materializes, and you, being the nosy little geek that you are, enter through to once again as Avatar save the kingdom from the impending doom. How cool is that? Darklands is probably one of, if not the most ambitious RPG that's criminally overlooked and underrated by most DOS gamers. Also, probably the most broken. It was one of the most bug-ridden and terribly programmed games to ever come out. And trust me, it's not easy to challenge Bethesda in their element. They are, after all, masters of bugs and glitches. The first release of Darklands had a coding issue in it that could even potentially corrupt system files on users' hard drive. Which today may be funny, but back then meant picking between playing this amazing game and risking your system stability or having a safe day-to-day PC working environment, but no dragons to slay. It was all obviously fixed with a later re-release, but bad taste prevailed it seems, and Darklands never received recognition it truly deserved. It takes place in the Holy Roman Empire's territory of medieval Germany and is represented in unprecedented detail, with over 90 cities, calendar system, currency and even weapon and armor types being historically correct. The character creator is one of the most interesting ones I've seen to date too. After choosing your name, gender and social status, you get to pick your initial occupation, which adds corresponding skill points, but also 5 years to your age. And then you can keep adding more careers if you'd like to, each adding more and more skill points and years to your character. So it's a balancing act of finding a suitable middle ground between the strength and experience. Additionally, magic is substituted with alchemy and you can brew pretty much any and all potions you'd like, given you're actually proficient enough to do so. Enemies and monsters that you'll face are all based on accurate at the time mythos in the region, so dragons, demons and witches may be something that you'll be facing at some point in one form or another. Darklands is entirely non-linear and completely open-ended, which is noticeable from the get-go, as your party of 4 starts in an inn in a randomly chosen city and not a predefined location, so each and every new playthrough may play out differently. And while your main goal theoretically is to defeat Demon Lord Baphomet, prevent the world-ending apocalypse and amass a lot of fame, funny enough quantified as a number, even after you do all that and watch the ending sequence, you can jump straight back in and carry on adventuring, completing quests and collecting experience. In its current form, patched and fixed, Darklands is an amazing experience that all fans of role-playing games should at least give a chance, as it will no doubt surprise them with its depth and fun factor. I'm a huge Star Trek fan, in love, not in dimensions, and I consider its vision of a peaceful future in which we're no longer members of individual countries but just Earthlings, citizens of utopian vision of our planet and founding members of the United Federation of Planets to be very enchanting, and something we, in real life, as intelligent and civilized species should strive for. Is this ideal version of us even possible? Hard to tell. In Star Trek's universe, it wasn't either initially, at least not until the first contact with other species, which opened our eyes to the fact that we're not center of the universe and that there are other, often much more advanced and developed beings. The technological and social leap that followed, while not instantaneous, catapulted us towards near utopian future. Star Trek is a subject I could talk about for hours, so I'm gonna stop now before this video becomes something it wasn't supposed to be at all. Star Trek 25th Anniversary is a point-and-click adventure game in which you play a role of Captain James Tiberius Kirk, and along with your crew from the original series, you're on an episodic set of missions of diplomacy, discovery, adventure and exploration. Well, it would be more lore accurate if Kirk would also explore sexuality of various alien species, but that might have been too much for the early 90s game to handle. Each episode offers different problems to be solved, and throughout the game you'll use skills and abilities of all crew members in a different way and capacity, where they fit best, preferably along Federation's integral goal of avoiding combat and violence as much as possible. So you'll be flying the USS Enterprise throughout the galaxy and controlling different crew members individually during numerous away missions, on which, as expected, you'll be meeting alien species, engaging in diplomacy and solving many problems and puzzles, most of which are nearly never inventory-based and often rely on you having at least fundamental knowledge of the individual team members' skill sets to solve them. Away teams always consist of Kirk, Spock, McCoy and one of 8 different red shirts, many of whom face possibility of dying during missions. Each of the 7 included episodes play out exactly like they would in the TV show, and it makes for a very authentic and atmospheric feeling experience. Star Trek 25th Anniversary is a pretty darn good adventure game, and it's worth checking out even if you're not into the source material. The Legend of Kyrandia series of adventure games are among the most acclaimed point-and-click titles ever released. This first title is no different. You're Brandon, a grandson of a wise wizard Kalak who has been turned into a stone statue by a formerly imprisoned, psychotic jester Malcolm. Malcolm's evil scheme sets him on the trajectory to take over the Kyrandia, and he wants to lay down his revenge on the mystics that kept him locked off for 18 years. To prove that you're the hero that we always take you for, you'll need to stop the nefarious Malcolm and ultimately become the king of the realm yourself. And why would a simple nobody become one? Well, as it turns out, you're a prince and a rightful heir to the throne, raised in hiding after the king and queen were killed by Malcolm years prior. As in most adventure games, you'll encounter many puzzles along the way, some requiring use of items picked up on your travels, others use of magic. And even though some of these will be slightly randomized, relying on little trial and error at times, they won't be overly difficult and shouldn't discourage from completing the game. That said, it's worth to be wary of what, when and how you're trying to do, as there are moments when incorrect or rash action may end up being an instant game over. So either be very careful or save often. Overall though, Legend of Kyrandia is chock full of quirky humor, interesting characters and tells a captivating but easy to follow story that you will no doubt seek to complete and see the resolution of if you only start playing. Especially because the point-and-click interface has been simplified to the absolute minimum, getting rid of all the excessive buttons or verbs. You have a mouse and its cursor, and armed with that and your mastery in clicking, you interact with the whole game world. Some may find it oversimplified as compared to the other titles in the genre. I think it's a natural evolution. I don't need a set of verbs after all to know not to talk to stone boulders, to not to try to pick up wooden hats, or to fight with my shadow. And the screen space saved by this seemingly insignificant change was better utilized to hold your inventory and offers a bit larger display area. It's a solution that allows you to immerse yourself in this enchanting world as much as it's possible without worrying about controls. Frederick Pohl's Gateway is a video game adventure, and it takes place in the future when traversal around our solar system is much easier accessible and not a stuff of sci-fi only. We've found a series of gigantic artificial underground tunnels under the surface of Venus, seemingly created thousands of years ago by an advanced now gone race of interstellar beings known as Hichi. And as we dug deeper and deeper, uncovering the secrets of the tunnels, we eventually found incredibly old but still functional Hichi ship. It may be ancient, but to us the technology was uber advanced and unlike anything we've seen. That discovery then leads to finding an abandoned Hichi space station with a lot of these empty ships docked at it. The station becomes known as Gateway and humanity's only connection point to the rest of the universe. Since traveling to these far-off places often poses a serious, deadly even risk to the traveler, only the most courageous adventurers, known as prospectors, who volunteer to do so are allowed to travel to the depths of the universe and the Gateway. And you play as one of them. On one of your travels, you discover an ancient alien device warning of an extremely dangerous and deadly species known only as the Assassins, and you're entrusted with a task of learning all about them and protecting humanity from the threat. This is how the game begins. For all intents and purposes, Gateway is very similar to Legend's other adventure titles, featuring identical text parser and point-and-click hybrid interface, allowing for navigation through the game world with either, and a first-person view. Graphics are mostly static and showing what your character is in the presence of, with an occasional small animation here and there in the background to add flair. As you're on your adventure, you'll visit and explore many planets, meet intelligent species of various kind, and encounter many puzzles, most of which are inventory-based, heavily relying on logic and often ingeniously integrated into the plot. There are no forced barriers or stopping points preventing story progression here at all, or any kind of trial and error. Correction, whenever I'm playing the adventure game, there's always trial and error. If you can endure the rather static presentation, Gateway is not only one of the best adventure games of the year, but of all gaming overall. The story is incredibly deep and involving, the lore is rich, detailed and beautifully translated from the original books to the computer screens, and the adventure you'll be on will be fun like no other. Cannon Fodder is not only Sensible Software's best game, but also one of the best arcade shooters of the entire 16-bit era. It originated on the Amiga, where it was a gigantic hit, something that it didn't manage to become on PC. Nevertheless, it was a fundamental title that shaped the arcade squad-based shooter formula for years to come, and one of the most action-packed and unique games in today's video. It's a deceptively cute-looking top-down shooter that's fully mouse-controlled. And I gotta say that the choice was genius. Mouse controls are not only ergonomic but also easy to grasp, even for someone who's not familiar with games at all. Staple sensible graphics are a core presentation here, with few pixels in size perfectly animated soldiers that you lead on series of more and more demanding missions. The enemies that you'll face don't differ too much from one another, other than having access to different weapons and sometimes using vehicles. Despite that, clever and increasingly challenging level design, objectives placement in better defended or more difficult to get to places makes for hella fun gameplay. In essence, in Cannon Fodder you're in command of a squad of up to 5 soldiers going through 24 larger missions split into 72 smaller phases, each of these having different objectives to fulfill, ranging from simple killing of all enemy units to destruction of all enemy structures, which coincidentally are nearly always also where the enemies spawn from. The arsenal of weapons is rather limited and consists mainly of your guns, with access to grenades and rockets in some phases. Well, and whenever you manage to find and pick them up too. Don't let the rather narrow number of articles of destruction fool you though. Cannon Fodder more than makes up for it with addicting, excellent gameplay and a stellar level design. It's one of the easiest games to get into and toughest to let go of. And the fact that each and every recruit that you get earns ranks after successful missions based on their performance makes losing them and seeing their gravestones appear on the grave hill that much painful and motivating to keep on trying. I just can't recommend it enough. I'm not sure if it was same everywhere, but where I grew up, there was a common urban myth that Flashback was a sequel to Another World, which as we know now is not the case whatsoever. Sure, both games had the same developer, similarly fluid moving protagonist, numerous animated sequences and incredible intros. But that's about it. Other than that, they are entirely separate entities. Flashback is a cinematic action platformer set in futuristic, often cyberpunkish feeling environments, and it's best known for its atmosphere and lifelike character animations. Rest assured, it plays pretty darn good too. The year is 2142 and you're Conrad B. Hart, a dude that's as smart as he's hard. Barely managing to escape from hostile aliens' complex, you hope to find your way to freedom, and yet, it's not in the cards it seems. They shot your flyer down, and with no power below your ass, you inevitably crash-landed on an unknown planet. When you woke up from the wreck, overwhelming with feeling of loss and amnesia are the only things you're sure of. From then onward, your quest to restore your memories, regain your identity and get back home begins. The level design is definitely Flashback's most prominent feature. Enemy placement and environmental puzzles require careful route planning and, most importantly, strategic approach. Running in, taking this alien world head-on, more often than not ends with deadly failure. Fortunately, while you still need to use your noggin, many of the puzzles have few possible ways of solving them, literally, by taking different paths or order of actions. So, it's a thinking man's platformer. As compared to Another World, Flashback focuses more on platforming and exploration rather than linear storytelling. And while its plot is fantastic too, it gives you a lot of freedom, many paths to investigate and some pretty fun puzzles to boot. Flashback is a timeless classic that was ported to nearly all systems of the time, and it's as good today as it was decades ago. Frontier is one of my all-time favorites, and a title I literally spent thousands of hours in as a kid. In theory, it's a space trading and combat simulation only. In reality, it's a space opera life in the universe simulation that you can get lost in for months if not years, never see the fraction of what's in it, and still keep having fun. That's how good it is. And that's precisely what I did. I got lost and played it for months on end, which, as it turns out, is the best way of enjoying the game. It's entirely open-ended, has no set-in-stone real direction or objective, and allows you to just live out your space life dream. So you can do nearly anything you've seen in sci-fi movies. You can be a trader, traveling from station to station, from planet to planet, buying low and selling high, or failing to do that and barely making ends meet. Cause you know, that's feasible too. You can be a smuggler, transporting high-risk or illegal goods, avoiding the law and striking huge payouts. Or get shot down by greedy space pirates. Even better, you can become a pirate too and hunt those that transport expensive stuff, stealing their goods and leaving no witnesses to prove it. It's all fun, but what if you don't want to be a bad person? I mean, I assume that not everyone will be a buddy in space, right? Well, you can become a bounty hunter and search for smugglers, pirates, assassins and all manner of bad folks, bringing them to justice. Or bring that heavy plasma-delivered justice straight to them actually. It works better that way for everyone anyway. That's not all though. You can become a miner, finding rich, inexpensive mineral vein asteroids and milk them dry. You can work for the military, you can transport passengers, effectively being a travel agent of sorts in this dangerous futuristic world, or even a spy. Yes, spy, like 0007. Cause you know, 00 works on Earth only. Best of all, however, you don't have to make one final and ultimate decision in Frontier. You can make them on case-by-case basis and not settle on being just one of all these things. The possibilities of experiencing the game are basically endless. And that's why I adored it. Cause it left me there, where? Well, somewhere in the middle of space with a whole galaxy to explore, tons of things to see, nothing telling me what and how to do, and offering no single correct way of playing it. I didn't love Frontier for combat, raising dozens of different commodities, numerous often in opposition to each other factions, accurate simulation, variety of ships, equipment or missions that I could complete in it either. I loved Frontier because it gave me a choice of making my own adventure out of the framework that it only really was. And it didn't judge or try to teach me a lesson by creating artificial moral systems and such. No, it allowed me to make the choices and face the consequences, good or bad. And all that in one of my most favorite settings of futuristic space. All that makes it easily one of the most important games of 1993. Innocent Until Caught is a point-and-click adventure taking place in year 2171. So, double fun. And you're Jack T. Ladd, a space thief who's been finally ambushed by the Interstellar Tax Office and is ordered to pay his overdue taxes or face the consequences, which in the future happen to be death. Quite drastic, I know, but given where our world seems to be going now, this may be what we'll be facing in our future too. Fortunately, you have 28 days to do so or settle your affairs, your call. You're gonna try to find a way out of this pickle. So you agree to take 3 high-paying jobs for a rather shady individual, a pawnbroker Ebenezer, or a crime boss going by the name of Git Savage. Like Git Good, but not really. So you're tasked with sourcing 3 unique items, and by source I naturally mean steal. But when you do, it becomes painfully obvious that you've been set up as you're delivered straight to the space police. In prison, awaiting your demise, you're given a chance to escape, which you naturally take, bringing a fellow inmate Narm Napalm with you. He's a rather stupid fellow, but loyal, and will be your sidekick throughout the rest of your adventure. And from then onward, Innocent Until Caught will take you on a roller coaster of an adventure throughout the whole galaxy, dealing with ruthless dictators, weapons capable of destroying entire star systems, finding means of becoming infinitely rich, and you'll even fall in love. While the plot may seem a bit over the top summarized like that, in just a couple of sentences, it's actually really good and will keep you on the edge of your seat all throughout. Some puzzles may be a tad on the difficult side, sometimes appearing to have no logical solution, but even if you'll have to dabble in a little trial and error, I can pretty much guarantee that you'll never be bored. Innocent Until Caught is an excellent example of a stellar storytelling, coupled with interesting plot and demanding puzzles. It may not be for everyone given the difficulty, but its importance is unquestionable. Might and Magic 5 Dark Side of Xen is a direct follow-up to year prior's Clouds of Xen. When they're both installed together, they form World of Xen, a singular bigger game composed of the 2 smaller ones. and you can not only move between the two game worlds via use of teleportation pyramids, but also feature new additional separate and crossover quests and areas. The idea behind it was quite brilliant, ensuring that all the fans of the first title would definitely pull the trigger on the second, not wanting to miss anything. And as a reward, they've even gotten some free additional content just by having them installed at the same time. This fifth game closes the overarching plot that began in the first one, concluding all the open threads and storylines. Your party of 6 brave adventurers steps into Darkside. One word, and not like in Star Wars. The other side of Xen, following the trail of a disappeared Prince Roland. There, they'll meet with Lord Alamar, an usurper to the throne who defeated previously ruling queen. What's more interesting is that he is, in fact, someone completely else than he initially appears to be. Who, you may wonder? Well, play the game to figure it out. Anyway, his quote-unquote revolt was so dramatic that all of the Queen's allies had either been killed off in the conflict or made to join Alamar and serve him. You must now liberate Xen and help space traveler Korak seek out and defeat corrupted Guardian Sheltem, the villain of most games. Dark Side of Xen will take you on a ginormous adventure all around its dual worlds, visiting many different locations, defeating evil big and small, saving captured heroes and big busted ladies. Well, that last one is that questionable, but you'll find the Queen, who's not what she was before either, and generally speaking will be gathering power for the final confrontation with Sheltem. Same as its predecessors, Dark Side of Xen mixes fantasy and sci-fi with ease, serving a very satisfying and enjoyable conclusion to the long-running story and offering a lot of fun RPG combat, exploration and puzzling. It's a true gem in its own genre, extremely atmospheric and unique party-based RPG that you'll love. I've no doubt about that. Fury of the Fairies is a puzzle platformer with its gameplay predominantly set in platforming mechanics while putting a lot of emphasis on puzzling. So it will require you to master the keyboard controls, nay, to become a true keyboard assassin, arrow keys ninja even, all the while making sure that you use that head of yours looking for solutions for many of its problems and environmental challenges. Its story, while there is one, is not mind-blowing, and only ever crafted to serve as a simple motivation for you to carry on playing. Motivation you won't need, as the gameplay defends itself pretty well and Fury is just incredibly addicting. But since I've mentioned it already, let's summarize it in short, so you know what's what. There's this evil dude called the Wicked One. Yup, Dev's creativity in naming was strong for this one, and he captured the king of all tinies, and changed others into his mindless servants. Now, 4 of your tinies, red, yellow, green and blue, that just came back from space and managed to avoid all the brainwashing shenanigans, seeing the state of their world, decide to save the king and defeat the evil. That's all the motivation, backstory and reason you get. Like I said, you won't need it, as Fury of the Fairies works on an interesting premise of each of your tinies that you control having entirely different skill sets and being used in different pieces of puzzling. Especially that not always all tinies are available all at once, and proper utilization of what you have available at hand, so to speak, is a key to success. The blue can swim and shoot bubbles underwater, red bites through destructible blocks, yellow has charged and rapid shots, and green sports a line and grapple hook that he can use to pull objects and to swing too. And Fury of the Fairies will not only require you to master pixel-perfect jumps, daring rope swings and bullseye-accurate shots, but will also have you think. And in some of those latter levels, a lot. It may sound discouraging to some, but gameplay loop is so fun that you won't even notice that your head is working as hard as your fingers are. The first few levels will be a walk in the park, but gradually you'll be introduced to challenges of both skill and mind, having to plan out entire routes and order of action to perform to beat them. It sounds dry and boring when I talk about it, it's not lost on me, but as soon as you start playing, get used to the super accurate controls, and find your first few secrets and hidden levels, and there's one in every single stage no less, you'll fall in love in this gem of a game. Pinball Dreams is one of my most favorite early 90s pinball games. It originated on the Amiga and it's best played there, no reason to dance around the subject, but it doesn't mean that it was bad on PC, just not as polished. It was also not as good as its direct follow-up, Pinball Fantasies, but for the time it came out in, there was nothing that could realistically compare to it. I mean, there were few other fun pinballs released for DOS, but Dreams took the cake. And easily. It was the most realistically feeling one of them all, beautifully looking and sounding as close to the ones found in the arcades as it was possible. It came with 4 differently playing and stylized tables, Ignition, a Space Rocket Interstellar Traversal themed one, simplest in design out of all 4, best for newcomers to the genre. Steel Wheel, my personal favorite, Spaghetti Western table, you know, cowboys, robbers, sheriffs, shootouts, the likes, fun. Beatbox, a modern music theme table, and one I probably played the least. It doesn't mean anything really, it was as fun as the others. And finally Nightmare, Horror, death and all kinds of monsters is what it's all about. Quite a varied selection and unique themes proved a recipe for success, and anyone could find at least one table that they enjoyed playing, and henceforth the game was rather popular. While the ball physics were not perfect in Pinball Dreams yet, that came with later games, they were believable at least, and the fact that the game didn't use any impossible ramps, platforms or imaginary features made it a pretty realistic experience. Star Trek Judgment Rights is a point-and-click adventure following a courageous crew of the USS Enterprise starship on an 8 brand-new episodic missions of exploration, scientific discovery and cooperation with new and exotic species. And it's also a successor to year prior Star Trek 25th anniversary, featuring slightly facelifted graphics, music and sound, all working on an earlier game's engine. The biggest difference between the two is that this time all episodes are not singular adventures, but form a logical and plot-related chain. One of them is a direct follow-up to the last episode from the previous game, and half of the rest are parts of a single, bigger and ongoing story arc. Other than that, it's all the same again, with you controlling Captain Kirk and interacting with other crew members to solve various issues on the adventures that the Enterprise faces. And there will be a lot of these, and of the otherworldly kind too, like meeting World War I German Fokker planes in space or entering area where normal laws of space-time physics are shifting in a chaotic manner. Not to mention giant alien ships suddenly invading Klingon neutral zone, or Captain Kirk having to serve as a diplomat between various warring species. If you're a fan of a show or a general ideology behind Star Trek, you'll love it to bits. If you aren't, then it's just another sci-fi adventure title that is pretty solid and with a decent presentation. Star Trek Judgment Rights, along with the next game in this video, are excellent examples of tie-in titles made well and not botched with rushed design just to cash in on the franchise. All the TV show actors provided voices to the cast of the game too, and it's clear that a lot of care and attention was given to best bring the TV magic to life to this video game. It's a definite recommendation. Star Wars X-Wing is a space combat simulation set in the Star Wars universe. You get to pilot X, Y and A-Wing starfighters for the Rebel Alliance against the Galactic Empire forces. The graphics are full 3D with flat shaded polygons and bitmaps used only for explosions and cockpit, providing a very modern and realistic for the time look for the game, giving justice to the source material. The story, that's composed out of 3 campaigns, take place before and during the famous and cinematic battle depicted in the first movie. Each campaign is 12 to 14 missions long, and while they can be attempted at any order, missions within each campaign are linear. The base game's story ends with you flying as Luke Skywalker in a famous attack against the Death Star. Expansions to the game allowed plot to develop a bit further, all the way to the events leading to the Empire Strikes Back. Missions themselves are also quite varied, from strike attacks through escorts and defense assignments, all the way to reconnaissance flights and capture operations. Gameplay is fast and action-packed, and while there isn't much to talk about in terms of armament, consisting of only recharging laser and limited number of warheads, the power distribution that you will have to manage through all of the encounters, reallocating it between the lasers, deflector, shields and engine, will keep you on the edge of your seat, feeling as if you were really there, flying for the Rebel Alliance. Even though I always preferred Star Trek to Star Wars, I have to say that X-Wing is really good. So if you're at least a little bit inclined to play space shooters, there's definitely fun to be had here. The Lost Vikings is an interesting title. It's a mixture of sorts between classic platformer and a puzzle game. The main trio of characters all have their unique skills and usage scenarios, and it's your job to lead them to each level's end by utilizing those skills to the best of your abilities. Coincidentally, they also pretty much sum up a classic golden trio of MMORPG parties. Obviously, The Lost Vikings is not an MMORPG, but to be quite honest, I'm already way too deep in this thought process now to stop it. Henceforth, I am going to follow this odd path to its very end. So, the red-haired skinny guy can run, jump and headbutt walls when sped up enough. It's obvious that he's our typical dexterity-based rogue/scout, quick-acting, nimble character. Then there's the stocky tank with a shield. Said shield may not seem like much initially, but it can be used threefold. As shield god's intended for personal and party protection, swallowing all the damage incoming without effort, as a sort of parachute to safely glide down from ever-present heights, and also as a makeshift platform for our jumping red-bearded fellow to use for traversal. These last 2 usage scenarios are very useful in puzzling, I must add. Finally, the muscled mustachio, he has a sword and a bow, representing DPS warrior class like a boss, by spreading death and destruction left and right. The fact that he can activate far-off switches with targeted arrow shots is just an added bonus. The main quest of our three heroes, as in many tales of yore, is simple: to find a way back home to their loved ones. Now, that's definitely not going to be easy, and with each and every encounter they will face more overwhelming odds and tougher puzzles to solve. The Lost Vikings is a complete package, sporting excellent gameplay, beautiful sound and graphic design, and fun environmental puzzling. If you've never played it, I'm sure you'll love it. And if you know it, then you probably do already. The events of Ultima 7 Part 2 Serpent Isle take place 18 months after those from a previous game, and end with a conclusion to this large two-part storyline. The leader of Friendly Fellowship has disappeared, and a map is found that points to the location of Serpent Isle, where Evil Guardian is still planning to destroy Britannia. Lord British, once again, sends Avatar and his companions to solve this hot mess. This time, to face the evil and defeat it, Avatar will have to study history and philosophies of the original inhabitants of the land, who worship giant serpents symbolizing principles of order, chaos and balance. Whenever there's multiple factions, however, sooner or later a conflict is born, and history of Serpent Isle was no different. The war was long and bloody, with Order eventually coming on top and destroying Chaos Serpent in the process. This event, however, echoed throughout all of the creation, as with one serpent gone, balance was upset and universe began to unravel. Eons later, Serpent Isle was resettled by humans who came there from Sosaria, not yet Britannia, and named it New Sosaria. Serpent Isle, unlike Britannia, only has 3 cities, representing corrupted, nay, twisted version of Britannian principles of truth, love and courage. So, instead of truth, there's power, beauty took place of love, and courage turned into intrigue and betrayal. Serpent Isle uses same slightly modified engine as its predecessor did, and is also a real-time top-down view role-playing. It is however a bit more linear and requires some of the tasks to be completed at specific points for the plot to progress, which was not something earlier games did. Other than that, everything is as it was in Blackgate and culminates with a satisfying conclusion of this large two-parter of a story. Serpent Isle is obviously best played after completing Blackgate because it's a direct follow-up to it and references the earlier title often. It's not necessary though, but the lack of context may be initially a bit confusing. Still, Serpent Isle is an excellent example how to make a good sequel, how to end captivating story, and how fun and playable RPG can be if made by folks with passion for the genre. Maniac Mansion Day of the Tentacle is a well-deserved sequel to 1987's Maniac Mansion and an excellent point-and-click adventure game in its own right. Purple Tentacle accidentally drank some of the contaminated water spilling from the odd pipes sticking out of the titular mansion, like hay sticks out of horses' droppings, so randomly and in all directions. As a result of that, he mutated into superior in terms of dexterity and intellect being. He grew hands, perhaps without opposing thumbs, but hands nonetheless. With his newfound smarts and abilities, he now aims to take over the world. Dr. Fred, a villain from first game, now a concerned by turn of this unfortunate event's senior citizen, sends trio of our heroes, Bernard, Hoagie and Laverne, a day into the past to prevent the incident. But since time travel, as we all know very well today, obviously requires use of a diamond, and Dr. Fred, being cheap as he is, substituted it with a fake, our heroes are sent into different periods in time, both past and future. They're in a proverbial pickle. So, the entire adventure takes place in the very same place but in 3 different time periods. And it's up to you not only to save the world, but also eventually get all 3 characters back together in the present. Many of the puzzles rely on an interesting mechanic of you sending objects between different time periods, utilizing the time machine to solve them. So, you really have to give it your best and think creatively in this one to complete it. If you're not using a walkthrough, that is. While it's a novel and previously unseen concept, it shouldn't come as a surprise really, as most of the new design or mechanic ideas introduced by LucasArts games at the time were either the first overall in gaming or genre-defining changes. Naturally, as in most titles by the giant of the adventuring, the humor is Day of the Tentacle's strongest suit, and while it's seemingly everywhere, behind every interaction or dialogue, it doesn't get in the way of incredible B-movie plot and complements it all the way through. To summarize, Day of the Tentacle is amazing, easily one of the best adventures ever made. It's impossible to talk about games that defined 1993 and not mention Doom. In fact, it's impossible to talk about 90s or even gaming overall without mentioning Doom. Not only it redefined and perfected the genre, but created a franchise that is extremely successful and playable to this very day. Wolfenstein 3D was a hit, but Doom shook the world to its core. Shook it so hard in fact, that it changed forever. It took everything that Wolfenstein did and made it better, bigger, faster and more technologically advanced. Stages could be of different height, even if with use of some kind of Jedi mindfuckery, and stairs and lifts were omnipresent and crucial in exploration and traversal. Walls finally could be aligned to each other at all angles and not only 90 degrees, and there was also pretty advanced for the time lighting system, with some rooms in pitch black, others lit just by a few small light sources, creating dark, eerie and fear-fueling atmosphere of being stranded alone in a sea of dark against demonic hordes. Finally, outdoors, pools of water and lava expanded possible gameplay locales you'll visit considerably. Inclusion of an automap is a godsend too, making it easier to navigate some of these new and complex areas. There's quite a few of weapons in Doom 2, and each deadlier and more iconic than the previous. I mean, even the first few like shotgun and chainsaw are the all-time classics now, and forever ingrained in minds of players as tools of ultimate destruction. First was a huge step up from basic pistol, finally allowing you to lay destruction left and right, even if at short range only, and second, needed no ammo, and while useless at long distances too, up close it annihilated anything it touched. Unlike Wolfenstein, there are no lives in Doom. You have one, and that's it. And it's gotta last you throughout the entire game, you know, like in real life. You can find, however, various buffs like medpacks, armor and berserk pack to survive it all. What I always found most captivating about Doom though was the atmosphere. Sci-fi mixed with demonic, all dark, gritty, with tons of jump scares and fear-inducing gruesome looking foes, each next uglier than the last, often spewing demonic fire at you from afar or rapidly closing distance between the two of you to later deadly attacks from a melee range. There was just nothing like it back then. But while it was all undoubtedly amazing, it still wasn't the most important thing that Doom did, not even close. Even if we assume that Doom wasn't the first FPS title, it was the first online multiplayer FPS game. And even better, offering two completely different modes of play. Campaign co-op, which was even more fun than the base game, and more popular, more widespread and played, deathmatch, with players fighting against each other for frags. I mean, whole campuses played it. People organized LAN parties, meetings and tournaments just to play deathmatch. Story-wise, the UAC, so Union Aerospace Corporation, has been experimenting with teleportation on Phobos and Deimos, Mars's moons. And even though initially it seemed like the tech may go somewhere, unexpectedly something went wrong. It seems that not only hell exists, but also gates to it have been opened on Phobos and demonic spawns spilled from them, killing anything and anyone they came across. Deimos, on the other hand, just ceased to exist. So, a squad of elite marines was sent to Phobos to contain the situation, and when they landed and engaged the enemy, all but one of them were slaughtered. The sole survivor, the toughest of the toughest, the Doom guy, you. You are what's left of humanity on the moon, and our last chance to close the portals and prevent universal destruction. Syndicate is one of the most important games in the then emerging squad tactics action strategy RPG mix of a genre, and I used to love it. Yes, past tense. But despite that, because of its significance, it cannot be ignored in a video such as this one. Its cyberpunk futuristic setting, coupled with simple strategy layer, mixed with action-packed squad-based arcade shooting and RPG-inspired character improvements and weapon gearing up, was what I was definitely into in 1993. Syndicate's depiction of future is dark, rotten, dangerous and based on money. In fact, its world is run by huge corporations. Corporations that stand tall and way above the law. Obviously, you work for one of these and have to lead a team of cybernetically modified and heavily armed agents on series of missions. Missions of various objectives that will take you all around the world to make sure to secure regions that would fall under umbrella and ultimately control of your own corporation. Well, I say your own, but you're but a mere pawn controlled by much bigger players. A tiny gear in a conglomerate of a machine running the world. The objectives that you'll be after vary considerably and can range from simple capture or rescue of specific people all the way to assassinations among others. It will usually mean pacifying local police force and opposing agents in the area too. Before each and every mission, you have to arm and cybernetically enhance your team, if you can afford to at least, to prepare them for what's to come. So, understanding what your objectives are and at least more or less what kind of resistance you can expect is a must. And proper gearing up can be a difference between winning or failing in a particular mission. Syndicate was critically acclaimed and quickly became one of the most popular titles of 1993. I've spent disgusting number of hours playing it back then, but now, if I can be honest with you here, I couldn't care less for it or its sequels. My opinion is irrelevant, however, and doesn't reflect the quality of the game or how important it was when it came out. Anyway, objectively speaking, Syndicate is a pretty cool game that stole hearts of geeks and sci-fi nerds in the 90s, and to this day is remembered fondly by many. SimCity on C64 was great, way more than the little system should ever be able to handle. SimCity on Amiga was amazing. All things considered, the best iteration of the game in flat top-down 2D, but 1993's SimCity 2000 on PC was world-shattering in comparison. On the first glance, it may have been just the case of more but better, so raising everything to modern at the time presentation of high-resolution isometric view, decent sound design and earwormy music, and expanding on the gameplay formula a little. But in reality, most things have been rebuilt from scratch to become not only deeper and more thorough in the simulation aspect, but also more user-friendly and easy to grasp for a newcomer to the series. The sheer number of interplaying with each other mechanics of land demand, inner city transport, utilities and tourism made SimCity an incredibly captivating package and game that instantly became a quality benchmark for all others in the genre that came after. Maxis somehow managed to take an extremely deep and intricate title that the original was, make it even bigger, more detailed and content-packed, and still easily approachable for someone who'd never played the game. So much so in fact that it truly deserved the 2000 in its name, as it was huge but also very welcoming and fun package. I mean, you could just sit down at the game having no prior knowledge of it at all and have a fully working quiet small town in half an hour or so, all the while having more fun than you ever thought you could. I mean, when I was a teen, my mother once burnt a family dinner as she got so lost in the game when I showed it to her that she forgot that she was cooking at all. And she wasn't, isn't and won't be a gamer. She cares not for such pleasures. Even if I was pretty intimate with the series by the time SimCity 2000 came out, it was more than just a mere sequel to me. It was a next generation of a simulation. Simon the Sorcerer is a humorous point-and-click game that's universally considered as one of the best adventures of its era. The inspiration in its world design are rather obvious, and very strong Terry Pratchett's Discworld influences are impossible to overlook. That said, if you look carefully and immerse yourself in the world of Simon, you'll notice that it was borrowing from other famous books and series in heaps too. So Lord of the Rings or Jack and the Beanstalk themes, for instance, will be prevalent throughout your adventure too. Story-wise, your surprise, Simon, a teenage boy who shortly after his 12th birthday is transported into a parallel universe of magic on a mission to save the wizard Calypso and defeat the evil sorcerer Sordid. Now, I don't know when you've been 12 last. For me it's been a little while, but I remember not being someone who'd be capable of defeating any wizards, sorcerers or even magicians. I could probably throw a couple of karate moves, few punches, a kick or a two and a grab, but any adult, using magic or not, could probably easily overpower me and put me in my place. Simon, it seems, is built different. And also appearances may be deceiving as he looks even less capable of fending for himself than I ever did. Where there's will, there's a way though, and since Simon has to rescue a wizard to be able to get back home, he embarks on epically funny quest of misadventures, coincidences and magical mistakes, all to save Calypso. Simon the Sorcerer, the game and not our hero, appeared seemingly out of nowhere and shook the adventuring world. It didn't come from Sierra, it didn't come from LucasArts or any other well-known devs back then, but newcomer Adventuresoft. Now, some of you will start to boil now in anger. Don't. And I know that you know that I know that it was incorrect. Confusing, right? This accent, this pronunciation, and on top of that, I talk in stupid riddles. It's gotta be annoying. Anyway, truth is that while the brand Adventuresoft might have been rather fresh from cooking when Simon dropped, it was in fact a former Horrorsoft, a veteran of gaming, responsible among others for a cult classic Elvira series. The game engine used by Simon the Sorcerer is similar to Scum engine powered in LucasArts' games, using near-identical verbs for control and keeping the inventory at the bottom of the screen so that the fans of the genre would feel playing it right at home. IndyCar Racing is Papyrus's second game after earlier Indy 500, and for the most part it can be considered to be a better version of the first title. It set a standard for all the simulation racing games to come in the future. It features 8 circuits for individual racing or as a part of Championship and a selection of contemporary chassis and engines. With 2 expansion packs released later, 7 new tracks were added for a total of 15, infamously forgotten Indy Speedway included. Most drivers of real-life 1993 season short of Nigel Mansell were included, and the comprehensive garage feature allowing you to customize the cars before races was better than ever. Racing physics was a step up from anything that came before too, implementing various real-life racing techniques, based on grip, ideal racing lines and throttle-to-brake interaction. The match model was rather good too, with bits and pieces flying off after collisions, components failing occasionally and such. All that put together made IndyCar Racing a really difficult game. And I don't mean difficult as in it will take you a while to win races, I mean so demanding that you will have to fail numerous times before you even start completing races, not to mention winning. which for some it may be disheartening, but on the flip side, it was a very decent simulation of what would really happen if you were to jump in an IndyCar racing bolide and start competing. Assuming you wouldn't die in the process, that is. So it would take a long while before you'd be able to complete the race, not to mention place in any noticeable spot. Well, me, not you, because you're great and you would win straight away. IndyCar racing graphics are phenomenal. Yes, are, and not were. Sure, they can't compare to modern games when it comes to fidelity, depths and effects, but they wouldn't look fugly and you wouldn't be disappointed if you'd play it today. Texture mapping, car models, real-life tracks and even the ad placement are all fantastic and as realistic as it was possible to achieve in 1993. And Papyrus has truly crafted a masterpiece that was beloved and favored of many racing fans until the release of its second outing. Even though Wing Commander Privateer has an overarching plot, you can completely ignore it and play the game as is. No, really, you can treat Privateer as a standalone futuristic space-based simulation and live out your space fantasy in its universe. So, you can become a merchant, mercenary, smuggler or even a pirate. It offers loads of missions to choose from to progress in whichever the life path you've chosen. Oh, I didn't tell you what it is yet though, did I? It's a futuristic space life simulator, not unlike Frontier, but on a much smaller, condensed scale and with a storyline. It features decently large universe of 64 star systems with their own planetary bodies. And while its universe may be dwarfed by close to 100 billion systems in Frontier, it's more than enough to secure hundreds if not thousands of hours of gameplay anyway. Privateer uses modified Wing Commander 2's engine, offering much more details and sharper visuals than that game. Combat and spaceflight are virtually identical to Wing Commander, which is both a blessing and a curse, depending how you wanna look at it. Cause on one hand, it's easy to get into and enjoyable, but on another it completely ignores any and all laws of physics, relying entirely on arcadish spaceflight and combat. Now, I initially mentioned that the plot can be put aside, but if you ever decide to follow it anyway, it's really captivating and pretty good, so you'll have a lot of fun discovering all the intrigues and backstabbing that it features. It starts off innocently in 2669 with you inheriting an obsolete Tarsus merchant ship from your grandfather and a tiny little bit of credits to get you going. So you decide to try to make it on your own. Before you're able to complete your first trading deal, however, you're attacked by the pirates. Now, usually it would have been an issue, but you're you and they don't know it, so you explain carefully, making sure that they understand the full gravity of the situation, using universally understood language of laser blasts and spread of heavy missiles. The message is received and you come out unscathed, but one of your missiles accidentally hits a random seemingly dormant object that instantly comes alive and moves off silently, glowing eerily in green. Cool, right? Now, to learn more about it, you'll need to decide to follow through with the story, I'm afraid. I love Pirates Gold, but hate talking about it. And I know I've made a video review of it years ago and keep mentioning it whenever swashbuckling or buccaneering themes pop up in any of the games that I cover, but I do hate talking about it, that is. It's because similarly to Frontier, it's a game where you theoretically can just live out your pirate life, never following the plot and just playing it for the fun of it. Unlike Frontier though, the scale is much smaller and covering Caribbean, and also with an overarching plot. But let me try to gather my thoughts and explain why it was such an important game in the early 90s and 1993 in particular. First of all, it mixed genres, the way I like it best, so many of them and seemingly on random. So role-playing, management, trade, arcade and adventure, not really in equal measures, but perfectly, creating a hella entertaining and addictive gameplay concoction. And secondly, it gives you tools to play with and sets you off on an adventure to make it your own. So you can work for one of the 4 nations battling it out for Caribbean, siding either with Spanish, French, Dutch or English, or for few of them, because as long as they're not at war, profit is everywhere to be made. But you know what? You don't really have to ally yourself with either and can remain neutral, either pirating, sinking ships, raiding ports from land or sea, chasing elusive gold fleets or silver trains, all to turn the profit and get bigger and better ships armed to the teeth no less. Or quite the opposite, you may become a pirate hunter, seek them out, ask about them in taverns and gain rewards, money and fame for bringing them to justice. Seems cool, right? But if action, sea battles or fencing are not your thing, you can dabble in trade too. There's not many goods to trade with, but plenty enough to earn a living. And you can do all that near indefinitely, or follow the plot focusing on finding and rescuing your long-lost family members. Pirates Gold on PC is the ultimate version of the game and one that truly lets you live out your swashbuckling dreams without the risk of losing limbs, without the need to familiarize yourself with random cracker-eating parrots, or having to sport eye patches. You can do it from the comfort of your own chair and at your own pace. It's an amazing open-ended title that's as fun today as it was in 1993.
Finish him. Flawless victory, fatality.
Sounds echoing the arcades all around the world throughout the entire 1992, drowning any other games in shouts, screams of pain and sounds of splattering blood, Mortal Kombat stormed and took over the arcades in one sweep uppercut, and a mere year later repeated it on PC and most popular consoles of the time. Mortal Kombat on PC looked amazing, near arcade perfect, with all the digitized actors beautifully recreated and smoothly animated in their full bloody glory, losing nothing in the translation. If you haven't had an arcade cabinet standing next to it to compare, you'd swear that it looked as good as the original did. It sounded great too, with all the expected shouts, grunts, screams and punch and kick noises. Music, even if MIDI based only, was a very faithful, atmospheric and memorable rendition, one that you'd find yourself humming after playing, and one that was instantly recognizable. While the excellent presentation is no doubt great to have, it's rarely what makes or breaks the game. And it's the gameplay that's the deciding factor of game's overall success. And I'm happy to report that Mortal Kombat rocked. All the characters, special moves and violent finishers in the form of fatalities are included and are as good as ever. Fun to learn, even more fun to pull off, and most fun to master. I'm of a firm belief that in the early 90s, Mortal Kombat was the only series that could have ever realistically endangered Street Fighter's claim for the crown of a best all-round versus fighting game. And coincidentally, it was also the game that, along with Snatcher on Sega Genesis, sparked movement that created ESRB, pushing for larger content control in gaming and standardization of ratings, effectively confirming that games were a medium as, if not more important than the movies. I keep talking and talking, assuming that everyone knows what Mortal Kombat is. After all, it's such a groundbreaking and iconic title. But on the very odd chance that you don't, it's a versus fighting game in which you can either challenge your friends into a bloody one-on-one contest of strength, picking one of 7 included and digitized fighters, or play out the story mode, defeating stronger and stronger enemies, all the way to Shang Tsung, the villain of the game, to stop him from taking over our realm. Why would he want our realm? Well, the tournament between Earth and the Outer World takes place every 50 years. Both realms always present the best fighters, and whichever side manages to win 10 times in succession gains control of the other. As it stands, Earth lost last 9 times, and it's up to you now to save us. Preferably by series of powerful punches, knee-to-the-groin kicks and special attacks. You know, the fun way. Because if you're not having fun saving humanity, then what's the reason to do so in the first place? I was enchanted by the incredible machine when it came out. Or when I got to play it, to be precise, which was probably a year or two later. Why was I so taken by it? Because it redefined a puzzler genre on PC, reinnovating the oldest time, beat the level formula, giving a gamer a much more freedom in finding a way to complete them. In essence, the Incredible Machine is a collection of numerous levels with a unique puzzle objective in each. It has to be solved using a limited number set of unusual objects that you have to arrange on the screen to complete the required task. You're basically assembling a Rube Goldberg contraption, putting seemingly random objects in a way that when interacted with would allow you to complete theoretically a very simple objective. So something like put the basketball in a basket or turn on the light. Very simple stuff that often requires you to think out of the box, looking for creative and not necessarily direct solutions. Each next level is more and more demanding, giving you weirder items to use and adding modifiers to up the challenge. So changing gravity or air pressure for extra added difficulty. The Incredible Machine, despite its title, is not just that. Not only a machine, I mean, but also an incredible game that's equally as enjoyable for a grown-up as it is for kids, because it allows us to stretch that brain muscle that we don't train daily and also try to come out with creative solutions for unusual tasks, while kids can come up with often ridiculous and odd-looking machines that shouldn't work and yet they do. And even if they don't, they're still fun to play around with. Master of Orion is a single-player turn-based 4X strategy set in space, in which you lead one of the 10 races to domination of the galaxy through either conquest or diplomacy, all the while discovering new star systems, exploring and exploiting them, and making sure that you progress technologically as fast as you can too. Each of the 10 races have their own specialties that they're proficient at, predispositions to like or dislike others, and advantages and disadvantages in different research fields. The universe map is always randomly generated and filled with different kinds of planets. 7 types are normal and allow for easy colonization, while 6 are rather hostile. All also have their max population capacity and predetermined mineral wealth. The rule of the thumb, though, says that the more hostile the planet is, the richer its mineral deposits will be. All can naturally be terraformed to better suit your needs. All planets build defenses, and forming and sustaining a strong fleet of numerous modern ships is a key to success. While Master of Orion's game map and setting are entirely different from that of Civilization, it is in fact the closest title that it could be compared to in terms of gameplay. It's a good analogy, cause many people believe Master Orion to be as good of a game, heck, even as good of a series. I don't. I mean, I think it's excellent, let's make that clear here and now, but it's not Civilization. Sure, argument could be raised that the first Civ was pretty simple in its design and perhaps not even as deep as first Master of Orion was, but as a series, hands down, best strategy clown belongs to Civilization. Despite that, Master of Orion is one of the best strategies out there and a gem that came out in 1993. Lands of Lore: The Throne of Chaos is a real-time first-person dungeon crawling RPG, and a nigh-flawless game, perfectly balancing role-playing mechanics with fun gameplay, captivating storytelling and very accessible controls. A quadruple combo of role-playing goodness, if you will. You're a hero, in a game and in real life, who by request of King Richard of Gladstone have to find and defeat evil sorceress Scotia. She had recently acquired the mask, and yes, it's D and not A, and it granted her mythical ability to shapeshift. I don't know if you've ever tried to find a shapeshifter, but it's rather difficult. I've seen some movies, I've read some books, and heard some stories. I know what I'm talking about. They can be an apple, a vampire, or a night lamp. I've had one shapeshifter spy on me for months as a toilet seat once. It was terrible. Given her powerful magic and newfound morphing abilities, she's near unstoppable. She even went as far as poisoning King Richard himself. He's not dead, but the poison will progress and you're the only one to save him. So you have to defeat Scotia's Dark Army forces, find the cure and put her down too. Once and for all. Preferably following medieval rules of engagement. So kill first and ask questions later. Directly after burning the corpse to ashes, that is. Note that down. Dungeon crawling and combat in Lands of Lore is pretty much identical to that of Eye of the Beholder series of games, which frankly is not bad as they were solid and fun titles in their own right. Leveling up has been heavily streamlined however and is semi-automatic, with skills raising with use, or rather with killing of enemies, and falling into one of three categories: fighting, magic and rogue. Vague naming to some not versed with RPGs, but easily understandable to all veterans of the genre. In the course of your adventure you'll be able to add 2 other characters to your party for a total of 3, and you can freely equip them with weapons and armor as you see fit. Later CD release featured full speech and Sir Patrick Stewart voiced King Richard, which you know is always something worth mentioning as the man is a legend. Not only as Captain Jean-Luc Picard in Star Trek or Professor X in X-Men, but also as anything else that he ever touched. Someone once said that each and every next game in the Legend of Kyrandia series was better than the previous. And you know what? I think they may have been onto something. Because even if not much better, they did used to be better and better. Twice, as there were only 3 of them. The Hand of Fate doubled down on first game's humor and puzzles, and that was plenty enough to make it a must-play title, not only for the fans of the genre, but most gamers of 1993. This second outing in the trilogy of point-and-click adventure games puts you in a lean and young body of a hotshot sorceress Xanthia, and you, along with the newcomer Marco and his assistant in the form of a giant gloved left hand, have to stop the land of Kyrandia from disappearing. Together they embark on a huge quest trying to find the reason for the catastrophe, party responsible and a way to fix it. The gimmick is, not all is as it seems, and Xanthia will face a rather unpleasant surprise and twists and turns will be aplenty. Hand of Fate is using same engine as its predecessor, and it puts gameplay on the forefront without convoluting interaction with numerous verb-based commands. Interaction is performed by clicking on characters and objects and does not require picking specific options or icons. It's quality of life feature that makes Kyrandia 2 easier for the newcomers to the genre, having them feel like they're part of the story and not to have them disconnect from it by having to tackle the interface with each interaction. While personally I don't believe that any other developer ever reached heights of LucasArts when it comes to adventure game design, I gotta say that Hand of Fate is pretty darn close. After defeating demons on Mars, our unbeatable hero returns to Earth, only to realize that the planet has been invaded too, and it's up to him to save humanity again. And I say him, but we know who I mean, right? So I give you a day to clean up, gear up, rest up and say your goodbyes, just in case, cause if not you, then no one will save us, and our race will cease to exist. Doom 2 is basically Doom 1, but better. It plays identical to its predecessor, which is good cause by 1994 Doom's gameplay has been every Amiga N286's user's wet dream, and why break what's working. It could be argued that Doom 2 was a lazy outing. only adding one new weapon in the form of a super shotgun, bigger levels and more deadlier monsters. But since that was precisely what the fans of the first game wanted, it became an instant and huge success. The fact that it was pretty much modding friendly from day one extended its life and replayability near indefinitely, and numerous variously themed total conversions started popping up basically within weeks from its release. Quite a notable among them was the Mortal Kombat themed one, which may not have been the best of them all, but was definitely one of the most unusual ideas Doom Engine was used for. Unlike first game, Doom 2 was not a shareware title but a full commercial release. And no wonder, as it didn't need to advertise itself anymore. Whomever played the first eagerly awaited the second, and no ads or playable demos were needed to sell it. All 30 levels along with 2 hidden ones form a singular long campaign and are not divided into 3 artificial episodes. One thing that most overlook when covering Doom 2 is how it changed its philosophy of level design. First game, while looking better than anything before it, was still largely all about navigating a maze of rooms and solving simple and often unnecessary environmental puzzles. And every 10 levels, so whenever an episode ended, you started from zero, with a pistol and an army of demons to defeat. In the second game, most of the puzzles were abandoned or simplified, and the focus was moved first and foremost to much more fun demon annihilation. The levels too were designed in a more obvious and less maze-like way, meaning you kept the feeling of progression and dropped one of being lost or confused entirely. On top of it all, since it offered a single campaign, you got to keep all your weapons all throughout it, which was a nice change of pace. In short, if you played the first Doom or any other FPS and liked it, you'll love Doom 2. UFO Enemy Unknown is both one of my favorite and most important games of all time, and as an unintended bonus, an excellent start to the series that I still play to this day, albeit in newer, modern outings of XCOM and XCOM 2 by Firaxis. It's a mixture of grand strategy with tactical combat encounters and base management, explosive concoction that delivered heaps of fun. Today, UFO is probably best played using either Steam or GOG versions, as they run excellent on any piece of hardware from the last 20 years and can be enjoyed on even the potatoiest of the machines. Yep, I'm aware there's no such word, and I'm using it anyway, cause that's how much of a rebel I am. Or actually, there was no such word, cause now there is. Anyway, the game as mentioned initially is a mixture of genres. So you have your strategic layer, in which you're seeing a globe in its full glory, oceans, continents, cities, the likes. You can set up your bases there, detect alien crafts and their hidden bases, and also command your ships to either shoot the enemies down, or take your troops to various mission sites to tackle the alien scum directly on the ground, be it down the UFOs, terror sites or enemy bases. And while it's the most demanding part of the experience, it's also the most fun and rewarding one too, often feeling like those alien movies, where you're stuck with a small team of tough but tired marines against faster, stronger and better armed, deadly extraterrestrial forces. It's equally as horror-inducing as it's invigorating, leading all your units individually in turn-based, very atmospheric and extremely difficult combat. Then there's the management bit, in which you're in full control of your base's design and expansion, adding rooms as needed, each with its unique properties and functions. You'll also hire soldiers, scientists and engineers, research, manufacture and arm both your units and ships, buy gear and sell loot from defeated aliens, in short, survive to make sure that the world will too. Arguably, outside of the missions, this is where you'll spend most of your time, and it's nearly as important part of the game as combat. Even though UFO is a game that's played entirely in turns, whomever played it can confirm that it can easily, without a shred of a doubt, be called action-packed. Cause while it's not running in real time, it's definitely blood pressure raising and often terrifying experience. Because of how fast he moves and how quickly he gains momentum, Just Jackrabbit is often wrongly compared to Sonic the Hedgehog. In reality, however, apart from the speed they both achieve zooming around their stages, they have nothing in common. And good, cause while it may sound a bit controversial, I prefer Just Jackrabbit games to Sonic. They're just more varied and exploration-friendly in their design. Anyway, Jazz is an action platformer in which you're a blaster-armed rabbit named Jazz. Plasma blaster no less. Sounds cool, right? You're like the Terminator of the vegetable garden, disposing of tons of enemies in a very colorful and attractively designed levels, spreading albibugs and other juicy one-liners left and right to any and all enemy corpses you leave behind, like some kind of a deranged Grim Reaper. Along the way you'll collect various power-ups and weapon upgrades, all because each consecutive level is more demanding than the last, and you will definitely need that extra oomph to be more efficient in destruction and to progress further. Oh, and did I mention bonus levels that play out entirely in 3D? I didn't? Oh well, they do. And you race headlong through racetrack in them, amassing points in a given time limit. It's not a necessary addition to this already fun package, but definitely fresh feeling palette cleaner between standard Metroidvania platforming fare. Jazz is beautiful, full of charming looking and smoothly animated characters and beautifully lush backgrounds thematically unique to all of the worlds that the game is divided into. Honestly, other than the Super Frog and Fury of the Fairies, which are just groundbreaking and there's no competition to them really, at least not in my head, Jazz Jackrabbit is probably the best action platformer DOS had in the first half of the 90s, and every fan of the genre should check it out. Now, you may wonder why Jazz is here and not Super Frog that released the very same year. It's because while I loved the Toad to bits and spent ungodly number of hours playing it, it never really gained same traction and popularity it did on the Amiga, and most PC gamers never heard or cared for it. Raptor Call of the Shadows is easily hands down the best arcade shoot-em up for DOS in the 90s. There's no serious competition for it either. Heck, I may risk being cursed out and called names here, and I don't mean names like genius, visionary or a great man, but I believe that Raptor was better than the first Raiden, and a DOS exclusive when it released. It's also a vertically scrolling shoot-em up with incredible high-color VGA graphics and super smooth animations. It features many different kinds of ground, air and sea enemies and an original soundtrack. After each level is completed, you're given a chance to upgrade your ship with various powerful weapons. Keep in mind, however, that not all of them are universal and can hit all targets, some only target ground or air enemies. These articles of destruction upgrades are often very imaginative and extremely useful, like an auto-tracking minigun for instance, that doesn't even require you to aim while shooting, and it just pew-pew-pews everything into fireworks of debris and flames. Fantastic! Other than the weapons, there are also power-ups like Shield for instance, and while they don't sound as exciting and cool as new, shiny and big guns do, their importance cannot be overstated. Interestingly enough, something that most shoot-em-ups didn't do, and Raptor did, being a PC original, were save games. And yes, I'm happy to report that you can save between each and every stage, which is a huge quality of life improvement over standard bullet hell ports from the arcades. It may not seem like much, but it makes Raptor just that tiny little bit better than it would have been otherwise. Magic Carpet is a first-person 3-dimensional flight shooter in Far Eastern fantasy setting, and naturally, as the title clearly states beyond any misunderstandings, you fly on a magic carpet, spreading magically delivered death everywhere, fireballing anything and everything that comes within the reach of your crosshair. The game consists of 50 levels, and in each you have to collect enough mana to restore the equilibrium to the world to progress further. Some of the mana is just flying around in a form of golden spheres suspended in air, as if it was nothing out of ordinary, but most needs to be collected from defeated enemies. You don't keep it on yourself though, like a magical carpet surfing Santa with a bag of Christmas balls, but in your castle, and it can only hold as much. So, periodically, you'll have to cast so-called castle spell to extend its size so that it could hold more. Also, what the hell are Christmas balls? And what am I on, cause no one in their right mind would have came up with something like that? Anyway, enemies are either various fantasy monsters or rival mages, and you fight them all using widespread of magic spells. Fireballs, lightning bolts and meteors to name a few. You know, fun stuff. There are protective spells too, like Shield, Teleport or Heal, and support ones that create volcanoes, summon armies of undead skeletons, and few others. There's a lot to do in Magic Carpet is what I'm saying here. And since not all of the spells are available from the start, you'll even get that elusive feeling of being awarded for your progression too. At the time of its release, Magic Carpet was praised for its graphics, incredibly fast 3D engine, and unique, unlike anything else on the market, gameplay mechanics. It may not hold as well today, but it doesn't look bad either, and in 1994 it was a blast. A fireball blast that is. Wing Commander 3 Heart of the Tiger is the third main game in Chris Roberts' Wing Commander series of sci-fi themed space combat games. It was also first that dropped traditional graphics storytelling in exchange for a popular at the time, movie-style live-action full-motion video sequences. It even based its whole advertising campaign on that alone. "Don't watch the game, play the movie" was the term they banked on, and you know what? For the most part, it kinda felt like it, especially that the cast of actors was not a list of nobodies and featured the likes of Mark Hamill and Malcolm McDowell among others. The long war against the Kilrathi Empire is not going well for the Confederation. Confederation that we're sided with, I must add. They seem to be losing left and right, most conflicts in fact, to the point of their flagship Concordia being destroyed as a proof of Kilrathi's strength. You play as Colonel Christopher Blair. Assigned to the old Victory carrier, you're sent on series of missions that are Confederation's last-ditch effort at winning the conflict. Victory by ultimate and final destruction of the Kilrathi's homeworld. In other words, genocide. On Earth or in space, it seems our worst traits die slowly. Now, that's a far-fetched plan that's crazy enough to work, if pulled off by an experienced enough space pilot, that is. Preferably someone like you, my dear viewer. Gameplay is largely the same as in previous outings, consisting mainly of space combat with various objectives, presented in beautiful and new for the series SVGA graphics in full 3D, intercut with live action cutscenes. All that makes for an incredibly immersive and fun experience, not only back then, but even today. Under a Killing Moon is the third and arguably the best outing in the adventure series of games featuring P.I. Tex Murphy. At the tail end of his 30s, Tex is tired with life, wrinkled, and has a bad back. All the years of smoking, drinking and poor diet are taking their toll on him too. The year is 2042 and he lives in the old San Francisco, part of the city that's mostly populated by mutants affected by the excessive radiation caused by the World War III. He is, however, one of the so-called norms. People who are immune to radiation-caused mutations. Struggling with very simple and low-pay assignments, Tex finally seems to have struck gold, hired by a mysterious Countess Rainier to find the missing statuette. The job seems to be too good to be true, and same as with most other things that do, it ends up being just that. And he quickly finds himself involved in a confrontation with a powerful secret cult. Something that was definitely not on his schedule. Not for then, not for now, and not for the future. The pacing of Under a Killing Moon is exactly opposite to my talking, so just fantastic. And all the other popular at the time FMV games should really use it as an example, nay, benchmark of that. As you talk to people, seek clues and gradually uncover more and more of the fantastic B-movie plot of it, you are served bits and pieces of information that will push the story ahead. And every single time, without fail, you are given just enough of the new clues to carry on. But tiny bit less than you'd like to. Now, some may find it annoying, never having just enough, but that's, ladies and gentlemen, how you make a good game that paces itself from start to the finish perfectly, keeping you on the edge of your seat all throughout and not sprinting aimlessly and showering you with hundreds of difficult-to-remember facts and useless curiosities. Under a Killing Moon is a game I didn't believe possible when I first saw it on TV back in the 90s. I mean, it featured real people in gritty, dark version of future USA, playing their roles as if they were really then and there. The puzzles included are mainly self-contained and based on conversations and exploration. Under a Killing Moon is probably my most favorite interactive movie type of a game ever, but I may be biased because of how big of an impression it made on me when it released. Whether it did or didn't is irrelevant though. It's one of the most important adventures of 1994 and in the history of gaming too. While first Mortal Kombat was undoubtedly an incredible fighter and a breath of fresh, or rotting flesh-scented air actually, second was considerably more polished. It offered nearly twice as many characters to choose from, a roster of 12 amazing warriors in fact, each unique and playing entirely different. All of them had many more new special moves and fatalities, and even their own stages. Simply put, Mortal Kombat 2 is a much bigger game than its predecessor in every scope, and it shows. But it's not all sunshine and rainbows, no, as Mortal Kombat 2 has a huge, nay, gigantic issue that's rarely spoken of. Namely, CPU opponents cheat. Quite literally, they do countering your attacks even before the animation for them starts playing, and not having same timing requirements and limits on special moves. There's an amazing YouTube video by Modern Vintage Gamer that I've linked in the description below that disassembles the game piece by piece, proving that the CPU cheating actually occurs, how it's done, and that is prevalent on all platforms it released on. It's a good watch, if you're interested in a subject that is. Anyway, the fact that it's a broken game in single player does not mean that it's a bad game overall. Nope, on the contrary. There was hardly anything as fun as beating your friend's chosen character to the pulp and then uppercutting his head off his body, or having him cut in half with a head, or decapitated with a swift sharp cut. It was bloody, it was gruesome, and often stomach-turning, but most importantly it was a blast. Mortal Kombat 2 is incredibly fun to play against a friend when the play feels fair for both players, and a 1 versus fighter that I've probably played the most in early 90s with friends against each other, as we all had that arcade-induced Mortal Kombat fever. It goes without saying that MK2's presentation is beautiful, near arcade perfect in fact, in terms of all, graphics, music and sounds. If you like 2D versus fighters, this was the one to play in 1994. Star Wars TIE Fighter is a follow-up to year prior's X-Wing and also a space combat simulation set in the Star Wars universe. What a reveal! Who would have thought? The game plot starts soon after the Empire's victory on Hoth in The Empire Strikes Back, and this time you're flying for them. You know, the cool dressing bad dudes from the movies, following even cooler dressed and cigarette cough sporting Darth Vader, and a victim of a botched facelifting, Raiden from Mortal Kombat wannabe, evil Emperor Palpatine. So, while you'll be mainly flying against Rebel Alliance forces, you'll also encounter space pirates and Imperial forces traitors, because there are those too. Or actually, there were, cause you dealt with them all. Or will deal with them all. You know what I mean. You're you, and you're an unstoppable force of nature, annihilating anything and everything in your path. Anyway, the game sees you completing 7 campaigns, composed of around 50 individual missions, and culminates with you preventing a coup against Emperor himself and being personally rewarded by him. As a reward, you get a stern look from him, electrifying handshake, and a Mr. Potato with a mustache. Now, that last bit may be untrue, but you do save him, and I'm not sure what to think of it, as I'm against all things bad, so I'll just end this train of thought here. The expansions push the story further, with the last one ending just before the events at the end of the Return of the Jedi. Same as in X-Wing, while missions can be played in any order, they're best tackled one after another, as they form a logical chain of events that fits nicely within the universe's lore and story of the movies. If you like the previous game, or enjoy combat flight simulations, especially those that are sci-fi themed and set in space, you'll love it. Before we jump into our next game for 1994, however, I'm gonna blow your mind here. Did you know that Yoda has a first name? Yep, he does. And it's Minch. I know, Minch out of all things. I shit you not. Look it up if you don't believe me, it's just hilarious. Why? Just mentally replace anyone ever saying Yoda in the movies with Minch, and you'll be rolling on the floor laughing all the way from here to the moon. Battle Isle 2, aka Battle Isle 2200, is the second and arguably the best part in the whole series of turn-based strategy games. It's a futuristic title set on a planet Chromos, in which you play as a leader of the local forces, defending the planet against evil AI, Titan-Net Empire invaders. The campaign is experienced through series of tactical missions, with objectives usually requiring you to either destroy all enemy forces or capture particular locations. While it may appear to be a rather boring selection, the meat of the game, so to speak, lies in the Battle Isle's excellent turn-based gameplay loop, and given how captivating it is, you won't notice that you'll be doing the same things all the time. Other than being expanded with many more units, larger new maps and support for up to 8 players multiplayer, Battle Isle 2 plays identically to its predecessor, with sides taking their turns moving all of their units alternating, and then all the combat encounters are resolved using game's built-in 3D conflict engine, which may have not been sophisticated even back then, but was fun to watch despite that. It's okay that the Battle Isle 2 didn't try to reinvent the wheel and change too much, as you don't fix what works, but expand on it, adding features and functionalities, which it did. I remember first seeing Battle Isle in a gaming mag and being totally overwhelmed by how fun the strategic layer looked. With hundreds of pixel-perfect depictions of various vehicles, inclusion of all 3 land, sea and air units, in a campaign playing out on often gigantic maps. I just had to have it. Battle Isle 2 is a title for all those who enjoy good militaristic strategies, and if they also like clean pixel graphics, it's just an added bonus. Pinball Fantasies is my most favorite 2D computer pinball of all time, and a successor to previous, fun and quite successful too, Pinball Dreams. Both physics and graphics have been slightly improved over its predecessor, nothing major, but they feel better, and it's the tables themselves that had the bulk of work done on them. They're much more imaginative and creative in their features placement, still realistic mind you, but not fearful of going that extra mile to have a lot more action crammed in them. Fantasies features 4 unique tables, offering a wide selection of gameplay themes, each of them chock full of things to unlock, trigger and score huge points on. Even more so, tables have a dot matrix display now, which allows additional extra minigames to be played on them, if unlocked by special on-table events. Partyland is easily one of my favorite tables of them all. It's a funfair/amusement park themed one, and I played it with a buddy of mine in the early 90s to death. I mean, we would destroy keyboards on that table alone. Neither of us died. To me, subjectively, it's a definition of the best 2D pinball table design. All the ramps are placed logically and in a way that allows for fun combo scoring of big points. The unlocks are easy to understand but challenging to get. It's difficult but not impossible, and getting better on it feels rewarding. Then there's the Speed Devils. a racing table. I played it with a cousin of mine back then, whenever he came over. It wasn't often, and I wasn't very good at it, but it's a very decent table with fun and easy way of scoring rather large bonuses before the ball even drops to the main play area. If I remember correctly, that is cause my memory is not what it used to be. $1 Billion Game Show is a TV game show themed table and probably the most demanding one out of the whole bunch. It allows for nice scores, but requires patience and learning the ropes of it. And finally, Stones and Bones, which is a better version of a nightmare table from the first game and an obligatory death-themed table in every good pinball game. I love the music in it, and it's probably the most atmospheric table in the package. Pinball Fantasies is amazing, easily one of my most favorite games in the entire genre to this very day. Always worth a playthrough, regardless if it's intentional or accidental when pondering on what to play next. On the first glance, Sid Meier's colonization looks like a bare reskin of his earlier Civilization. But it's that fact alone, that it uses similar tile-based engine in its presentation, that is the confusing factor here. As despite some obvious similarities, it's an entirely different game. For starters, it does not begin in a prehistoric era and only covers colonization period of North America. It focuses more on trade, training and hiring of skilled workers for various shops, rather than research of new units and buildings. And finally, it also tackles subjects of contacts, relations and cooperations with natives and old world forces, wanting to keep their strong iron hold on this new and resource-rich one. It's also a tale of a struggle for independence and the final conflict with British Army. I wouldn't say that it tells the story of a conquest of the New World as it really was, but as a background for an interesting turn-based strategy game, it works great. It starts in 1942 and allows you to take control of English, French, Dutch or Spanish colonial forces. Each of the nations has unique abilities, making certain strategic approaches more viable than others. And your time will be equally divided between setting up and expanding of your colonies, cooperation with friendly natives, and wars. Wars with unfriendly tribes, other colonial powers, and eventually old world forces. Colonization is a cool title, worth having and being played by any true strategy aficionado. Aces of the Deep was my most favorite submarine simulation in the early 90s on PC. On Amiga I played Silent Service 2, but Aces of the Deep ruled over the oceans of those games. Partly because of how easy it was to pick up and just start playing, partly because it was unparalleled when it came to realism, and finally because it took a little while to master and wasn't one of those games where you jump in and just carry on winning all the encounters that you'll face. So, while being approachable, it also posed the challenge and made you think and get better, learning from each and every encounter you took part in. Since you can pick the exact starting point of your campaign, you could in theory play throughout the whole World War II, starting in smaller U-boats, and along the way, while getting promotions, gain command of better submarines. And yes, mention of U-boats is not a mistake, as this time the kicker is you don't play for the Allies, but take control of a German sub. Graphics-wise, I gotta say that despite the VGA's low resolution, it still looks great today, with all those waves hitting your periscope and ships dancing on the waves on the horizon. It's enchanting in its own early 90s way. Sounds too are as realistic as I could imagine them being in a submarine. Sure, I've never been in one myself, so have no reference point, but that's how I imagined it sounding with all the beeps, boops and dings. If you're in the market for a good World War II sub-simulation, there's hardly anything better out there. The Settlers is probably one of the most innovative titles of the whole early 90s period. When it came out, there was literally nothing else like it and nothing could even compare to it. What it did first and best. To simplify, it's a real-time kingdom builder with simple strategy and a pretty robust town management elements. It came straight from the now veterans of the industry Blue Byte and became such a huge success that they kept releasing the follow-ups to it for decades later. This first and original Settlers though was monumentally different than anything else that came before. The attention to detail was uncanny and unprecedented. Seeing all those tiny, incredibly animated workers prepare the land for the building that you decided to erect somewhere, then carry all the required materials to the building site one by one, and finally construct them literally plank by plank, brick by brick was just hypnotizing. And if that wasn't enough, when the building was finally completed and a worker was assigned to it, he actually also worked there. As in not only within the underlying game's mechanics, but visually around it. So the woodcutter would go out each day to cut trees, and all these cut trees would disappear from the map. Fishermen would fish, farmer would prepare and cultivate fields, which themselves too took a while to grow, and every one of those tiny fellows, regardless where they worked, actually did the job they were assigned to. You didn't have to look through a series of windows to confirm, you could see it with your own eyes. But if you think that's all, you're in for a surprise. cause the backbone of the simulation went even further. Let's say that our little farmer waited patiently for his crops to grow, then harvested them and left for a goods carrier to pick up. So, to make a bread out of it, the crops would have to be taken to the mill first, where another worker assigned to it would grind them into flour, then leave it for a pickup outside of his workplace. Said flour was then transported to a baker who would finally make that bread. But even then, ready and tasty, freshly baked mouth-watering bread would have to be transported either to a castle or a warehouse for safe storing. And all of that, every single step of it, took time. That's how intricate and detailed Settlers are. The underlying, very deep and well-thought-out complex system of haves and needs run this beast of a game, keeping supply and demand in check, requiring you to manage all of the available resources down to each last piece of wood. To my young mind, Settlers was just enchanting, and I couldn't get enough of it. Many survival/settlement building games of today still base most of their mechanics on Settlers. That's how important it is. Sidey elves are the only ones immune to Serpent Raiders of the Abyss influence, and you're the one of the last few remaining. And since you're a protagonist of the game, you're definitely the most important one of them all. What's more, you're left with no choice but to go after Desparil, one of the evil Serpent's raiders, left behind by the pack to oversee the conquered region. Something that no one else have ever attempted. You're seemingly the only one who can get to him and defeat him. You're the only hope that this world has left. You're our medieval fantasy, Neo from the Matrix. Pressure much? Don't worry about it, it'll be a fun ride. Heretic is a fantasy-themed FPS based on heavily modified Doom engine. The background story of Heretic may seem epic, even if using a lot of names that at the time of its release meant literally as much as they do now, so nothing, but the gameplay is that simple. Go through a series of levels split into 3 episodes, seeking their exits and destroying anything in your wake. By anything, I mean anything that's moving. There's no friendlies in Heretic. So all the gargoyles, golems, undead knights, sorcerers and other demonic or not beasts, all of these have to meet their makers. By your doing, no less. Many of the enemies may have different forms using different attacks and skills, which adds a lot to the variety. Weapons arsenal is rather expansive too, consisting of anything from regular wooden staves through crossbows all the way to Dragon's Claw and a Hell Staff. So, at least in terms of items of pew 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 extraction, Heretic won't get stale. Although it seems to not be as fondly and well remembered today, Heretic was an important milestone for the FPS genre, introducing many things that we take for granted today, like interactive environments and inventory that can hold various weapons and power-ups, and most importantly, ability to look up and down. Sure, fantasy themes may not be the best setting for an FPS, but believe me, Heretic is much better than I'm capable of telegraphing here. NASCAR racing was groundbreaking when it came out. Following their previous game, IndyCar Racing, Papyrus perfected the formula with this one. Sure, IndyCar's cars may have not much to do with those found in NASCAR, but the engine and the tech used in the first game does, and it was expanded and polished for the second. Well, technically the third, but you know what I mean. This time, open-wheeled cars were dropped for closed-cockpit stock cars, and everything that made the previous title amazing was rehashed and remade for this one, resulting in even more satisfying experience. So, the graphics got a considerable bump to high-res SVGA, with all the real-life cars, trucks and everything around them looking crisper and running smoother than before. Well, provided you had a system capable of handling it all at fast pace, that is. Previously introduced customization/tuning system and damage models were expanded considerably too. Also, centrifugal force, drifting, collisions and even drafting, which was a new addition to the gaming altogether if I'm not wrong, were all in and simulated accurately and realistically, making for an action-packed and fun experience, which despite being a simulation at heart, was more approachable and easier to get into than IndyCar could ever be, especially that a whole slew of options allowing NASCAR to be tweaked to individual gamer skill levels was added, resulting in a very customizable title good for all, Sunday racers and hardcore NASCAR fanatics. The only problem that NASCAR had upon its release were the hardware requirements, as hardly any system on the market could run it at full pace with all graphical options enabled. And funny enough, today it's not the easiest one to emulate either, so tweaking it to work may take a minute. That said, it's worth it, so if you get a chance and/or love racing games, make sure to give it a go. Theme Park is easily one of my most favorite games, period. Not necessarily only in its genre and its time. I played it first on the Amiga, and it was a love at first sight. I saw it at a buddy's of mine home when I came over to play arcade, pool, king, ping, bowling and drink beers. For YouTube's sake, let's call them non-alcoholic ones, and talk about fantasy books that both of us read back then passionately. I know, crazy, I had time to read books, unthinkable. Anyway, ever since then, I had a soft spot for Theme Park. It's a business management simulation in which you run an amusement park. While it offers some sort of a campaign in which you can conquer different parts of the world, building parks all over it, bringing that little extra fun to it, in the same time cashing in big naturally, the game itself is quite open-ended and you don't really have to ever leave the area that you chose or particularly liked. You can just stay there, amassing wealth and optimizing your park down to the layout of each and every queue or pathway, location of toilets or drinks and food serving facilities, everything. All to earn more and spend less. In Theme Park, you're responsible for everything to keep the place running and money flowing. From building of various attractions, hiring staff, research, supplemental facilities and prices, to even such minute details like aforementioned queue placement for each ride and amount of sugar in ice cream or bubbles in sodas. And I'm not even joking here. These are actually things you can really change in the game. In spite of cute and colorful graphics, the financial simulation backbone of Theme Park is not thin and pretty complex for 1994. There are a lot of things that need to be balanced, like the time each ride can be used to be as profitable as possible, while still remaining safe and attractive before it needs to be serviced. Your goal really is to keep the guests in the park for as long as possible, spending as much as they can and not looking to leave. Theme Park is an amazing game, first in Bullfrog's Theme series, and a title that's full of quirky humor and unpredictable situations that provide a comic relief to a very solid underlying business simulation. Little Big Adventure, aka Relentless Twin Sense Adventure, is an action-adventure game viewed from a top-down isometric perspective. On the beautiful planet of Twin Sun, 4 races lived in peace and prosperity until evil mad scientist Dr. Funfrog invented cloning and created an army of clones to take control of the planet. Now, how someone with fun in the name can be such a buzzkill? How? Tell me. Anyway, his efforts were naturally successful, as otherwise we'd not had a game and he effectively became a dictator. What a bummer. One night, our young hero that you'll be playing as obviously, dreams of a goddess Sandel, goddess that is prophesied to save Twin Sun. Shortly after, he is arrested for having this dream. I'd like to retract my previous declaration of a bummer. This is a bummer. With all that, your adventure begins. You have to find a way to free yourself and eventually, and most of all, the planet. As in most adventure titles, many of the puzzles are solved either by dialogue or use of gathered items, but not all. So you'll have to think creatively in this one too. Your character can assume one of 4 stances: normal, which is self-explanatory, aggressive, used for fighting other characters, athletic, that allows him to run fast and jump, and finally discreet, which for all intents and purposes is just a stealth mode, so one that will let you sneak around the enemies. Little Big Adventure was a very unique action-adventure for the time of its release and unlike anything else on the market. The graphic engine renders all the characters in simple perhaps but full 3D nonetheless, and uses isometric backgrounds put together from what seems like graphic tiles. It's a novel concept, probably made to cut down on the rendering cost, but one that made the game very playable and in the same time pleasant looking. Well, personally, I was never a huge fan, and I can't even tell you why, LBA just never landed for me. Everyone that I spoke to and knew of the game seemed to have nothing but good things to say about it. One must fall? More like one must fail. Am I right or what? What? I obviously didn't mean the quality of the game, I meant the publishers who failed to make a huge hit out of it, even if it deserved to be one. Anyway, 1989 gave us one of those sci-fi movies that were so bad that they ended up being pretty damn good actually. Robot Jox, a futuristic story of East versus West. In Robot Jox there were no regular wars anymore, and all the conflicts between both blocks were solved with use of giant mechs operated by pilots, the titular Robot Jox. I don't want to say that One Must Fall 2097 is based on that movie, but it kinda looks like it, with a slight but fundamental difference. One Must Fall 2097 is not a heavy huge pile of stinking dirt, but a pretty good and actually innovative video game. What is so special about it then? Well, it's a versus fighter in which all encounters take place on gigantic cage-like arenas. The twist being that it's not people fighting, but same as in that despicable movie of yore, huge mechs. You can choose one of 10 pilot characters and control one of 10 huge mechs, mixing and matching them together to form the best combo possible or one that you enjoy playing the most. Either way is fine. Both characters and robots can be improved between the fight's role-playing style, and in spite of it sounding like an unnecessary addition, it actually adds a lot to the fun factor and is the main reason I'm so surprised that One Must Fall 2097 was not more popular. It was something that not only no one did before, but also when they eventually tried, they never reached the same quality. I'm pretty sure that not only then, but even today, there are no versus fighting games that would allow for real game-changing upgrades as the game carries on. Oh, and it also features finishing moves, not unlike those in Mortal Kombat, but less bloody, so there's that too. If you like fighting games and never played OMF 2097, I can pretty much guarantee that it's one of the most original and unusual games that you'll ever lay your paws on. Transport Tycoon is a business simulation where you manage your own transport company. And at any given moment, if funds allow, you can have fleets of buses, trucks, trains, airplanes and boats to transport passengers, mail, retail goods of various kinds and basic resources like lumber and oil. Best of all, it can be played in a sandbox mode indefinitely, just working to expand your transport empire and better all opponents you're faced against. In Transport Tycoon, you can even cover complete chains of supply and demand in various industries, first transporting raw materials to where they will be processed, and then those to where they will be made into final products, and eventually the products themselves to cities in which they will be sold. It's worth keeping an eye on the competition, as they tend to swoop in and steal best businesses from around you, if you're not fast enough. Computer cheats naturally and can build more and faster than you ever could. So securing most profitable transport routes as fast as possible is a good starting strategy. After that, steady progress and following the news. All because quite often the government offers bonuses for completing certain transports, which can end up being even upwards of a quadruple of a regular profit. Transport Tycoon Deluxe that released a year later was the best and most playable version of the game, and since we've covered the base one today, we're not putting it in a video for 1995. Keep that in mind. Master of Magic is Civilization, but in fantasy setting and with tactical combat battles. And that's the best way I can explain what it is. You'll spend majority of the game in a 2D top-down view overlooking the world map similar to that of Civilization, and you will move your units and armies over that map, uncovering terrain, fighting monster enemies for treasures or capturing nodes. Secured nodes provide mana, which is used for researching new spells. So you know, it's kinda priority in a game with magic in its title. That said, it also has Master in it, so they clearly knew that you'll be the one playing it. You will also build and expand cities so that you can train new and support existing armies. And I suppose it's no surprise now that the city management is near identical to that of Civilization. Battle encounters take place on a semi-isometric view battlefields, kinda similar in presentation to those of few years earlier Centurion Defender of Rome, but play out in more tactical, less random and rushed way. The game of Master Magic ends when your home tower is destroyed, when you banish all opposing wizards, or when someone casts the spell of Mastery. Sounds simple, but is anything but. It's really difficult to talk about such a vast in scope and gameplay title in just a few short sentences, but if there's anything worth taking out of this, is that Master of Magic is excellent. Arguably even better than the first Civilization was, even if not as popular or not based in reality at all. And sadly, never gained big enough popularity to secure a reasonable direct follow-up. Extra riddle about it, Master of Magic got a sequel in 2022. Well, kind of. It's less of a sequel and more of a modern remake, and even though I'm pretty sure I own it, I've never played it, so can't report on the quality. That's a subject for a completely different video though. Original Master of Magic is a gem of a game, it's fun, it's strategic and action-packed in the same time somehow, and surprises you with fun and unique mechanics all throughout. And if there's one thing it could improve upon, it would be addition of a multiplayer, as it's painfully lacking. System Shock is a cyberpunk first-person shooter RPG mixture with some puzzle-solving elements. The year is 2072 and you're a hacker. Because if you are one now, why wouldn't you be one in the future? And you're arrested after being caught breaking into heavily secured computer system. You're charged with a crime and sent to the Citadel station, where you're given a chance for retribution if you agree to hack Shodan, a rogue AI that has taken near complete control of the station and aims to use its mining lasers to eradicate life on Earth. Your mission, should you choose not to be a crybaby and accept it, is simple: to stop Shodan. On your quest, you'll face many different enemies ranging from robots through cyborgs to straight-up mutants, all of which can be disposed of using various available weapons. It's worth noting that certain weapons work better on specific enemies, so the key to survival is learning which of them works best against whom. If that wasn't enough, you can also find and install various pieces of additional hardware in your body, and this will unlock new skills and abilities, effectively turning you into a cyborg killing machine. Excuse me, a cyborg hacking machine. excuse me, a cyborg peaceful machine. You know what? Let's settle on a cyborg. The backstory of Shodan, how it came to power and parts of its motivation, is told mainly via emails and logs scattered around the station. So the more of them you encounter and read through, the more complete the picture of the reality of the situation you'll be able to piece from these puzzles. And the more difficult your future choices will be. System Shock was critically acclaimed upon its release and even today is considered a cult classic and one of the best games ever made. If there's one negative thing I would like to raise your attention to when talking about it, it's the controls. They take a while getting used to and are not very user-friendly. Deathgate is a point-and-click fantasy adventure based on the best-selling novels by Margaret Wise and Tracy Hickman. 2000 years ago, the world was split into 5 realms, all by the hands of an advanced and evil race known only as Sartan. Oh man, we were just a few mere letters away from Cyan, and with that, we would have had the Dragon Ball saga on our hands. Oh well, whatever, it is what it is. So the humans, dwarves and elves were split between 4 of these worlds named for the 4 elements, and the race of Patrin was banished to the deadly labyrinth. 2000 years have passed in a heartbeat for humanoids living in a comforting warmth of the sunlight, but Patrin were struggling all the time, always seeking a way out to freedom. Eventually, they sort of found it. You play as Haplo, a young Patrin that's given a quest by his lord Exar to travel through Deathgate into each of the worlds to find their seal pieces so that the planet could be reconstructed and so that Patrins could have their revenge on Sartan. For the most part, Deathgate plays like most other first-person adventures, so you travel around different locations, find and use items, converse with characters and solve various puzzles, many of which are inventory-based and some will require use of magic. Magic that's heavily integrated into entire gameplay and games engine too, same as it was in original book's story. Apparently, as I've never read the books nor played Deathgate if I'm to be honest, but from what I've seen and read about it online, it's clear that it's a hidden gem. Not only it features captivating and excellently written story, but also different, novel and not unfairly difficult puzzles and a very high production value, with full SVGA presentation, nice animations and expertly recorded voice acting. If you like adventure games, don't sleep on it, and if you don't, give it a go anyway, it may be something down your alley. The Elder Scrolls Arena is the first in the series of role-playing games by Bethesda set in fictional world of Tamriel. Elder Scrolls series are known for having their own extensive lore and history and are not based on any of the well-known RPG systems like AD&D and such. As in all games in the series, you play as a lone character and must rescue Emperor Uriel Septim VII from a dimensional prison by recovering 8 pieces of the Staff of Chaos. Saying that Arena is huge is an understatement. At the time of its release, it was probably the game with the biggest world ever made. If you don't count games taking place in space like Frontier, that is. It contains over 400 cities and villages to explore, and you can visit pretty much all of Tamriel, unlike in other later games which are usually limited to just one province. Interestingly enough, the world is generated semi-procedurally, so you can walk in any direction indefinitely, but doing so, you will never reach any of the towns. Cities and towns can only be reached by fast travel. It doesn't mean that the world is empty, you'll uncover many different enemies, side quests, hundreds of randomly generated dungeons filled with treasures, and 17 handcrafted ones specifically designed for the main game story. Other than being bigger than your mama, Arena was also notable for being one of the first modern games to feature a realistic day and night cycle, where at sunset, shops would close, streets would empty, and monsters would roam the land in larger number. It also had a fun in theory and more annoying than most things in existence, melee combat, which required you to hold right mouse button and perform mouse gymnastics trying to pull off different attacks. Today, it would have worked great, but on 1994's mice, it was nearly as bad as having a diarrhea straight after just coming off one. So, a tiresome, unpleasant and uncomfortable, all rolled into one. That said, even if this botched combat was present all throughout the game, it wasn't enough to detract from playing this huge achievement in gaming history, and a pretty decent RPG at that too. Today, years later, Arena is still widely considered to be a staple of both RPG genre, gaming in general, and one of the most important titles ever made. Not many know about it, but work on Dark Forces actually began before the one on Doom did. It was delayed by LucasArts, however, because they wanted to polish the engine and add features. They wanted to make the game that would be remembered and that would shape the genre for years to come. So features like jumping, crawling and ability to look around were a staple of its design. something that Doom did not have, and virtually all games in the genre today do. Dark Forces does not recreate the story of any of the movies, but instead features an original plot, a prequel to the trilogy. You'll Kyle Katarn, a former Imperial officer turned mercenary who joined the rebellion. You're initially hired to steal the plans for the Death Star, but soon discover the existence of mysterious Dark Troopers, a new and stronger version of a regular Stormtrooper. A cybernetic enhanced warriors capable of turning the tide of war and securing the final win for the Empire. And believe it or not, but I haven't got a single bad thing to say about this game. It's just great. The story is interesting and spans over 14 missions that require both keen eye to kill all the baddies and ability to solve some very simple and omnipresent puzzles. Graphics and sounds are amazing for the time and arguably a step up over those found in both Doom games. Naturally, well-lit, futuristic and clean environments are completely different to dark and gloomy in id Software's titles, but the bump in quality is definitely noticeable. Many known to the fans of the movie's areas and settings are present in the game and beautifully recreated, so places like Coruscant or inside of a Star Destroyer to name a few. Yup, you'll get to visit them in-game. Same can be said about many well-known characters that are represented in full detail and easily recognizable. I mean, who hasn't dreamt of meeting Jabba the Hutt? Star Wars Dark Forces is a polished and well-executed game that fans of both FPS games and Star Wars will no doubt enjoy a lot. By 1995, LucasArts were undisputed king, queen and a whole royal crowd when it came to slowly dying genre of point-and-click adventure games. And to be frank, there were hardly any other companies that could realistically compete with them on the same level. Full Throttle was their flagship for 1995 and a game that was supposed to shape the pre-established gameplay and interface formula that LucasArts years before defined for the whole genre. The game is much more like a full-motion cartoon than any other before, featuring many fully animated cutscenes and streamlined interface and puzzles to suit this new form. From the story side, it made it easier to follow and complete, as it was more linear and used simpler puzzles with easier to comprehend set of just few actions available to perform. One of them famously being a kick, as in a game about bikers, there had to be a kick, right? And trust me, you're going to be using it left and right, spreading crusty hill justice all around. If not for puzzling, then to have a laugh. All coins have two sides though, and this one is no different. While Full Throttle was easier for an average player and more welcoming to those who were not intimate with the genre, it also alienated hardcore fans a little. As for them, it radiated that uncanny feeling of being just a set of very simplistic, usually single location contained puzzles that were there just to get you from one cutscene to another. Personally, I don't mind it at all, as I have deep appreciation for all LucasArts titles, but I definitely am not in majority. Still, if you run on the fence, trust me, it's worth having a go at anyway, as despite being simpler, it's really good. Like bacon good. And not Kevin but fried. Heroes of Might and Magic is Might and Magic spin-off and arguably one of the most important games in the entire history of gaming, not just for 1995. It started the series that run to this day and are among favorites of many players and not just myself. Simply put, Heroes of Might and Magic is a turn-based strategy with role-playing elements and tactical combat, in which you take control of one of four heroes: Warlock, Sorceress, Barbarian or a Knight. The gameplay revolves around keeping your castle well defended, in the same time hunting down and defeating all enemies and then capturing and holding their castles. All of these can be expanded upon by adding new buildings that allow for recruiting of various units for your armies. Most of the time you'll spend on a top view map, however, which you'll be exploring to your heart's content, fighting random packs of monsters, finding treasures, capturing mines and other resource sources, all to develop and strengthen your kingdom. Whenever you're attacked or attack random group of monsters, enemy hero or a castle, the game switches to a side view tactical mode. All of your units are shown here as stacks and you can move them around on a hexagonal grid. This is also where you get to use them in battle, which same as an overworld map section is turn-based too. Each turn you can move one unit and order it to attack if possible, and then opponent's turn start. Rinse and repeat until one of you is left standing on the battlefield. Other than casting combat and support spells, heroes don't take direct part in a battle. They gain experience from them though, in a typical RPG manner no less, and it can be used to boost their stats. They can also collect and use additional items and gear for added bonuses. Heroes of Might and Magic is truly a unique experience that only got better with next couple of games released, but that's something for a completely different video. A religious extremist group known as Mondites is on a campaign to conquer the galaxy. Their philosophy is based on the idea of evolution through cybernetically implanting humans with machine parts. You're one of the victims, stripped of your memories and modeled into a cybernetic killing machine by evil Dr. Mastaba. I swear to God, those villain names in games are getting more and more ridiculous with each next one. What's next to come? Mr. Wabadabdab? Or maybe Dr. Kung Fu? Oh, I know. Professor Poopy Pants, the evil ruler of a Pantyverse. Never mind. In Bioforge, you have to explore the complex you're locked in, discover the secrets behind the evil conspiracy, and hopefully escape it alive, discovering who you are along the way. Or who you were, really. Bioforge is a 3D textured polygonal action adventure kinda similar in the way it works to Alone in the Dark, with 3D characters and objects on flat pre-rendered backgrounds. You'll be collecting items and solving puzzles, all to figure out secrets of the complex you're locked in and to flee the captivity. Many of the combat encounters you'll partake in require smart tactics rather than brute force to win, so keep that in mind while playing, and use anything and everything you can to your advantage. Bioforge is one of the more interesting and unique titles from 1995, especially because of its captivating and rich story, but also one of the most notorious difficult games of its era, so that's also something to take into account when playing. XCOM Terror from the Deep is a sequel to year prior's UFO Enemy Unknown, and easily one of the best games of 1995, not only in its genre. It's a turn-based mix of global strategy, base management and tactical combat with some light role-playing elements. Terror from the Deep takes place 40 years after the first game and assumes that the player managed to defeat the alien plague. Interesting assumption, given that the original was rather unforgiving and you were nearly always one mistake away from losing your best squad and henceforth forfeiting the future of Earth. Still, in XCOM, alien sightings have resurfaced in the recent years and especially in the last few months became more and more common. These sightings, however, very quickly turned into activities and this, in a very short while, became violent. The aliens are now more destructive and dangerous than they ever were. In Terror from the Deep, pesky creatures are not coming from above, but from below, from depths of the oceans. Now, gameplay-wise, XCOM's literally no different at all to UFO. And good, cause there was nothing wrong with that one, and you don't fix what works. But if I'm to be honest, and since we're on the subject, I wouldn't mind seeing presentation get a bump up to high-res VGA. It didn't happen, but I suppose if you wanna poop out such a huge content-wise game, and an excellent follow-up in a span of just a year, then even in the 90s some corners had to be cut and some assets reused. And frankly, I'm good with that. Also, I know I said poop. It's for fun. Despite all that, XCOM is not identical to UFO. Tactical encounters can now take place both on land and underwater and require not only the use of appropriate gear, but also weapons that can be used when submerged. Granted, it's an early game gimmick, as along with time spent with the game, weapons quickly evolve to become universal and have no limitations of that kind, but it's a nice touch even if short-lived. What's interesting about XCOM though is that while it takes place 40 years after the original, we're left with virtually no tech from the first encounter. We have no plasma weapons or alien technologies, even though we were using and manufacturing these by a truckload before. I suppose its removal must have been needed for the gameplay loop and progression purposes. XCOM is even more difficult than its predecessor was, which means it may not be the best game in the series for someone to start their adventure with tactical squad-based strategies, but in the same time it's an excellent treat to those who completed and replayed the first title to death. It's just fantastic. Gabriel Knight 2 The Beast Within is a direct follow-up to the earlier, as good title in the series called Sins of the Fathers. Gabriel Knight, our protagonist, officially a former bookstore owner, is in reality the last in generations of so-called Schattenjagers, shadow hunters whose task is to find and fight evil forces all around the world. Great start, right? After the events of the first game, Gabriel and his assistant Miss Grace Nakimura moved to the Ritter Castle in Bavaria in Germany to his family's historical home, where Gabriel, initially involved in a seemingly simple case of a young girl killed by a wolf, will eventually uncover and cleanse the mysterious Hunter Society, in the process learning about Bavaria's dark past and secrets. While Beast Within is a real full-fledged point-and-click adventure, it is also chock full of numerous FMV sequences that seem to trigger with most interactions, adding to the atmosphere a lot. It's not just a simple and linear FMV game though, let's make this clear, and you have to bring your adventure A game to complete it. Getting yourself accustomed with many characters, following long dialogue trees and learning a lot from them, doing detective work, figuring out what, where, when, why and how happened, and solving many puzzles. both Gabriel and Grace are playable characters in Beast Within during different alternating sections of the story. The game is a masterpiece of blood-chilling, suspenseful, well-told mystery that instantly became a benchmark of how games using FMV sequences should look, feel, and play. It proved that simple watching of videos should not be used as gameplay mechanic, but rather serve as a background, adding a lot to the ambience of the plot. The game is full of dark, suspenseful, horror undertones that you witness all throughout, picking at you at every corner, every location you visit, and resurfacing just for a moment here and there, toying with your wariness until eventually taking a forefront of the gameplay. It's a must-play. While well known by hardcore fans of the genre, Discworld was generally speaking underappreciated and underrated. It is set and based in Terry Pratchett's Discworld, which is a huge flat disk that the world lays on. Said disk is in turn carried by 4 giant elephants, which themselves stand on the back of even larger turtle. I know, crazy. But that's what you should expect here, a crazy, over-the-top and hilarious adventure filled with humorous situations and ridiculous encounters to the brim. You're Rincewind, the most expandable wizard of the Unseen University, and you're given a task of getting rid of the dragon that's terrorizing the city of Ankh-Morpork. A beautiful name, I must add, as it sounds like, more pork. And you know, bacon. And I love bacon. Anyway, at this exact point, your point-and-clicking otherworldly adventure begins. The game follows the tropes of most others in the genre, with a couple notable exceptions. First of all, your personal inventory is limited to 2 objects only, and the majority of your belongings are stored in a luggage, an intelligent walking chest with dozens of little feet that follows you around like an old puppy. Then there are puzzles, some of which are really deviously designed, they're logical though and not unfair in the slightest, so no trial and error should be necessary. Use your noggin, suspending your disbelief and immersing yourself in the world of Discworld, and you'll be able to easily figure them out. And finally, solving some of them will require time travel. Yep, similar concept to Day of the Tentacle, but used on a more personal level, so to speak. If you're a fan of a genre and never heard of Discworld, I envy you, cause you're gonna have an awesome time with this one. If you're not, try it out anyway, it's odd enough that it may actually be something you'll enjoy playing. After a huge success of the first game, Blizzard Entertainment released Warcraft 2 Tides of Darkness in 1995 and redefined the RTS genre again. It takes place in Blizzard's own kingdom of Azeroth and depicts conflict between humans and orcs. After taking off Azeroth, orcs are mounting for an invasion of Lordaeron. If they manage to do so, the remaining humans, dwarves and elves will cease to exist. So, to counter the deadly horde, 3 races formed an alliance in hopes for saving themselves from the fate of Azeroth. Warcraft 2 is immensely expanded as compared to the previous title though, offering new units and unit types, novel and there being notable additions among them, new types of resources, much better AI, and incomparably flashier graphics in beautiful high-res SVGA. It added a very basic automation of some of the basic tasks too, like for patrols, which may not sound like a lot but was hella useful in protecting of your ever-expanding kingdom. Warcraft 2 was a huge hit and gained popularity faster than the first one could ever dream of doing, which resulted with the release of 4 add-ons, or as we call them now, DLCs, or even expansion packs. Naming aside, all of them added something new and exciting to the gameplay formula, despite some of them not coming from Blizzard themselves. I suppose that Blizzard had to give Warcraft 2 its all, as this time it had a true and real competitor in the form of Command & Conquer. Personally, I'm not big on RTS games, but if you are, you either love it already or will when you play it. Mining operations run by PTMC, so Post-Terran Minerals Corporation, have been hacked, and all of its mining robots went rogue and took human workers present at all sites hostage. You're given a control of a modified Gyro GX ship and are sent out to clear and destroy the mines, by any and all means necessary. Descent, that you're watching on your screen, is a 3D first-person full 720 degrees movement shooter. While you start with a very basic weapon that just pew-pews at the enemies, there are many more to pick up along the way, and all are a definite upgrade over the first one. Some will kapow kapow, others will kaboom kaboom. Am I having a stroke here? What the hell am I talking about? Anyway, most of the weapons use your ship's energy supplies, so have to be used with reason. Holding of a trigger is a recipe for failure, keep that in mind. Each level's main goal is to locate and destroy mine's main reactor. When completed, you're left with 45 seconds to find the escape hatch and exit before the mine explodes, dropping anything left unexploded and unfilled with tons of holes inside. Did I mention stroke already, or am I just word crafting here like a lunatic? Unlike in most games of the time, Descent used a very novel mechanic of AI adapting to your strategies and gameplay style, by following what you do and how you fight, offering a constant challenge along the way. and requiring you to mix and match your tactics depending on the situation you'll find yourself in. I'm not sure if the video gives it away, but Descent is a really fun title, and if you like free movement shooters that are not on-rail ones, you should definitely give it a go because there's hardly any better, even today. Jagged Alliance is a turn-based tactical strategy role-playing mixture, and apparently a mouthful too. It combines excellent tactical squad-level ground combat, similar to that of XCOM, with unprecedented variety of character personalities and solid omnipresent RPG elements. Story-wise, you're tasked with recapturing an island of Metavira from an evil man called Lucas, who took it over for himself to harvest extremely rare and profitable sap from trees growing on it. And I gotta give justice where it's due, but for one, a villain is not doctor, professor, or scientist. Well done, Jagged Alliance. All that said, you are working on a very limited budget that is entirely dependent on the amount of sap that is extracted from recaptured areas. So, each next that you free and is capable of producing the sap is a step towards your eventual success. And no, I don't doubt that you'll win, cause you're you and there's just no one better. The game is divided into two equally important parts. First, strategic, shows the map of entire island, divided into sectors, and your actions here, like moving your mercenaries between sectors for instance, all happen in real time. And the second is turn-based, close-up top-down tactical view layer that the game switches to for combat and mission encounters. Each of your mercs has a limited set of action points per each turn of combat, and they can be used for anything, any number of times, as long as they're still available. The mercs are hired for a set period of time and paid on a day-by-day basis. They are not faceless, interchangeable no-name soldiers, however, but individual unique characters from around the world, each with their own personality and quirks. Some are cowardly but have particular very useful set of skills, other maniacally bloodthirsty and tough to control. Each and every one of them is different, is what I'm saying. And they all will react differently throughout the combat in response to its development. All that is just the tip of an iceberg though, as they all, being part of an international merc guild, also have opinions and rapport with each other and can straight up refuse to work with one another or perform especially well together if their personalities don't align or do, respectively. While not an unknown title per se, Jagged Alliance was often overlooked in favor of other games. And that's a mistake, a big one, maybe even as big as your mama, as it's a gem unlike many. Does any of that sound interesting to you? Yeah, it does? And what if I told you that I haven't even mentioned dozens upon dozens of available weapons and special items, different mission types, improvements to stats for mercs after missions, and excellent enemy AI that responds to combat situations in a natural and intelligent way, and the plot that organically reacts to and unfolds in response to your progress in the game? That's Jagged Alliance, one of the very best games, not only of 1995, but of all time. Worms was probably one of the most important titles of early 90s and definitely for gaming overall. I doubt there's anyone who've never heard of it, cause it's like not hearing about Rain, Dog Poop or Bethesda games having bugs, but on an odd chance that one of you didn't, I'll quickly try to explain. In essence, it's a 2D artillery style game where your team of cute, talkative tiny worms is randomly placed on a randomly generated fully destructible map, and you have to defeat opposing team or teams of worms in a turn-based combat in a given time limit. Each turn has a set predefined length, usually between 30 and 60 seconds, and a whole run takes 5 to 15 minutes, after which, with every passing turn, water level keeps rising, adding to the urgency and excitement. In one turn, as long as time allows for that, you can move your worm freely, pick up upgrades, choose between numerous available weapons and shoot at the enemy once. A shot always ends the turn. After all that is done, the enemy can do the same. Rinse and repeat until there's only one team, or more often than not when playing with others, one worm left. Because it's highly unlikely that any team would survive the other unscathed. Worms can be played by up to 4 players on a single system, and while it's extremely chaotic at times with so many people and worms at once, it's also one of the most fun experiences you could have in 1995 on PC. Everything that made Dune 2 great makes Command & Conquer even better. It is perhaps the second after Warcraft real RTS game. It focuses on a conflict between two fictional factions, the Brotherhood of Nod and the Global Defense Initiative, and you can take control of either of the sides for one of two 15-mission-strong campaigns. Each of the organizations has different buildings and units, infantry, artillery and tanks among others, and typically for the genre, the gameplay loop heavily relies on supply and demand mechanic, so you need to build your base, then the refinery, and finally send out harvesters to collect the precious resource known only as Tiberium. It is then converted in refinery into money that can be used to erect more structures and build new units, effectively fueling the conflict. which ironically is also all about control of Tiberium. On Earth, or in space it seems, our hunger for more money and resources is something that never really changes, does it? Quite obviously, Command & Conquer supports online multiplayer, where up to 4 gamers can battle it out for this terrible substance, and even better, 2-player mode, where one copy of the game can be used to play on 2 PCs connected locally. All because the game came on 2 separate CDs, something that not many developers did, hardly no one in fact, but it was definitely a very gamer-friendly move by Westwood. Crusader No Remorse is a 2D isometric shooter and the first title in duology of Origin's sci-fi action games. You're a so-called silencer, an elite soldier working for the World Economic Consortium, in short WEC, whose skills are utilized in hunting down the Resistance rebels. And you're good at it. That is, until one day after an unexpected WEC mech patrol attack, that you're the only survivor of actually, you realize that you've been working for the bad guys all this time. And this is where the game begins. Gameplay comprises of 16 missions, which must be completed in order. Objectives of these are quite varied and can range from destroying WEC refineries, through prisoner rescue raids, all the way to kidnappings of consortium officials. But objectives aside, most of your time realistically will be spent shooting at anything that moves. Like if it comes within your weapon's range, it's good practice to shoot first and worry about consequences later. Just the way they taught you. The arsenal of available weapons is pretty impressive. There's a lot of them, from regular assault rifles, shotguns and grenade launchers, to more exotic lasers, EMP dischargers and even plasma cannons, to name a few. And each and every one of these works differently and often features unique death animations for your enemies. Most of the environment is also fully destructible, but I wouldn't recommend going crazy with it exploding away onto victory, as there are usually a lot of interesting pickups to be found and you may end up accidentally destroying them. Carefully placed shot into an explosive object, however, may help you out of a sticky situation from time to time, so it's worth keeping that in mind too. If shooters were your thing, you had an awesome time in 1995 with Crusader. Earthworm Jim is an action platformer in which you're the titular worm. You're not all elongated, slimy and powerless however, but sporting an advanced spacesuit that grants you arms, legs and a gun to spread destruction and domination all around. When necessary and you have no other choice, you can also use your wormy body in a variety of ways to overcome environmental obstacles. So you can whip your enemies into submission like any other sadistic worm would, or use your body as a grappling hook to swing away from danger, or have it spin like helicopter blades to hover for a short time, breaking the otherwise deadly fall from great height into a spiky demise, for instance. While most of the levels are your typical platforming fare, ongoing from start to finish, killing anything that moves and is not you, with an occasional end-stage boss, some have special conditions to be completed, like escorting a specific character, and protecting them along the way, for instance. Every few levels there are palette refreshers in the form of space racing sequences or a bungee jumping competition. They're not necessary, but provide a nice break from holding the fire button. Frantic, constant action and variety of gameplay styles keeps Earthworm Jim interesting and fun all the way through. The fact that it looks and sounds as if it was taken straight out of the cartoon is only a cherry on this sweet pie of a game. When I launched Need for Speed for the first time and laid my eyes on it, I became instantly hooked, long before I even played it. That intro, man, all those supercars, those I dreamt of having or even just driving. To be quite honest here with you, hailing from a small town, even seeing one would be great back then. And there they were, on my screen in Hollywood quality fast-paced full-motion video sequences, zooming around different nondescript tracks, seducing me to launch the game. And boy oh boy, I did. And Need for Speed did not fail to deliver. I don't think that I've ever seen as realistic graphics in a racing game before. And I know that I've spoke about few of these awesome at their time games on this channel already, to death even, but presentation-wise, none could hold a candle to it. It just looked unlike anything else at the time. To me, it seemed near photorealistic. And it's not that the others were in a different league entirely, no. They were not even playing the same sport. So, naturally, being as impressionable teen as I was instantly charmed and addicted to it all at once. All tracks and cars looked as if they were real, just miniaturized to fit on my 15-inch flickering screen, and switching to steering wheel view made me feel as if I was there too, rushing through beautiful sceneries in ungodly fast monsters against equally as fast opponents. Each of the available cars varied in how they felt when driving, offering not only different parameters on paper, well, on screen, but you get what I mean, but also how they actually handled. Each also had their own distinctive sounds, hums and purrs of the engine, so to speak, so if you've played Need for Speed long enough, you could actually tell which car was approaching you from behind based on the sound cues alone. And music, well, hard rock tracks all throughout. and all pumping the adrenaline through your veins nearly as fast as the racing itself did. But most of all, Need for Speed landed itself in a very comfortable spot of being neither a simulation nor a pure arcade racer. It was somewhere in between, where fans of either subgenre could enjoy it. If there's one thing that I would like to complain about, it would have to be the lack of any in-game damage model, which, given everything else that Need for Speed did well, it's still not enough to take away the big W it was for 1995 and in my books. First of all, Terminal Velocity is an amazing title, one that any AAA game or a movie should not be ashamed of. Remember Speed with Keanu Reeves and Sandra Bullock? It could have easily be called Terminal Velocity and still be as good of a movie, maybe even better. Coming back to our game though, Terminal Velocity is a futuristic first-person 720 degrees movement shooter / flight simulation. I know, it sounds stupid, I feel stupid saying it, but that's what it is and best describes it. And you know what? It's irrelevant how it sounds, cause as a game it's just great. Sure, by now, so 2024, we've had many more and better shooters, but in 1995 there wasn't much Terminal Velocity could be compared to. Most of the game takes place in open areas of various planets, and before each mission you're given a set of specific objectives to fulfill, usually a target or targets to destroy. So, before being able to move to the next planet, you have to complete them. Naturally, all the enemies standing between you and your task have to go bye-bye, so if it moves and is within your view, shoot first and think later. Anyway, all of the planets have tunnel systems, which, unlike in Descent that many mistakenly compare Terminal Velocity to, are not labyrinths of endless corridors and rooms, but straightforward entrance to exit first, through which you have to fight your way, disposing of any and all enemies and opening doors and passages. If I had to compare them to something, they'd be closer to Attack on the Death Star from Star Wars rather than anything that happens in Descent. Terminal Velocity offers quite a few weapons to choose from, each next deadlier than the last, and all enemies and planets have their distinctive look and characteristics, so there's hardly a moment you'll feel that the gameplay gets stale. It's a damn good game, and I can't recommend it enough. Technically speaking, FIFA Soccer 96 may have not been the first full 3D football / soccer game on PC. That title goes to Actua Soccer, which released a few months earlier, but FIFA was definitely the most impressive one. FIFA Soccer used debuted in NHL Hockey 96 virtual stadium technology, so it featured multiple camera views with dozens of angles and coupled it all with stunning for the time graphics that the gamers were drooling over throughout the entire year. It was probably one of the first games in the genre that could be non-ironically called simple football simulation, where certain replays and actions looked as if they were captured straight from TV, especially on old CRT screens that many of us had back then. FIFA 96 offered two graphical modes, low-resolution VGA and high-res, high-detail CPU-burning SVGA. Obviously, the latter looked much better, offering even sharper smooth visuals, but required a beefy Pentium processor and preferably at least 1 MB SVGA card to pull it off effectively. The more the better, really. VGA, aside from running in lower resolution, looked and played virtually the same, so those who could not afford strong systems were not alienated and could enjoy FIFA as well, even if in reduced presentation mode. There's not much more to say about it, football is football, and the game is all about it. Simon the Sorcerer 2, The Lion, the Wizard and the Wardrobe is AdventureSoft's second in popular line of parody point-and-click adventure games and a new worldwide record in length of video game titles. Not really, but can you imagine? Once again, you're Simon the Sorcerer, let's not forget that bit, and you've been transported into parallel universe of magic and monsters that you visited in a previous game, all via magic wardrobe created by the first title's villain, Evil Sorcerer. Your quest, should you choose not to pussy out and accept it, not that you have any choice in the matter though, is all about getting home once again, which circles around finding fuel for the wardrobe, searching for it in a vast world consisting of parodies of popular fantasy novels and fairy tales, all the while stopping villain of the first game Sordid from resurrecting and conquering the land. And it's a reoccurring theme with Simon the Sorcerer that it takes what's popular and well known, adds its own little bizarre twist to it and runs with it for better or worse, somehow always ending up with better. Simon the Sorcerer 2 was pretty well received game when it released by both gamers and reviewers, and over its original lifespan, before being resurrected by GOG, it sold over 600,000 copies, which is nothing to scoff at if you keep in mind that it's a point-and-click adventure. A game in a genre that was slowly being phased out by other, more action-packed games from 1995 onward. The Dig is one of the last and most interesting, even if misunderstood and overlooked, LucasArts' point-and-click adventure games. It's also one that was not a huge success, which was a criminal mistake on part of anyone who ignored it, sadly yours truly included. as it's one of the best adventure games ever made. The reason for the sad state of things may be the fact that it was not quirky humor-filled fare like Monkey Island or Maniac Mansion. Instead, it's a dark and gritty sci-fi story that's as captivating as best movies in a genre are. And it's no wonder, cause such names as Orson Scott Card and Steven Spielberg were involved in the game's creation. It was not, however, what we are used to with LucasArts, and for that reason, the dig flew under the radar for many. An asteroid appears seemingly out of nowhere not far from Earth, and it's clear that soon enough, its path through space will place it in a collision course with our planet. And given its size, it threatens a large chunk, if not all, of the world's population. You're you, so a hero as per usual, so naturally you're a part of an Armageddon-like mission to blow it off its deadly trajectory. But as soon as you and your team step on it, you accidentally trigger hidden controls that turn it into a spaceship that takes your whole team to an abandoned planet on the other side of the galaxy. As a result of a few next and unrelated to each other chains of events, your team breaks up, partly in a deadly way I must add, and you find yourself stranded, alone, struggling to explore and understand this new world. Sounds interesting, right? Believe me, it is. The Dig features some of the most difficult puzzles in point-and-clicking that you've seen, but they're not illogical or random, so you should be able to solve them all without resorting to trial and error or a walkthrough if you give them your best. It's one of the last great old-style adventure games, so all fans of the genre should make their mission to play and complete it, without exceptions. You too. Tyrian is an arcade vertically scrolling shoot-em-up with a plot. And I know the plot is totally unnecessary in a shoot-em-up, I agree. But this one's pretty stupid. And I love cliché stories, same as I do movies that are so bad that they end up ironically being really good. Like John Carpenter's They Live, or Lam Naichoi's Ricky O, The Story of Ricky. The latter one being an incredible watch if you just wanna get lost in something that's so over-the-top dumb that not much can compare to it. Funny enough, both of them feature some of the worst fighting scenes in the history of cinema. Anyway, coming back to Tyrion's story, you're Trent Hawkins, and you're famous. You are, after all, the entire galaxy's best fighter pilot, and one that time and time again is called to save it. This time is no different. The solar system is on the brink of being taken over by the evil corporation Microsol, and you're the only one who can prevent it. If that wasn't enough, the story is filled to the brim with personal betrayals, twists and turns all around, and even a death of your close family members. Plural. If someone made Tyrion into a movie, it would have been exceptionally bad. A sweet, sweet treat for bad movie connoisseurs like myself. All that aside, I should say something actually about the game, right? Tyrion features full story/campaign mode in which you complete increasingly more difficult levels, same as in most shooters. It offers around a dozen of ships to choose from, quite unlike other shooters, and they can be upgraded for credits in between the levels. Each ship has a front and back weapons, sidekick add-ons, shield and a generator, and all these can be improved, upgraded or replaced. And there's over 100 of those upgrades to pick between. So, if anything, you won't get bored playing Tyrion, and its fun factor is inverse proportional to its plot. In fact, it's probably the best or second best shoot-em-up for those that I've spoke about to date. Best way to experience Tyrion is not through DOSBox or by using a classic PC, but by playing new, free and working on modern systems Open Tyrion, which is identical to the original, just runs under Windows. Albion is a sci-fi party-based role-playing taking place in 2227 on the planet Albion. You're sent out on your factory ship Toronto to harvest resources from a rich but barren newly discovered titular planet Albion. Upon arriving in vicinity, however, something happens and your shuttle crash lands on the surface. When you exit the wreck, you're stunned as you find yourself on a planet that's unlike anything you expected. Not only it is rich in fauna and flora, with life blooming all around, but also hosts various advanced races, each with unique to them cultures and histories. So, an unexpected dried up raisin ended up being fresh and ripe grape. You'll need to explore this strange world, help its inhabitants, and eventually find your way back to Toronto. At any given point, you may have up to 6 characters in your party, all recruited in various locations and joining you for different plot reasons. All of them have their individual fighting styles and /or magical capabilities too. The game is presented in a mixture of 3D first-person view and top-down 2D. An experience, like in most games in a genre, is gained in majority by defeating enemies and solving puzzles, which, since we're on the subject, are much more interesting than your typical at the time, looking for a hidden button or defeating a set number of foes. And it's really refreshing and fun to experience. Combat always takes place on a 2D 6x6 square grid and is entirely turn-based, which for me is a huge plus, but for you, maybe whatever you feel for such combat mechanics. The world of Albion is huge, full of interesting characters and places to explore, and the game itself is one of the best role-playing experiences of the time. Screamer is an incredible arcade racer, similar to console Ridge Racer and Daytona USA, but much better. Not as good as Screamer 2 that released a year later, but that's a subject for another video. Quite literally, in fact. Screamer was a game that proved that the arcade-style racing with beautiful modern fully textured 3D presentation was not only possible on PC, but could run as well, if not better, than on consoles, and most importantly, be hella fun to play. And believe it or not, it delivered on all fronts and exceeded all expectations. All cars and tracks are well designed and nicely rendered, especially if you switch to much more demanding high-res SVGA mode, and each and every available car feels a bit different when driven. Included tracks are unique and can be raced on in opposing direction too, effectively, not really but sorta, doubling their number. The engine powering this beast of a racer is very competent too, offering a very smooth gameplay running in low res with high details on basically any run-of-the-mill 486. But high resolution required a beefy Pentium and a decent, at least 1 MB RAM-equipped SVGA card, and not everyone could afford that at the time. Seeing the game in motion at those specs, however, is well worth it. Simply put, Heretic's sequel Hexen is a much better and enjoyable experience. When you were killing desperately in the first game, 2 other Serpent Riders have arrived in your dimension and slaughtered everyone. Well, not really, 3 people survived. Not enough to rebuild the civilization, but plenty enough to tell on them. And tell to you so you could chase down Korax, one of the Serpent Riders that stayed behind, and enact your bloody revenge or dismemberment on him. Preferably both. Hexen kept all the modifications to the original Doom's engine used in the first game and added more new stuff. Most importantly, 3 classes to choose from, so that you could play as a warrior, mage or a cleric. Each of them had 4 different weapons to unlock and use throughout the game, and their own unique stats of speed and armor. So each seems to have its very own feel and playstyle. While technically aiming to be more of an action RPG, Hexen was the very first FPS to feature choice of classes, as no other title in the genre offered totally different playing characters to choose from. Other smaller, yet notable additions were weather effects, jumping, I know, crazy jumping, earthquakes and destructible objects such as trees and vases. But while nice additions, all of these were not generally speaking necessary. And last but not least, scripted events and sequences present in the game allowed for much more complex puzzles and storytelling. To summarize, Hexen was another step up in the evolution of FPS and one of the best early 2.5D games in the genre. Rayman is a proof that PC could. Like that little train. It could pull off platformers as good, if not better, than popular at the time consoles. Running super smoothly encompassed in rich, colorful backgrounds and melodic music with excellent sounds and intricate, perfectly thought out level design. And all that with ease, no less, and not too demanding on the hardware. Rayman is a story of your classic good versus evil, so Rayman versus Mr. Dark respectively. And it's an action platformer featuring our unusual hero. One that does not have arms or legs, but has hands and feet despite that. Weird. How are they connected to his body? Nobody knows, but my best bet is on hopes, dreams and imagination. A mixture of all 3 in equal measures, keeping those extremities close, even if not directly connected. Aside from standard running and jumping found in other platformers, Rayman can also hover for a short while using his hair as a propeller and throw his fists in an attack. And yes, I meant what I said, throw, so that they could return to him like some kind of a weird hand boomerang. They can be wound-up too for a more powerful punch, like a knockout strong one. In the end, Rayman is the best of the best the system could do when it came to action platforming, a benchmark for 2D platformers for years to come, and an incredibly fun and easy to pick up title that I believe everyone should try, as it's the best example of what PC was capable of if given a chance and some talent thrown at it. Also, it's as good today as it was years ago. Mortal Kombat 3 is my least favorite out of all 2D Mortal Kombat games. Great start, right? But it's irrelevant, cause objectively speaking, it's excellent. It may be the best out of all 3 from a technical point of view, but in my eyes, something was lost in translation between it and the second. Something that's hard to put the finger to, especially when it's not there in reality and just feels off. Perhaps it feels out of place because it overdid on some aspects of its design and under-delivered on others. I mean, did we really need combos counters displayed on the screen? We had them in other games, they just worked naturally and were not advertised on screen. And animalities? I mean, sure, babalities were an unnecessary stretch already, but adding more of what does not work is not the solution. And worst of all the sins they could have committed with Mortal Kombat was removing one of the staple fighters of the whole series, Scorpion. Scorpion and Sub-Zero, like yin and yang, are generic representations of good and bad, not being totally different, just two opposite sides of the same coin. I mean, I know that he's been brought back in Ultimate Mortal Kombat 3, but that's a different game and not one we're covering here today. It seems that I actually do know what I didn't like about it and what was wrong with it in my eyes. Luckily, it wasn't all bad and sour though, and there were some good sides to Mortal Kombat 3 too. Namely, addition of multi-level stages, which while not game-changing, were a very nice touch, adding to the depth of gameplay and feeling of severity behind some of the stronger attacks. Some of those locations even featured new stage fatalities, which are always fun. And last but not least, introduction of new warriors of Nightwolf, Striker, Cabal, Smoke, Sector, Cyrax, Shiva and Sindel was pretty sweet too. Sure, they may have not become faves of anyone straight away, but added variety and made each battle against friends more unpredictable. Mortal Kombat 3 was also a game where Kano returned, which was great, though at least for me he didn't felt as good as he did in the first one. I know, I complained a lot about it, and there's a reason. I hoped that it would be more and better. But generally speaking, Mortal Kombat 3 was not a bad game at all, and I did spend way too much time to admit dismembering opponents in it, and even more so being dismembered myself. Cause yeah, I suck at versus fighting games. Grand Prix 2 is a F1 racing simulator and a worthy successor to Geoff Cramont's classic World Circuit. It features a full FIA license, meaning you get to race against the legendary drivers of the time, Michael Schumacher, Damon Hill and Mika Hakkinen to name a few. It was also the closest thing to the real F1 that most gamers could realistically ever expect to happen to them. The underlying driving physics engine is actually really good and responds accurately to all the changes you make to your car. And that's where the beauty of this game lies. Now, I am not a car fanatic and don't claim to be knowledgeable when it comes to tuning in any real way, but even despite that, I can tell you that any and all modifications that you make to your car's brake bias, gear ratios, wings, sway bars, spuckers, springs and damper can be felt when driving and impact the performance and handling in a noticeable way. Each may shave off just a tiny bit of your lap time, but together, when set up correctly, this can make a difference that will put you ahead of the competition. You know, same as it is in F1 in real life. And since we're on how the game feels, I can't omit the presentation, it's fantastic. Not good or great, fantastic. Sure, when compared to games of today it looks bland and blocky, but in 1996 it was something else. I mean, take a look at the replays if you get a chance, they look so good that on a small 15-inch CRT it could be argued that the game was close to being photorealistic. Grand Prix 2 set a new standard for F1 simulations in 1996, and it was one that the others had to strive to compare themselves to. If you're a fan of the sport, it's not only the best F1 racer of 1996, but also a must-have. Fantasy General is a turn-based strategy set in a fantasy world with some steampunk overtones, and it's based off Panzer General's engine. It's not a simple reskin, however, but a full-fledged game that stands on its own and is my most favorite out of all games in the SSI's General series. Story-wise, as in most games in a similar setting, evil has taken over the world, and you're summoned as a champion to dispose of it and set the world free. There are 4 heroes to choose from, each representing a different realm of power and each having access to 10 unique unit types with multiple upgrade levels each. Well, not each, as actually some of the units are not upgradable, but definitely most. Majority of the game takes place on a hexagonal overworld battle map and works the same way it does in other General Series games. So, requires taking into account terrain features your units are on and making sure that your army has the right mix of units to be viable in all situations. Please ignore a really bad gameplay in the footage, I've been having some issues with the scrolling speed and wanted to go for as many battles in as short time as possible to show off different units. There are however separate screens for unit recruitment, research and financial management, but that's pretty much it. Everything else happens on that aforementioned overworld map. Fantasy General is excellent, it looks great, it plays great and most importantly is hella fun, both in single player campaign and single battle multiplayer skirmishes. Once again, playing as the nameless soldier, you have to save the world. Or your base really, but if it would fall, the rest of the world would soon follow. The base has been overrun by the aggressive creatures hailing straight from another dimension, and when you arrive there, all your fellow soldiers are long gone. So you, being you, so not only dangerous but also the only human in existence with IQ over 9000, decide on clearing the base and then seeking out the teleport that would take you to their homeworld to exact your revenge. It could be argued that while Wolfenstein created the FPS genre, Doom popularized it with its polished and enjoyable design, but Quake changed it forever, bringing it straight into the 21st century, and for years ahead of it no less. It was the first ever fully 3D first-person shooter, the first that featured all of its elements built in an engine that did not use 2D sprites at all, so not only levels but also all enemies and objects present in the game are polygonal, which while a bit more demanding hardware-wise, also allowed for much more realistic enemy animations and lighting, and most of all, simulated in-game physics. So, fallen enemies drop to the ground more realistically, grenades bounce off the walls, there is a definite weight to some of the shots from some guns, and all that is just scratching the surface. The game consists of 4 episodes split into smaller levels. They feature many different kinds of enemies, human, monster and otherworldly, and pretty decent selection of weapons to choose from, or to collect really, as there's not that much choice, you just have to find them. Usually hidden inside corridors or behind uninterestingly looking objects. Quake was one of the first games natively offering support for multiplayer over the internet rather than just LAN, and it had 6 arena maps designed specifically for this multiplayer madness. And it was a madness, but in the best meaning of the word. Quake was a huge stepping stone for the future of FPS games, and regardless if you liked it or not, its importance cannot be overstated. The superiority of one over another can naturally be argued for hours on end, but personally, I enjoyed Jagged Alliance Deadly Games more than the original. While the first game took place on a single island and had an overarching plot to follow and work towards, Deadly Games is a set of linear mercenary missions where you lead your team through all of them, conquering more and more demanding challenges. Some may find the lack of deep story and strategic layer lacking, but I didn't mind it as much, at least not back in the day. It's because Jagged Alliance's strategic layer was never as good as the one in UFO or XCOM was, so not something I was heavily invested in, and frankly speaking, I found tree planting and guard recruitment rather tedious. I loved the combat though and had more than enough of it here. The other thing that was changed from the base game, and one that I actually did actively despise, was the turn limit, meaning each mission had a set number of turns to complete, so you either had to play more aggressively than you would have otherwise, or treat them as tactical puzzles to solve, getting the best outcome possible while sustaining the smallest in scope losses, keeping your mercs in tip-top form for the next mission to come. But along with questionable, bad and irrelevant changes also came the good ones, and quite a few of these actually. New mission types were added, tons of new weapons and gear, 10 new mercenaries, obviously as polarizing as the original were, a co-op multiplayer mode, which you know, in games like this one is more than fun, and a built-in campaign editor. And I don't have to tell you how much I love these. I mean, even if I don't use them myself as much, having access to user-created content, new, longer, better and more creatively put together missions and campaigns is just great. Gameplay-wise, Deadly Games is super fun. You begin by picking up to 6 mercenaries and equipping them and jumping straight into the missions. And since you have access to all the original and new mercs, there's a lot of them to pick from. They all differ not only in their specializations and stats, but also in their origins and character, meaning that they all may have histories with one another and particular opinions on how they're being teamed up. Some may straight up refuse to join your band of merry killing machines just because someone else is already in a party, or on the flip side, work better because they're with someone they enjoyed the company of. It's mechanically a simple concept, but adds a lot to the atmosphere of running your own merc squad and managing different characters and not just quote-unquote units on the map. In other words, and you can quote me on that, Jagged Alliance Deadly Games is basically the A-Team simulator. Combat is naturally turn-based and it uses action points for everything that you can do each turn, and as long as you have them, action points that is, you can take as many actions as you'd like. Be it attacks, movements, stance change, picking up, dropping or using of objects, opening locked doors, containers and the likes. Doing anything really. And each merc has their own set of these entirely dependent on his/her stats. The stats are health, agility, dexterity, wisdom, medicine, explosives, mechanics and marksmanship, and they influence nearly everything in the game. Deadly Games may have dropped the overarching strategic background and focused on squad tactics, which many may have not liked, but personally I was more than fine with it, as I was never big on gardening and farmer training. Realms of the Haunting is a mixture of an adventure and first-person shooter. It's an unusual concoction, but one that surprisingly works pretty well. It uses improved version of Normality's engine and serves very deep and good occult adventure, using heaps upon heaps of full-motion videos spread over 4 game CDs. While you're experiencing the game world through the first-person viewpoint, there's a free-floating mouse hand on the screen at all times, used to interact with the objects in the game. So, you'll be leaving your greasy paw prints everywhere, touching anything and everything, investigating the locales that you'll visit. Puzzles that you'll be solving are generally speaking logical and not based on trial and error, but beware, because quite often you'll be pixel hunting for that one particular object or a place to click on. Like I said, you'll touch a lot of things. It's not a game-breaking issue, but definitely something worth mentioning. Story-wise, Realms of the Haunting starts off as a typical haunted house story, but soon enough it evolves into end-of-the-world tale of a cult-based drama. You're Adam Randall, a son of deceased priest, and you're sent off to investigate a haunted mansion that's supposedly linked to your father's death. It quickly turns out that the mansion is an old satanic temple, and it's full of both demons and evil spirits. Also unwashed dishes, but that's something you're not there to sort out. When inside, after a short while, you learn that the person who sent you there is actually a 500 years old sorcerer who's bent on the world destruction. The game's really good, so if you like the adventure horror titles and don't mind FMV plots, you'll love it. I loved Back to the Future movies. All of them. Even the third one that most, for whatever the reason, don't seem to enjoy. I did, and I wish there was more. But there aren't, so I'm happy that there were at least 3. And the cast? Oh my days, they couldn't have picked better. Marty, Doc and Biff, great timeless characters. By 1996 it was clear that there were no more new Back to the Future movies on the horizon, especially given Michael J. Fox's condition. So, when I saw that Christopher Lloyd would star in a game, a seemingly hilarious one at that, I was instantly curious and on board of the whole Roger Rabbit-like idea. Toonstruck is a point-and-click adventure in vein of earlier humorous LucasArts games made in reverse Who Framed Roger Rabbit style, meaning that all the backgrounds and characters were animated graphics and only Christopher Lloyd was digitized. He plays Drew Blank, a cartoonist who gets trapped in a cartoon world of his own creation. The land is overrun by a Count Nefarious and his goons, and Drew has to stop him. To do so, you'll need to locate several items and help in assembling of the machine that will be able to counter him. Drew is accompanied throughout the most of his adventure by a cartoon sidekick going by the name of Flux, and he can be used in many of the puzzles, same way any other item would. Which is an interesting mechanic, definitely adding to the fun factor. Oh, and the conversations with over 50 original characters are done using icons as subjects for them. And it's good to always start with an ice cube icon for breaking the ice, so to speak, as it's easier to carry on after. Also, when the ice melts into a puddle of water on that icon, it means that all the options with a particular character at the time have already been exhausted. Toonstruck is full of odd and quirky cartoon humor, and the puzzles are fun and sorta make sense if you keep in mind that everything in it is based on weird cartoon logic, that is.
Hail to the king, baby!
Duke Nukem 3D is a fun and full of dark humor and pop culture references 2.5D first-person shooter that you definitely know everything about already. You played it and loved it when you saw it first more than 20 years ago. It takes place in futuristic LA that's been invaded by the aliens. And naturally, when there's something strange in the neighborhood, when there's something weird and it don't look good, who you gonna call? No one, cause it's you who's gonna be called to come and deal with it. And your 28-level strong adventure of eradication of aliens invading LA, filled with one-liners galore, will take you on an ass-kicking adventure straight from the streets of the city through dozens of differently themed locales. I mean, you'll fight on a football field, on and around Japanese-style villa, and even on the space station. Not necessarily in that order. You'll battle through thousands of aliens, some of which look like failed Cold War-era Soviet experiments being half-men, half-pigs, while others are more akin to skinny and wimpy predators, torn out of their hunters' armors. And these are but a few from a wide number of odd monstrosities. The arsenal you'll wield to rid the Earth of the aliens come one corpse at a time is pretty varied too, and consists of anything from our Earth standard weaponry, so pistols, shotguns and the likes, all the way to rocket launchers, alien blasters of various kinds and even a shrinking ray, which while not causing any damage itself can reduce the enemy to the size of an ant that you can then promptly stomp on, leaving but a small crimson colored stain on the sole of your boot. Other than that, you'll have a whole set of various pieces of gear like jetpacks, night vision goggles, distraction holograms, steroids, medikits and the likes, all to aid you in your annihilation bonanza. Now, while all that seems fun and all, like hours of content and shipping containers worth of alien remains to leave behind, Duke Nukem's strongest suit is his personality. He is a badass, and he knows it. He doesn't need anyone reminding him of that. In fact, whenever he gets a chance, he makes sure to let everyone know that he is himself. And it's as cringe as it is fun, and you just can't help but love it. Duke Nukem 3D was the first FPS I played in multiplayer. And while I did play earlier games in deathmatch mode too, it was actually not on the original release dates, and Duke popped my multi-shooting cherry. And I don't think that I've ever rediscovered the same stupidly fun feeling in multiplayer in other shooters as I experienced playing Duke. It was amazing. I mean, I remember hiding somewhere camping, checking the cameras all the time, trying to snipe that buddy of mine who seemingly disappeared, just to have him jump out from behind and shoot me point blank in the back of my head. Because while I was looking for him, he was following me stealthily, so that whenever I checked the cameras, they didn't spot him as he was not far, well hidden, just a step or two behind. It was incredible and super fun. For both of us, shooter and the shootee. I could say victim, but I was talking about creating new worlds with someone recently, and it just felt right to craft one here on the spot. Oh, and I loved the build editor too. Very easy and fun to use tool to craft your own stages. So, Duke Nukem 3D is super fun, even today, check it out. Lords of the Realm 2 is a mix of a game, part turn-based resource and kingdom management, in which you have to breed cows, produce dairy, cultivate grain, mine iron and stone, produce weapons and manage your population and its happiness levels while keeping them safe from external and internal dangers and disruptions. But it's also partially a real-time strategy, controlling individual units or group formations of units during battles and sieges, offering various unit types from melee through ranged all the way to the siege engines, with their own strengths and weaknesses. So crossbowmen, for instance, while considerably more deadly than the archers, had a shorter range and were slower to attack. Lords of the Realm 2 supersedes previous title in the series, improving on all aspects of gameplay considerably, so the fans of an earlier game will no doubt love it. The overall gameplay revolves around holding your counties secure, grabbing new ones, building larger castles and keeping peasantry well fed and happy, as they are the cornerstone of your kingdom. The kingdom that is also only as strong as its weakest link is. Presentation-wise, Lords 2 is a mixed bag too. On one hand, the interface is readable and easy to comprehend, and on another, the graphics are tucked behind what was the standard when it released. That said, for what it is, so strategy, it doesn't make too much of a difference and don't break the immersion whatsoever. Sounds and music are actually pretty good and well-fitting, so they're a definite highlight of the game. To be honest with you guys, I haven't played Lords 2 in at least like 20 years now, so I'm not sure if I would still like it now as much as I did back then, but from what I remember is that the cows are everywhere. It's cows here, cows there, cows all around, and that I found it pretty addicting. Game, not the cows. Not as much as Civilization 2 or SimCity 2000, but enough to spend few weeks playing it exclusively anyway. So, if you like medieval-themed strategies and don't mind a bit odd real-time and turn-based mixture, Lords of the Realm 2 is a good game to waste some time at. Discworld 2 The Immortality Bites is a point-and-click adventure game based on Terry Pratchett's series of humorous fantasy novels set on a mythical Discworld. You're once again Rincewind, a laughingstock of a whole wizardling world, and you're tasked with the burden of coercing Death himself out of his impromptu retirement and back to his duties. A task and a half if you ask me. Sounds interesting, right? Well, it is, and most importantly, it's hella fun. And you know what? That's also exactly what majority of players thought too in 1996. And Discworld 2 was as big, if not bigger, commercial success than the first game. Obviously, as in most other adventure titles, both conversations and inventory puzzles are an important part of it and required to progress. And they are as hilarious as you can expect them to be coming from an earlier game. While sound design is on comparable level to the first Discworld, the graphics have been hugely improved and are now in full high-color, high-resolution SVGA mode. They look as if they were taken straight out of the cartoon. They're just beautiful. So detailed and so smooth, but personally I like those older pixelated ones better. I'm a sentimental fool though and have a lot of melancholy for pixels in their full square glory. That's me, however, and objectively speaking, second Discworld's overall presentation is on a much higher quality level than previously. Discworld 2 came out in an interesting time. when adventure games were slowly being phased out by other genres, overtaking them in popularity, especially RTS and FPS that were the new it. So if you're a fan of point-and-clickers, seek it out as it's one of the last few good ones, at least for another decade or so. Archimedean Dynasty is a sci-fi first-person underwater shooter simulation mixture and a prequel to later Aquanox. In the far-off future, seemingly never-ending wars for resources finally led Earth to nuclear destruction, polluting the surface so heavily that living on it is not possible anymore. The radiation, lack of sustainable resources of food and water forced us to move underground. Or underwater, to be precise. We settled in the depths of oceans, in the world aptly named Aqua. By 27th century, it was divided into Democratic Atlantic Federation, the oligarchy of the Arabic Clans Union, and the monarchist Russo-Japanese Shogunate. All awesome names, I must add. Very Star Trek-y, even if set underwater and not in space. You play as a mercenary, and you complete series of missions, all with very varied primary and secondary objectives centered around underwater combat. In the process of doing so, as you progress through the story, you'll uncover a deep political conspiracy that you'll find yourself unwillingly intertwined in. Money earned playing will be spent mainly on upgrades for your weaponry, torpedoes, generators, hull plating, combat software and noise reduction technology, which for all intents and purposes is just a stealth mode for your craft. Since we're on the subject, you'll need to manage your expenses smartly so that you'll never find yourself in a situation where you have to choose between rearming or repairing your hull, as that would pose a serious risk to your further progress. Archimedean Dynasty not only plays great and offers very believable and true-to-life physics, but also looks fantastic. It's equally as beautiful as its desolate and alone feeling in dark and moody depths of the oceans. It's probably the only game out there that could bring descent-like shooters lovers and flight simulation fanatics together, as it's equally as fast and action-packed as it is deep. Terrible pun intended. Screamer 2 is an arcade racer that at the time of its release was universally loved as it was genuinely phenomenal. I used to play it semi-competitively against my father for a better part of 1 year in the 90s. We didn't play it in split screen as it didn't offer high enough frame rate to do so on our home PC, but each of us raced on his own and then the game would save our times and we would try to one-up one another as if we were playing some kind of a mental challenge game in which whomever got to the first spot would rule the castle. This particular castle being our household. It goes without saying that even if I won occasionally, I had no saying in how things were or weren't at home. I was cheated out of my rule, if you ask me. Anyway, we would try out various different strategies that we came up with, like cutting corners fast or late, not all of them obviously, only those that were worthy, manual switching for those fraction of a second differences for perfect gear changes, different control schemes with my father famously well, as in famously within our four walls, moving acceleration and brake to one side of the keyboard and turning to another, playing two-handed as opposed to using default arrows control scheme, and many more. Some better, some worse. And whenever one of us managed to overtake another, he would gloat for as long as the record was not broken. It was great. Ultimately, despite my best effort, he was better than I. That said, I feel that I might have had much more fun, and I definitely remember it to this day and know for a fact that his memory of this time is heavily distorted. He is convinced that we played it on the Amiga using joysticks, you see. Oh well, other than that, it's an amazing arcade racer, worth every minute spent at it. It features 4 fictional rally cars, each of them feeling unique and behaving differently on a track. Following the formula of the easier to drive the particular car is, the slower its max speed, and the more challenging one is to keep in the lane, the faster it can go. The tracks are all different from one another too and spread across the entire world, so you may as well be going through British countryside and small towns, as well as dry sands of Egypt or sleepy snows of Finland. It's fantastic, and the arcade racing experience itself is the best that the PC could offer at the time, and much better than Sega's lacking arcade conversions. Tex Murphy: The Pandora Directive is a sequel to Under the Killing Moon and a fantastic point-and-click FMV adventure game. Yeah, I know what I said. It is set in 2043 in San Francisco, dystopian, post-nuclear megalopolis in which humans and mutants coexist. And you play as Tex once again, a private investigator and one with one of the most heavily working livers in the world. As per usual, money is short, living conditions are dire, and the ends are difficult to be met. So when you're contacted by one Gordon Fitzpatrick, an ex-research scientist, and offered a case of finding his missing friend Dr. Malloy, you jump on it like a toothless junkie jumps on a bag of crackers, so maniacally and not prepared for the experience ahead at all. While initially it may seem like a typical case of a missing person, oddly intertwined with series of seemingly random murders, soon enough it will develop into a full-fledged mystery, a complex political conspiracy, and even scientific discoveries proving former existence of an alien civilization on Earth and their abandoned and dangerous technology that was left behind. And whether you wanted to or not, you will find yourself in a spot from which you'll be able to, nay, you'll need to, decide how to not only deal with it all, but also secure the tech before it gets in the wrong hands. And trust me, most hands are the wrong hands. The Pandora Directive is filled to the brim with interesting and demanding but not unfair puzzles, a story that is very X-Files in its feels surprisingly deep, well written and acted out, and full of twists and turns that will keep you glued to your seat all throughout it. Let's be honest here, most of MV games are trash, this one isn't. Not only it's huge and captivating, but also features a lot of replayability, serving numerous paths to progress through, and 7 entirely different endings. If you enjoyed previous games in the series, this one's a no-brainer. But if you've not played it, don't let it discourage you from trying this one out, it's excellent. I love Death Rally. I have very fond memories of it, playing it with my youngest sister and a friend, and having a blast of a time doing so. It's a top-down arcade-style racer that's very similar in its design to Micro Machines or Supercars, but expanding considerably upon what these two offer. For one, you don't only win races by being the first, you can win by being the only one left driving. Because as the title may have given it away, there is much more to Death Rally than just racing. There's plenty of Death too. It features weapons active and passive, and 4 different levels of car upgrades: engine to increase top speed, tires that improve traction and reduce drifting, and armor that reduces incoming damage of all kinds. Before each race, if you can afford it, you can buy those and also mines and rocket fuel. But your opponents are not sleeping content with what they drive either, and they're preparing for the races as well. The game offers 19 tracks and 6 cars, each next better than the previous, all obviously upgradable. There are 4 cars in each race, and only first 3 earn money for it, and the last one goes home with nothing. Well, to be precise, damaged car, repair cost debt, and nothing. If he survives, that is. While racing, you get to pick ammo recharges, rocket fuel refills, and money drops popping on each track. And whoever picks them up first gets to keep or use them. Monetary bonuses picked up from races depend on the car that you're driving, and the better the car, the more you will get. All the shooting and mines aside, your ultimate goal is to get to the top of the championship table and defeat the boss driver, your adversary, nay, your nemesis, on the last special track. And while winning is fun, Death Rally is one of those games where the road is more fun than the destination itself. It's a great and addictive game, and you should definitely try it out if you enjoy arcade racers. Taking place in the provinces of High Rock and Hammerfell of Tamriel, Daggerfall is a successor to Bethesda's Arena, and a game titled after High Rock's capital city. Like with most Bethesda's games, you can be sure of 3 things. First, that it released full of bugs. It did, and it actually took several patches originally to get the game to the point where it wouldn't hang seemingly on random. Secondly, that it's an open-ended title that allows for complete freedom of choice of where to go and what to do next, and does not require you to follow the main storyline whatsoever. Also, something that is fulfilled as expected. And finally, you can bet that the game is big. And it is. Huge actually. I believe that to this day, it offers the single biggest game world of any game ever made that was not set in space, even if majority of the world is generated and populated randomly. Daggerfall, in fact, may be the biggest Bethesda's game content-wise too. It allows you to join many political or social organizations, so guilds, or try to get better and better pursuing power of your own. You can buy horses, houses, and even ships. And you can become the werewolf, werebore, or a vampire. Sadly, you can become a spider pig, manbat, or a traveling window cleaner, but that's pretty much all you can't be. In Daggerfall, you can interact with literally thousands of NPCs. Granted, given the game's random nature, most of these interactions is superficial, but they're there, so that's not nothing. Daggerfall doesn't skim on details either. Your character can come from any of the 9 provinces of Tamriel, and these not only differ in the race of their inhabitants, but also species, meaning not all are necessarily human. There's also 18 classes to choose from, with numerous primary and secondary trainable skills. When you create your character, you can skip picking a particular class, however, and make your own by selecting all skills and abilities by hand as you please. Not many games from other developers allowed for such freedom of choice, and not many do even to this day. Especially that it's a two-edged sword. You can create a character that could potentially be much better than any of the ones included, a demigod even, but you can also make one that's going to end up being borderline unplayable. dying left and right whenever any enemy farts around it. All skills, primary and secondary, are raised with use rather than arbitrary levels, so the more you jump, the higher your jump will be, the more you swing your sword, the stronger those swings will be and will connect more often, and so on and so on and so on. It's the best system that any RPG could use in my opinion, as it mimics real life as best as it's possible. The combat is entirely real-time and you use your melee and ranged weapons by holding the right mouse button and performing various moves with your mouse. This was rather new and interesting idea in 1996, but also a really bad one. It made the combat unnecessarily stressful and clunky, as you could never really tell if a miss was caused by too low skill on your character or your failure at mouse gymnastics. Some things are better left less realistic than others, it seems. Naturally, Daggerfall features magic too, and upon getting Mages Guild membership, you'll be able not only to buy spells, but also receive appropriate training and make your own spells as well. They help with identification of magical weapons too, so that's also worth keeping in mind. Graphically, Daggerfall is not a show-off, but given the scope of the game, I think it can be forgiven, as the sheer amount of content more than makes up for it. I haven't said anything about the story yet, as you may have noticed, and I won't. I won't rob you of experiencing it firsthand. All that I will say is that you'll be on a mission from the Emperor Uriel Septim himself, and it will involve freeing a particular ghost, finding an important letter containing information about dangerous ancient power, and resurrecting of an iron golem. It will be a blast. Zork Nemesis: The Forbidden Lands is an adventure game, 11th in the long-running series of Zork games and one mechanically very similar to everyone's favorite classic, Myst. Four of the great underground empire's greatest and most talented alchemists disappeared in the so-called Forbidden Lands, in the day of a solar eclipse some time ago no less. They were searching for the Quintessna, a secret to the eternal life. The Empire sent Bivotar, Imperial spy, to locate them and figure out what happened. Guess what? He never returned either. As the next completely disposable person on a rather long list of names, you're sent to figure it all out. So, you have your last burger, your last pizza and last steak, and head off on your potentially also last mission. When you arrive, however, you discover that the alchemists were slain by a demon known as the Nemesis, and it becomes your, wait for it, Nemesis. I couldn't help myself, sorry. So you decide to finish the work that the alchemists started, and this alone is enough to set the Nemesis on a path of wanting to end you. You are a crafty fellow, however, and ally yourself with the spirits of the dead alchemists, in the process uncovering rather uncomfortable truth about the events that really transpired 2 years before, during the eclipse. All of the locations in Zork Nemesis allow for a pretty wide scope of rotation so that you can investigate them in near-perfect detail, missing nothing important and leaving no crucial items behind. And it will be hella important, as most puzzles are pretty demanding and will require you to find and figure out a lot of clues to solve them. Some can be beaten by triggering something, interaction with a particular object, or using the right combination of them in a correct spot. So it's not your usual simple point-and-click fare. That said, figuring out the more complex ones feels really rewarding, and generally speaking, hardcore fans of the genre hold Zork Nemesis in a very high regard, praising its story, puzzles, and how it manages to mix the dark and very gruesome at times story and setting with small and well-placed humorous elements. IndyCar Racing 2 is a follow-up to earlier IndyCar and an incredibly competent and fun racing simulator by Papyrus. It used all the technological improvements that they've introduced with their other game NASCAR Racing and supported many advanced for the time graphical features, like high-resolution texture mapped 3D graphics, multiple camera views for gameplays and replays, and painstakingly detailed models for cars. But most importantly, it reworked the simulation aspect of the racing to the extreme. It was so polished, in fact, that its shine was one of the few things that could be seen with a naked eye from an orbit. Don't fact check that, trust me, I'm a pro. Opponent drivers' AI, detailed lifelike physics and realistic simulation of damage were top-notch too. It was a true technological achievement, whether you cared for the racers or not. Oh, and if all that wasn't enough, you could tweak and customize your car's performance to your heart's content, changing nearly everything. And each, even the smallest of the modifications made, actually influenced how the car behaved on the track and how it felt to drive. It was magnificent. If you add to it that it featured 15 true-to-life tracks, omitting Miami and Indianapolis only, IndyCar Racing 2 ended up being beautiful and equally as playable simulator, so if you're into the sport at all, it's worth revisiting even today. Broken Sword: The Shadow of the Templars, aka The Circle of Blood, is an excellent type of a modern point-and-click adventure game and the first part of the series that very quickly gained huge popularity and in time a cult following. Deservedly so, I must add, even if it came out in a time when I was on a few years long hiatus from adventure games. That said, it's one of the very few adventure game series that could be compared to early LucasArts point-and-clickers, so the absolute best of the best in the genre. And no wonder, as the developer, Revolution Software, was responsible for earlier Beneath a Steel Sky and Lure of the Temptress titles, both incredible games in their own rights. Broken Sword places you in shoes of George Stobbart, an American tourist in Paris who barely escapes with his life after a seemingly random bombing of a cafe he was in. As a result of that, he decides to investigate the clues left behind by the killer dressed as a clown. It appears that the culprit only ever aimed to kill an old man sitting there and steal his briefcase. This unforeseen chain of events from then onward will take you on a hell of an adventure all around Europe and Middle East, where with help of Nicole Collard, French journalist who was supposed to meet with an old man, you will attempt to unravel a deep conspiracy involving a sinister cult and a hidden treasure. Broken Sword's story is incredibly captivating, the pacing is brilliantly balanced, and the serious subject and tone of the plot is nicely countered by the humor and beautiful graphics. I mean, the backgrounds alone are the works of art, not to mention the character sprites that not only look but also animate in such a quality and style that it's hard to believe that they're a part of a game and not ripped from an animated movie. All that, coupled with excellent voice acting and well-fitting music tracks, lends to Broken Sword easily grabbing numerous nominations, awards and countless praises from both critics and gamers alike. If you're at all into adventure games and never heard of it, definitely check it out today, if possible. Those of you who've been watching these videos of mine and saw my 10 years of DOS gaming know that I've never played any of the MechWarrior games. Neither the classics nor the new ones, despite the latest one even being included in a Game Pass for a while. Nothing against them whatsoever, they're just not really my cup of tea. So everything you'll hear here will be what I found about today's game online. And I've no experience with it at all, short of this video recording. Kinda like I have no experience of being wealthy, but I did read about it online and it seems cool, I must add. Not even the buying of whatever you want part of it, but throwing money at problems. It speaks to me deeply. I mean, you get ill, boom, money thrown, and you get good specialist and proper care. Your fridge broke down, or even few hard disks in a span of a couple months, don't worry, don't wait for the sale, just go out and get the replacement. Student debt or mortgage? How about paying them both in one swoop transfer? That kind of rich is so cool to me. Anyway, seems I'm all over the place, but not here and not talking about MechWarrior 2 Mercenaries. It's a standalone follow-up to basic MechWarrior 2, and while original saw you either siding with Wolf or Jade Falcon clans and following the plot set deeply in Battletech universe, this game puts you in position where you only care for number one. Yourself, if that wasn't clear. So you run a small company of mercs, and your loyalty does not lie with any of the sides of the conflict, but rather with the sweet money. Whichever of the sides pays more will get your help, support and ass-kicking skills. So you'll be buying and equipping mechs, hiring pilots and taking part in many conflicts spread over numerous campaigns. Same as original, Mercenaries 2 feature excellent graphics and sound and hella addictive gameplay for those who are into this kind of a loop. Tomb Raider is arguably one of the most important games not only of 1996, but gaming overall. It was the first full 3D third-person perspective arcade adventure title that gained such a huge, cult-like following. I suppose it can be in large part attributed to the wrist-overflowing protagonist, Miss Lara Croft and her busty chest, but if I was to simplify it to just that, I would be doing this game a disservice. Sure, Lara, given the amount of available at the time polygons, definitely looks like a woman, if she was cut down from a log of wood that is, but she's also charismatic, interesting, Indiana Jones-like character that stands on her own merit. Come to think of it, she's only one of 3 main reasons for Tomb Raider's immense success, the other 2 being level design and gameplay. The first one was truly sight to behold, well perhaps it isn't anymore, but in 1996 it was awakening imaginations of millions of players who got the arcade Indiana Jones game that they always wanted, but never before got a chance to experience because either technical limitations or lack of imagination on the side of the devs, with all the treasures, traps, exotic enemies, tombs and even secrets to discover. And gameplay, believe it or not, but it was even better. In this new, expertly executed full 3D environment, Lara could easily run around, jump, climb, swim and fight through hundreds of enemies. And all those moves of her were so fluid, so lifelike, most of us couldn't believe it. And everyone who could run it at a reasonable frame rates played Tomb Raider. whether they like arcade games or not. Lara can wield and use different kinds of weapons and items, and switching between them is just a matter of a key press. Tomb Raider was a hit, a huge one. It was one of those games that changed the world and pop up maybe once or twice per decade. Tomb Raider was the same thing to the 3D third-person arcade adventure games that Doom was to first-person shooters. Is it okay if I just say that Wing Commander for the Price of Freedom is best out of all Wing Commander games and a culmination of the series so that we could move on? It's not? Oh, okay. Let's see. By 1996, Origin were the absolute masters of interactive movie games. They found the perfect genre, the perfect formula, they've hired only the best actors and worked on the best scripts, and most of all, they figure out the ratio, the balance, the golden divider between gameplay and cinematics. And even though the interactive movie games are nearly non-existent today, it could be argued that they peaked in 1996 with Wing Commander 4. Better? Can I go now? No, seriously. Okay, I'll carry on. The Price of Freedom, same as previous games in the series, is a space combat simulation at heart, and you follow the campaign based on the story told by cinematics. It's presented in an attractive and dynamic mission structure, so the one that we like the most, in which the next mission's objectives and difficulty is based on your performance in previous ones. And they're not only kill missions anymore and can be recon flights, salvage, capture or infiltrations too. Some you have to approach without radar, at others you'll fly close to the blinding nebulas. There's hardly ever going to be a time to get bored. And if not a new challenge, the game will drop interesting gameplay modifiers at you nearly at all times. Wing Commander 4 picked what was best in the last 3 games and made a brand new one out of all of it while adding features. It looks great in high-res, it sounds great, and most of all, plays amazingly too. Master of Orion 2 Battle of Antares is a sci-fi turn-based 4X strategy game set in space, and a title that I really did not want to talk about. Not because I didn't like it, quite the contrary, but because I saw the fear of doing so. It's such a huge and iconic game that everyone's bound to have an opinion about it, and many will be just waiting there at the edge of their keyboards to point out any and all omissions. On the other hand, it's a game that cannot be skipped in a video like this one, so whether I feel comfortable doing so or not, I have to cover it. Master of Orion 2 is a sequel to the first game, but in reality it remakes it from scratch, fixing what required doing so and improving in many areas to become this de facto benchmark for turn-based space strategies for the years to come. A game that others will strive to become or surpass, and hardly any will ever manage to touch, even to this day. Master of Orion 2 is a definition of 4X, so extreme, extra exciting experience. Or explore, expand, exploit and exterminate, both fit as well in my eyes. And it puts you in shoes, where appropriate that is, of one of the 13 available alien species, that all want to conquer the surrounding star systems and become the titular Master of Orion. An elusive title that has literally no meaning behind it whatsoever. All that said, if any of the 13 default races is not to your liking, you can always customize your own, which I would recommend if you've played plenty enough games with others. Master of Orion 2 can be won in one of 3 ways, and interestingly enough, not all are military. First is through conquest of all others, which is quite obvious winning condition, as when you're the last race left, you quite obviously won the game. Or lost, depending how you want to look at it. Then there is diplomatic victory, for which you need to be voted as the supreme leader of the galaxy. And finally, the victory that supports the game's title, meaning finding the race of Antarans and destroying them as you do. Anyway, while there may only be 3, the road to either will be a very long one, full of conflicts and many twists and turns, and may even make you reevaluate mid-game how you want to try to win it all. But in games like Master of Orion or Civilization, it's hardly ever all about the final victory, and most of the time fun comes from the journey to that elusive achievement rather than it in particular. So you'll be responsible for everything, micro and macro managing of your entire empire, to the last minuscule detail. You'll manage your conquered planet's natural resources, you'll build various facilities and ships for your fleet too, you'll explore the galaxy, set out new colonies, engage in diplomacy, trade or even war. And combat is turn-based and pretty tactical. Perhaps not on the level of games that base their whole premise on it, but it's deep enough to fit within Master of Orion's 2 other intertwined mechanics. You will also engage in a lot of research, improving technological standing of your race, and then utilize these new discoveries to develop faster and better than others. But it's not all about math and min-maxing your race to the top. There are also random events that happen from time to time, strange artifacts that can appear in orbits of unexplored planets, and even wormholes, allowing for near-instantaneous traversal between far-off systems. And all that is just the tip of an iceberg that Master of Orion 2 is. It's a ginormous game is what I'm saying here. And if you're a fan of deep and engaging strategies and even better, have at least passing interest in space, it's definitely a title to steal days if not weeks from your life. Oh, and the presentation aside, since it's appropriately simple for the genre, it's still as playable today as it was when it originally released. I know that I've tried it today before, but maybe this time it will work. Would you forgive me and accept it if I just said that Descent 2 is same as Descent 1 but newer and better? You wouldn't? Oh, okay. Then tough, cause that's precisely what it is. Not only obviously, but in essence. If I was to describe it in only one sentence, that's what I would have said. But if you'd like to know more, then it's also a full 3D all-axis sci-fi shooter with an unparalleled freedom of movement. Sure, it could be credited to the fact that you control a flying drone/ship of sorts, but whatever, it changes nothing. In no other shooter of the time you get to move in such a freeform and natural way. As I was saying, you're flying a one-man ship in a three-dimensional environment shooting numerous kinds of enemies, both ships and robots. And all of these are different, have unique to them skills and capabilities, like releasing smaller drones to attack you or stealing from you. There's a lot of them and they all require a different approach, which not only keeps the game entertaining for longer, but forces you to adapt and change your in-game strategy on the fly. Some may find it troublesome, I think it keeps Descent 2 fresh and fun. Same as in first Descent, most of action takes place in closed-off maze-like in design complexes, but this time the enemy AI has been considerably improved, and apparently can learn over time and even counter some of your tactics. The game is 30 levels strong, with the last one taking place inside enemy mothership. It's worth pointing out that for whatever the reason, first few stages are much less interesting and fun than the rest of them, but I suppose it's to keep them easier, so it's sorta tutorial-like experience. Compared to the original, Descent 2 offers new weapons, new types of enemies, afterburner, energy to shield converter and improved graphics and sound. So, as you can see, whichever words I dress it in, the original sentence still stands correct. Descent 2 is Descent 1 but better. And if you like the first game, you'll love the second. Command & Conquer Red Alert is a prequel to year prior's Command & Conquer. It takes place years before NOT and GDI ever existed and depicts a fictional conflict between Soviets and the Allies. In this alternate past, Einstein decided to eliminate Hitler before he could even become a threat, thus preventing the World War II as history remembers it. By stopping one evil, however, he unknowingly took part in creation of another. Stalin's Soviet Union, and one that aimed to conquer all of Europe. Red Alert is still a real-time strategy with an isometric semi-top-down perspective built on a 2D engine. As in original Command & Conquer, you have to mine resources to train units and erect buildings, but they're your everyday ore and gems, as Tiberium hasn't arrived on Earth yet. Gems are worth more, but ores regenerate in time. While building, training, manufacturing of defensive structures, you have to make sure to supply them with power. So the bigger your base will be, the more power it will use, and in turn, more power plants will have to be funded. In Red Alert, you can capture and use enemy's unit training buildings if said building is critically damaged but not destroyed and you have an engineer in vicinity to do just that. Did I mention spies yet? Oh, they're a gameplay dream and work as you hope that they would. 007 accent and all, but only in single player where no unit other than dogs can detect them. In multiplayer, they're visible at all times, so their usability is questionable at best. And this is where we've landed on the biggest issue Red Alert has. While it's an amazing and really playable game alone in single player, it's not as good in multiplayer, at least compared to Warcraft 2. It's not bad, don't mistake what I mean by that, it just feels let's say dated. But since it allows for local multiplayer skirmishes between two players with just one copy of the game, I'm ready to overlook all of its shortcomings, as most developers were not as friendly as Westwood was with this approach towards its customers. NASCAR Racing 2, as it's easy to guess, is a sequel to NASCAR Racing. albeit much improved and better than the already fine original was. It sports a brand new graphical engine with realistic damage model, SVGA graphics presentation, improved gameplay mechanics, and apparently excellent multiplayer. I say apparently, as I never had a chance to test it out myself, so I'm basing this only on what I read online. It's obviously a NASCAR racing simulation, and while it can be approached as is, just by firing it up and racing around some tracks for a little while, to truly succeed, you won't only need to learn all the tracks, but also how to tweak your car to them. Because when you learn how to do it, your best bet for winning is to prepare for each and every race, setting up your car for each individual circuit. It's that degree of realism that may be off-putting to some, but with NASCAR Racing 2, it's actually worth getting through the initial learning period, as the game underneath all of it is genuinely awesome and deserves to be experienced, at the very least by fans of the genre. The Settlers 2 Veni Vidi Vici is a kingdom management mixed with real-time strategy and an excellent example of how sequels should be made. In fact, it should be used in game design classes to teach how to make a better follow-up. It is also, at least in my opinion, the very best out of all Settlers games, especially in its gold iteration that included the expansion pack. It can be played as either series of missions forming a campaign, or in a free mode that allows for a complete customization of starting parameters and even playing without any opponents for a relaxing, hassle-free experience. While core gameplay's supply and demand mechanics remain largely unchanged, most other aspects of the Settlers have been heavily improved as compared to the first game. The easiest to spot would obviously be sound design and graphics, which are on another level. I mean, Settlers 2 could be run even in 1280 by 960 resolution, which was 4 times the resolution most other high-res SVGA games settled for. The animations have been smoothed out too, adding many frames to them so that they would be as fluid as your system would allow them to be. And that's worth keeping in mind, because higher fidelity obviously came with a higher performance cost. Settlers 2 features 4 distinctive national aesthetics for 4 included nations: Romans, Nubians, Vikings and Japanese. And the battle system have been improved, adding scouts and stationary offensive weaponry. The most important feature of the game, however, is a grand return of split-screen multiplayer that was hugely popular in the first game. It's an incredibly fun feature, one that prolongs the life of Settlers 2 more than all other changes and new additions combined, and one that did not reappear in any future game in the series. Settlers 2 is incredible, and if you at least have a passing interest in management or strategy games, definitely try it out. If you have a friend that does too, and you have access to an older PC with 2 separate COM ports to connect 2 mice, you're in for countless hours of fun. All is fair in love and war, and Constructor is all about war. And Construction too. It's the prevalent theme in the game. In essence, it's a fun, tongue-in-cheek business simulation where you're the state developer competing against other companies in the same line of work. The game is played in an isometric perspective and allows for construction of 40 entirely different structures. So, you'll be raising housing estates for all classes of the citizens, workplaces, services and amenities that would keep them happy, employed and in line. But what you'll also be doing is fighting off the competition, and you really don't have to play fair. In fact, it's probably best if you don't. You can set fires to opponents' buildings, capture said buildings, send hippies, ghosts, yes, ghosts, or tax to opponents' properties, so that they would go there and explain by means of baseball bats why they should not compete with you in your city. And you can even employ thieves to steal from them. In the same time, you have to prevent opponents from doing the same to you by assigning police patrols to key areas to secure your properties. Most of all, however, you need to keep your tenants happy and comply with their requests as best as you can. Constructor is a balancing act of growth, prosperity and a little sabotage for good measure. All in a very fun, similar to Team Park in the way the people behave and act environment, full of funny situations and quirky personalities. But don't let the laughs fool you, Constructor is anything but shallow, and the underlying economics model that's humorously approached is actually pretty sound and solid. Carmageddon is what Armageddon with Bruce Willis is based on. Cars being shot into space, with kamikaze drivers aiming themselves into a comet in an act of desperation to save humanity at the cost of their own lives. Or was it Fast and Furious? It's equally as plausible and both are hilarious. Only not really, and not at all. Carmageddon, same as its successor that released a year later, is one of the best arcade over-the-top racers ever made. It's a natural evolution of races like supercars, Death Rally or Destruction Derby, but using more advanced 3D engine with even more brutality all throughout than ever before. In essence, the races are theoretically identical to those in any other game in the genre, meaning you can win them by just completing a certain number of laps and coming up first, before any of your opponents does. But that is not what this game is all about. And there are two other winning conditions, both more fun and more likely what you'll be aiming to achieve on each track. So you can also win by incapacitating all pedestrians, which is easier said than done, as there can be upwards of 500 of these per track. Or, and that's the goal most aim for, you can destroy all other cars. Each race has a certain time to complete either of the goals, but you can extend it by running over the pedestrians or damaging your opponent's cars. It's a simple yet enjoyable formula that hardly ever gets old, and the game feels nigh infinitely replayable. Especially that all 36 tracks included are really well designed too, often open form and full of secret passages, jumps and hills, so that even if racing only, you'll inevitably end up performing tricks whether you aimed to or not, and land on other cars, ramming into them at high speed or splashing a passerby here and there, preferably all the time and everywhere. But wait, that's not all. There are also numerous active and passive power-ups that can affect your car, your opponents or even pedestrians, and all come with their own sets of bonuses if used correctly. If you like Destruction Derby, Carmageddon with its dynamic damage system and addictive gameplay will be a dream come true for you. As the title suggests, blood is full of it. Blood, that is. It's a first-person perspective horror and macabre-themed shooter made in Duke Nukem's 3D build engine. It's also one of the best 2.5D shooters of its time. It's excellent. It oozes grim and gloomy atmosphere, it has a very dark sense of humor, memorable enemies like zombies and cultists, and a lot of very imaginative weapons to choose from. I mean, pitchforks, spray cans and voodoo dolls are not the weirdest of what it has to offer. Blood is definitely not for kids, as guts and gore are galore here, and it's not unusual to find bodies in various states of decomposition and fountains of blood after each enemy death. It's not a cheap gimmick though, and the game has pretty interesting, even if a bit simple and shallow story to follow. You play as Caleb, a very skilled and deadly gunslinger, perhaps the best that there ever was. Fitting, as you two are very skilled at basically anything and would be a great gunslinger too, if you had guns and would dabble in slinging. And Caleb would have been one for years to come if he wouldn't have met a woman that he fell for. She got him involved in a mysterious and dark cult known as Cabal. Yes, like that Commodore 64 game, Cabal. As he learns more and more about it, he fell for their preachings, promises and hopes and quickly rose through the ranks, eventually becoming one of the Four Chosen, the favorite worshippers of the evil god Chernobog. As most gods, however, this one too is rather selfish. So, one of those days when he's particularly bored, he decides to end his Four Chosen, and so he does. Years later, resurrected under mysterious circumstances and filled with anger, hate and lust for revenge, Caleb sets off to learn why his god betrayed him and to make him pay for it. Most levels are located in and around realistically looking structures and locations, feature interactive objects and even destructible environments, though these last only in specific and scripted locations. Levels are designed in a very clever and memorable way, often having numerous hidden areas behind destructible walls or moving floors. Blood is definitely not for the faint-hearted, as it's one of the most gruesome and violent FPSs of the 1990s. So, if you have a high tolerance for severed limbs, heads on spikes and bodies impaled to walls, there's a lot to love here and have fun with. Mortal Kombat Trilogy is my third most favorite 2D Mortal Kombat, after first and second respectively, and the only one other than the first that I really enjoyed completing. I hated single player in second because the computer cheated. Anyway, since we're on the subject of the trilogy and not any other, it's obviously a 2D versus fighting game combining characters from the first three titles for an Ultimate Fighter matchup of the 90s. And you can play as literally any of the characters that we saw in previous games. So Kano, Sub-Zero, Scorpion, Liu Kang, Johnny Cage, Raiden, Sonya, Reptile, Baraka, Jax, Kitana, Mylina, Kang Lao, Shang Tsung, Sindel, Sector, Striker, Nightwolf, Shiva, Smoke, Rain, Jade, Ermac, second Liu Kang, because why the hell not, one's not enough, Noob Saibot, second, this time unmasked and less lore-friendly Sub-Zero, Cyrax, second Smoke, in Cyber Ninja form, whatever that may mean, Cabal, Goro, Kintaro, Motaro, Boloyang and Shao Kahn. And only one of these last four former bosses is not in the game. Can you guess which one? He may have been a unit in his own right, but definitely not present in the series in any shape or form. Each of the included over 30 characters have their moves, fatalities and looks sourced from their own games, and they play as well as they did originally. Backgrounds are also a combination of old and new and are as fantastic as the cast of fighters is. Objectively speaking, the trilogy is the very best 2D iteration in a way too long by now running series. Personally, I love the first game the most, but I'm biased towards it, and this bias is fueled with gallons of nostalgia and familiarity, and nothing else. If I was to metaphorically stand aside and compare them all, Trilogy was easily the best, at least when it comes to variety, features and responsiveness of controls. One thing that it fails at least in my opinion, and sadly that's also a very important thing to me personally, is the atmosphere. I just feel nothing when playing Trilogy. As compared to the first two titles that not only gave me shivers with their very climatic musical tunes and their respective title screens, but also set the mood with their intros. In first, with the story and genesis of the tournament described on a Gorotin background, and then short clips of all fighters playing out their moments of glory. And in second, much simpler, with the starry sky and slowly starting storm cutting through it with a lightning and leaving Roman numeral 2 in it in dark blood red coloring. They were both short and not sophisticated in any meaning of the word, but epic feeling inducing nonetheless, if that makes any sense. If I was to go off my memory only, I could not tell you anything about Trilogy's startup splash title screen or the accompanying tune. I have literally no idea how it starts or sounds. All that aside, personal feelings especially, Mortal Kombat Trilogy is a really competent, fun and bucketfuls of blood spilling fighter that will no doubt keep you and your friends entertained and competing for weeks on end. Or will end one of those friendships over a disagreement who'll get to play as Sub-Zero or Scorpion first. Both options are equally as feasible. While I may have not played Screamer Rally as much as I did the earlier two, it doesn't reflect negatively on the quality of this game. It features 4 cars, 2 with front drive and 2 with 4x4, with each having their own statistics of acceleration, braking and weight, and each feeling entirely different while racing. Even more so than ever before, as handling, tire type and pressure, both suspensions and brakes can be customized in the garage, to best suit the challenge ahead and your driving style alike. Screamer Rally drops entirely arcade racing for a more rally-like approach, similar to that of Sega Rally, but dare I say it, considerably more enjoyable. Screamer Rally offers few game modes to choose from. Arcade mode, where you race for fun against 5 opponents, time attack mode, with checkpoints against the ghost of the previous best round, and championship/league, where you compete in 4 consecutive leagues, fighting for spots and get to unlock new tracks. You start with 3 of these and end up with 7. I have very fond memories of Screamer 2, and that's why it will always be my favorite in the series, but if I was to be objective about it, I'd have to risk saying that this third game is arguably the best arcade racer out of all 3, and one of the best on DOS overall. War never changes. And the great nuclear war that wiped most of life off the face of the earth was no different. Brutal, devastating, but also a short one. It took but a day to lay devastation to our world. And what emerged after was a hot and empty wasteland, with only small, remote communities spread over large distances split with patches of radioactive wastes full of dangers, raiders and mutants of various kind. You're an inhabitant of one of the vault's large pre-war bunkers that were supposedly built to hold large chunks of population safe after nuclear holocaust. Yours, Vault 13, however, had its water chip broken, a purification controller chip without which the vault has no access to clean water. So, you're sent into the wastes to find a replacement and you only have 150 days to do so. Initially, as if you play your cards right, you can double it during one of the quest lines. Fallout is a post-apocalyptic RPG set in a wasteland of what was once US West Coast. The game world is entirely free to explore from the get-go and you can go anywhere you'd like. It doesn't mean that you're equipped to deal with what you find there, but you can go wherever you feel like. The main quest is interesting and will take you through a series of hoops to complete, but it's not overly long. Fallout's depth and length comes from hundreds of side quests, big and small, that are scattered throughout the whole game world and enhance the gameplay experience, making it feel more immersive and characters you meet more real. Fallout features very fun and well-designed turn-based combat system and uses action points as a basis for all the movement and attacks during encounters. You can attack aiming your shots or swings, depending on the weapon, at various body parts of all enemies, and the choice can result in increased accuracy or critical chances. After all, head is a much more fragile appendix than the arm, at least to blunt force or high-speed bullets. But since we're on the combat, the game is built in a way that allows completing it without ever actually fighting, by either avoiding or running from encounters and solving conflicts by conversations, provided your skills would allow for that. Fallout is the first title in my beloved series of role-playing games and in my personal opinion, the best game of the entire 1997. Ecstatica 2 starts directly after the first one, and it's a still survival adventure horror with action-based combat. This time, however, the game world is much bigger and features some free roaming areas. You can use various weapons and in-time spells too, either by found magic scrolls or an equipped magic staff. It's a bigger, better and more impressive version of the first game and should be an easy pick for fans of survival horrors, especially Alone in the Dark. Ecstatica 2 is still using the rather odd-looking but interestingly designed sphere-based engine, which builds all of its objects and characters out of spheres. It gives the game unique look and feel, not found in any other title on the platform. After saving Ecstatica in the first game, her and our protagonist learn about evil archmage, summoning demons to our hero's homeland, slaughtering or transforming people living there into brutal killing machines. To defeat the evil archmage, the hero has to find all pieces of the Elder Sign scattered around the land and use it to banish the demon forces. All of them, but the last, are protected by dark sorcerers. Last is kept along with kidnapped Ecstatica by the archmage himself. Arguably, I should have spent much more time playing Ecstatica 2, as it's a rather ingenious little title and sadly, I've never finished it, but back then I kept swapping games one after another and only RPGs and strategies were good enough to hold my interest longer. As in most cases of prolonged peace, something had to happen to end it. This time it was the aliens, because of course that it's them again. They've set up their operations on Earth, took over some of our towns, factories, kidnapped some of the innocents, stole and repurposed our combat vehicles, and generally speaking, they work against us and plan something big and nefarious. So, to combat them, you were called in. Now, the situation truly had to be dire, as your chief-in-arms did not even wait for you to finish your soup and send you an instant SOS. And it was a tomato soup no less. Extreme Assault is an action-packed 3D game which gives you a control over an attack copter or a tank and sends you on a series of missions with the general goal of eradicating the outer planet scum and freeing the captives. Now, the story may not be the deepest you've heard, in fact it's rather shallow, but for the most part it's not important. Because it's the fun and action-packed gameplay that's the most crucial here, and Extreme Assault delivers in heaps. It's explosive, it's fast, it's colorful and so difficult. I mean sure, there's an easy toggle too, but it offers limited number of levels, so I suggest sticking to the harder and just grinding through the chaos. And believe you me, it will be fun. Presentation-wise, both first and third person views are great, never slowing down and serving most likely highest fidelity images any DOS game ever had, so if you like arcade shooters and don't mind the challenge too much, Extreme Assault is one of the best games of the year. Don't sleep on it. Lands of Lord Guardians of Destiny is a sequel to 1993's Throne of Chaos and a completely changed gameplay-wise title. I mean, it's still an RPG, but it's not using the tired grid-based movement formula anymore. Instead, it banks on real-time fluid movement like Elder Scrolls or Ultima Underworld games. It's a rather fundamental change and one in a good direction, I feel. Anyway, your arch-nemesis from the first game, the witch Scotia, while plotting a revenge, accidentally kickstarted Belial, god of evil's resurrection. With her last dying breath, she passed her shape-shifting powers onto Luther, but since she hadn't had full control of said powers while dying though, she passed them in a damaged form. And Luther can't control when or what he transforms into. And guess what? You're gonna be playing as him this time, which as you can pretty much guess, is a bit troublesome. I mean, let's imagine, you're in an inn, having drinks with your fellow adventurers and one red-haired dwarf. I mean, you gotta be inclusive, even if he stinks a little. Anyway, suddenly a group of bandits raid the inn and demand payment from all patrons. Naturally, you being the hero that you are, you oppose them, vouching to save the innocents and kick the bandits' asses. Big time. And sometime, during a bloody and difficult combat, just when you were laying justice left and right, kicking said promised asses, you transformed into a tube of toothpaste. I mean, what kind of danger would such a tube pose? None, unless someone would pick it up and start squirting toothpaste at the enemy's eyes. But then, if you transform back, what would that missing toothpaste be? Your innards? Poop? There's no way of knowing. Anyway, my weird theories and terrible curse aside, cause that's definitely not a gift, being the son of hated villain, you're not the most popular person in the lands either. So, you set off on an adventure to find a way to cure yourself and also stop recently awoken Belial. On a more serious note, the only creatures you really transform into while playing are a humanoid beast and a lizard. The first being stronger and able to smash various obstacles into pieces, and second more agile and able to cast magic spells. There are no standard per quest or kill experience point rewards in Guardians of Destiny, instead skills and combat styles that you use in encounters will increase upon use. It's an interesting choice and one I don't mind at all. Lens of Lore's presentation is rather nice. I mean, it's nowhere near what the best FPS games of the time looked like, but for an RPG, it's okay and feature plenty digitized characters and assets. Overall, if you enjoy RPGs, there's a lot to like here and you should definitely give it a go. At the time of its release, MDK was considered a groundbreaking, ultra cool and classic in the making game. Those assumptions were not that far off, as the game was indeed hella fun to play and is, to this day, remembered by many as one of the biggest hits of its time. Was it really groundbreaking and an all-time classic though? Well, that's another thing entirely and something all of you will have to decide for yourself, preferably after trying it out. Personally, I wouldn't go as far, though I agree that it's great. Anyway, it's a third-person action-adventure shooter with some platforming elements in which you play as Kurt Hectic, a cool name I must add. Especially for the futuristic janitor, and you're somehow also the chosen one and the only one that can save the Earth from invading alien forces. I mean, I'm sure you've grown tired of it by now, but you really are the only one to save us again. So, space janitor or not, we count on you. Over the course of 6 missions, you have to destroy the alien machinery that's used to damage our planet, kill the alien commanders, hundreds upon hundreds of various enemies, and finally, their evil boss, Gunter Glad. The level design in MDK is incredibly linear, though it never really feels like it, as the stages are all unique and full of little touches, making them feel special, big and new. Each level is split into smaller stages, making you feel as if you're constantly beating new challenges and progressing further. Now, a game like that, naturally, needs to include various power-ups and pickups. And it does, quite a few of these actually. And the most interesting of them all is the world's smallest nuclear bomb. Yep, you heard that right. Guess what it's used for? To open doors, out of all things. Hilarious, right? And for a good reason, because despite the heavy underlying plot and action-packed gameplay, MDK is actually a very light-hearted and full of humorous encounters. Other than that bomb you can pick up, you're wearing this futuristic battlesuit that allows you to glide, has a built-in chain gun, and can even snipe enemies from a distance. And since it's virtually a part of you, you'll be using it a lot, both against enemies and in some of the environmental puzzling challenges. If I was to make a tactical mistake and decide on summarizing MDK in one sentence, I'd say that it's beautiful, crazy, 3D run and gunner in which you have to get from point A to point B, killing everything in your way. Because that's precisely what it is. So if you've never played it, seek it out and give it a chance, you'll love it. Redneck Rampage is a 2.5D shooter made with Duke Nukem's 3D build engine, and taking place in a backwater small town of Hickston, Arkansas. The levels range from trailer parks to chicken processing plants and everything in between, and weapons you get to use are also setting appropriate, and can be a gun shooting saw blades, TNT crossbow or a machine gun bra, to name a few. All very redneck feeling and hella cool to use against the enemies. Power-ups are also in theme, with whiskey and pork rinds instead of your typical in FPS shooters armor and health kits. I have to admit that other than Duke 3D, Redneck Rampage is probably my most favorite shooter made using the engine, as it's really fun and hilariously over the top. Story-wise, aliens invaded Earth and abducted inhabitants of your backwater town, replacing them with clones. Now, this can't stand. What's even worse, they stole your brothers and your prize pig Bessie. And this is something that overrides your previous gripe with them, and you can't just let it go. So, you playing as Leonard have to do both, defeat the aliens and evil clones and recover your beloved Porky. Team Hospital is a business simulation game in which you run a series of privately owned hospitals through its built-in campaign. It's a game well known for its dark sense of humor, pop culture references and the weirdest diseases that you've ever heard of. I mean stuff like bloaty heads, King's complexes that turn patients into Elvis impersonators, or even alien DNA infections mutating people into half-aliens. All of this and more are nothing out of ordinary in Team Hospital, and cures for them are as weird, if not weirder, and can even be a literal popping of the enlarged head. The game's funny, is what I'm saying here. But the fun factor does not get in the way of a pretty decent business management aspect of it. So you'll be responsible for everything a good hospital GM would be, and many things you'd not think they would take any interest in. So you'll design and build both diagnostic and treatment rooms, equip them with whatever is necessary and also with what's not, like decorations, trash cans and such. You'll hire staff, so doctors, nurses, receptionists and handymen, and you'll basically do anything and everything to attract as many patients as possible to keep the hospital profitable and patients healthy and cured. You also set up hospital policies, deciding what, when, how and why anything would and would not be allowed in the hospital, and how patients should be treated, diagnosed and when released. it's hella fun. But what is not fun, at least to me, is the game's overarching design. Keep in mind, however, that it's a me issue and not a testament to Team Hospital quality overall. It was made to be a level-based kind of a management, meaning that to unlock further kinds of diseases, rooms and game features, you will have to complete challenges in different hospitals in campaign-like format. I get that it's set up this way to have players gradually learn everything and master the game over time, but I prefer those kinds of experiences to play out in a free sandbox mode, where everything is available and just requires unlocking as you play in one chosen location. That's me though, so ignore it. Overall, Team Hospital is fantastic, and that's what you should take out from this video. Comanche 3 is a third of Novalogic's RAH-66 Comanche attack copter simulator in which you fly in revered Griffin Squadron. The game, same as previous titles in the series, features a very sophisticated and true-to-life physics engine. It is said that US test pilots ensured the quality and realism of the simulation. I have no way of confirming it now, so you either have to take my word for it or ignore the statement entirely. Comanche 3 offers over 30 unique and based on real-life operations missions, full-featured tutorial and easy and advanced flight models for those less and more proficient pilots respectively. That said, even the easy flight model takes a moment to learn and familiarize yourself with, so don't expect it to be an action shooter experience if you choose it. Naturally, all the environments are rendered by Novalogic's own voxel Space 2 technology that provides a very natural-looking jungles, forests, mountain ranges and sand dunes. If you like combat flight simulators, you'll love Comanche 3 too. If you don't, then I don't know. Try it to see if you like it. I suck at those very realistic simulations, so I can't tell you much more about it, as whenever I try to play this, I fail miserably and grow annoyed with it. War never changes. Nope, sorry, wrong script. Let me start again. Where do I have it? Oh, here it is. Okay, let's see. War never changes. God damn it. Hey Google, where's my XCOM Apocalypse script?
Sorry, I didn't understand.
Figures. So, XCOM Apocalypse is a third game in the original XCOM series and a direct follow-up to Terror from the Deep. It's also a game that turned the entire franchise upside down, and my second most favorite DOS game of 1997, trailing behind Fallout only. After the last war, things have not gone well for humans, and most that survived live in a huge self-sufficient city of Mega-Primus. The civilization took a while to rebuild, and as soon as everything appeared to be finally changing for the better, strange portals started showing up in the sky over the megapolis, and surprise surprise, it's the aliens again, and this time they're even more of a threat than ever before. So, XCOM is needed once again to save the day and humanity at the same time. The main core of the series is sustained in the apocalypse, meaning that research, development, base micro and macro management, tactical squad-based combat during missions, and ship-to-ship air combat respectively are all preserved. A bit changed, sure, but still present in the game and easy to grasp for whomever played the earlier titles. As usual, you will also have to carefully manage your budget, as you're nearly never going to be in a situation where you'll have too much cash lying around gathering dust, and soldiers, vehicles and scientists all have to be recruited and equipped, to the teeth no less. Now, let's get into what's different, and there's a lot of it. For starters, beautiful detailed SVGA graphics replaced older, low-res tile-based 2D engine, and this new presentation allowed for much more to be seen at once, making those longer missions easier to manage without having to constantly scroll through the huge combat maps. And since we're on the subject, combat can be either turn-based or real-time. It's clear that the game was designed with this new real-time approach in mind, but even turn-based lovers such as myself will quickly learn to adapt and either use it or stick to tried and tested turns. I did. Played it in turns, that is, and it didn't feel as if I was missing anything or being handicapped because of that. There are many more interesting maps in Apocalypse to fight with the aliens now too, so you'll be tackling outwardly threats in slums, corporate buildings and their headquarters, glass-encased farms, factories, apartment buildings and in wreckages of downed UFOs to name a few. Most weapons, upgrades and vehicles are entirely new as well and a pleasure to manufacture and then use against the invaders. Many of the aliens are also different, new versions of old Xenos, and some of them are really imaginative and clearly inspired by the Alien franchise of movies. Which, you know, fits the game's theme quite well. The city of Mega-Primus, while theoretically being just a location the game is set in, feels alive. It's run by numerous mega-corporations that are constantly at odds with each other, and it's them that you have to protect to secure the funding for progress. Nearly always interests of these groups will clash and will directly oppose one another, so you'll need to make a lot of difficult choices along the campaign because it's just impossible to please everyone. The sooner you realize it, the better. And if you anger one of the corpus enough, it may not only become your enemy and engage you in combat, but even join the alien side. Caution and careful planning in XCOM should really be applied to any and all big or small decisions and day-to-day occurrences in the city. If you hire scientists or purchase something, anything, all of these have to be delivered to your base and don't just magically appear in it. So transports, as they are on their way, are susceptible to ambushes and attacks and have to be protected. At least if you know that you're at odds with someone or aliens are around. As much as Apocalypse never received as wide popularity and success as the two earlier games did, it was an amazing, even if underrated title, and all fans of the original, if they only give it a chance, will most definitely love it. It's a true sequel and not an add-on or a reskin that Terror from the Deep to a certain degree was, and a good time for weeks on end. I promise. Well no, scratch that. Good time if you're good enough to answer the call, that is, because failing in XCOM is always an option too. X-Men Children of the Atom is one of the last great versus fighting games that released for DOS, and it's really that good, that the word great was not misused in the first sentence. You have my word. It's a near one-to-one port from the arcades, but from what I can tell, nothing was lost in the conversion. Sprites are as big and colorful as they were, backgrounds are appropriately lush and identical to those in the arcades, and all character moves seem to be present in the DOS version too. Children of the Atom runs as smoothly, if not smoother, than it did originally. It was developed by Capcom and published by Acclaim, and it's the first Capcom's game to include licensed X-Men IP characters, both heroes and villains. And they are, in no particular order, Colossus, Cyclops, Iceman, Psylocke, Storm, Wolverine, Omega Red, Silver Samurai, Spiral, and even Sentinel. You know, the biggest robot manufactured to capture mutants and failing to do so whenever X-Men are around. The bosses are Juggernaut and Magneto, and Street Fighter's Akuma is a hidden unlockable character. That does not fit the lore, but it's a nice touch. All of these have very unique moves, both basic and special, and are as faithful and respectful to the source material of Marvel's characters as it was possible in 1997. X-Men Children of the Atom is really fun, and figuring out all the best strategies with each character is really addictive. Especially for the fans of Marvel as big as myself. Love-wise, not the size, because I'm actually rather short. If I was a bit more hairy and aggressive, I could be Wolverine. Well, I'd still lack the healing factor and adamantium skeleton, but one step at a time, right? Multiplayer is where the game obviously shines, and I have to say that if you give it time and master all the characters, you'll have a time of your life, as X-Men really feels balanced, and is a dream come true for a versus fighter. It is easily my favorite DOS versus fighting game of the second half of the 90s. When our protagonist Abe overhears that his race of Madcons that's been enslaved by the evil Glacons to work in their huge corporations is actually a delicacy, a source of incredibly delicious and popular meat for the Glacons, he decides to run away and save as many of his brethren as possible, whatever the means necessary. Oddworld Abe's Odyssey is an action puzzle platformer that was very popular, especially on Sony PlayStation, mainly for having beautiful presentation, offering interesting gameplay mechanic and a very well thought out mixture of puzzling and quick-time arcade elements. It's also a game I never liked. Regardless of how many times I tried making myself get into it, I always failed. It's just not for me, and I can't tell why. Perhaps because it's so unforgiving, it feels like a Souls-like, which is another genre I despise for being more frustrating than rewarding. Or perhaps something else. I will never know, as I will never try it out again. But generally speaking, I'm in a very tiny vocal minority. Most critics and gamers of the time loved it, found it enchanting and challenging just enough to keep them entertained, but not enough to cause anger and annoyance. So, if you're not an avid hater of Souls games as I am, and enjoy platformers, perhaps Oddworld is something you might find yourself liking, which I wish upon you as it really gets no love from me. Shadow Warrior is a first-person shooter and one of the last games to use the famous Duke 3D's build engine, its latest and most feature-packed iteration in fact. So, it's the first game using the engine to feature true room-over-room locations, transparent water, climbable ladders, vehicles that can actually be driven, and 3D voxel-based weapons and items, as opposed to 2D sprites. So, if Duke was 2.5D, Shadow Warrior was 2.75D. Lo Wang, that you play as, is a titular shadow warrior, a deadly semi-mercenary bodyguard working for the Japanese Zilla Corporation. It was a steady and comfortable job that he was really happy with. He got to cut down bodies, he nearly always had Sundays off, and all-you-can-eat sushi bars all over Japan were part of his contract, along with extensive dental and mani-pedis. It was great. Well, at least till he discovered that Zilla secretly planned to summon monsters from the other dimensions to conquer the world. Naturally, his leaving his post was not something that could happen, so the assassins were sent after our small Wang. I know, he was low and not small, but it somehow fits better here. Shadow Warrior is composed out of series of large levels which mainly require you to dispose of all the enemies and find the exit to progress. It features quite a few puzzles all throughout, which was not a given in most shooters of the time, usually relegating this to seeking keys. The enemies are rather varied and can be anything from different kinds of generic Asian warriors through ninjas, explosive crate carrying kamikazes, all the way to weird monster-like creatures, and anything in between. To combat this, you have a pretty wide and unusual arsenal too, which consists of, but is not limited to, katanas, twin Uzis, nuclear missile-using rocket launchers, sticky bombs and even enemy body parts. Because why not, right? They are there and they're begging to be used to pummel a body to the pulp. While Shadow Warrior's setting is rather dark and touches on the demonic a little, the game is actually chock full of politically incorrect humor, tons upon tons of one-liners, and is generally speaking as, if not more, fun than Duke 3D was. If you like the original, you'll enjoy this one is what I'm saying. The Last Express is a real-time point-and-click adventure set in 1914, just before the outbreak of the World War. You play as American Dr. Robert Cuff, who accepted an invite from a friend to join him on the Orient Express. You being you, however, get on the train with style. And I mean it. You literally jump on it from a speeding motorcycle, escaping the authorities as a misplaced suspect in murder you did not commit. Naturally, from the moment you accept to the moment you jump on the train, a little time has passed and your agreement may have been partly based in the authorities looking for you, but I'm simplifying it for the sake of the video. If that all wasn't enough, and your life wasn't full of odd happenings already, when you finally get on the train, you find the body of a friend of yours, also killed. So, to escape the suspicion of two murders, you decide to disguise yourself as the dead man. And all that is just the beginning of the roller coaster of treachery, lies, political conspiracies, personal interests, romance and murder, all aboard the train. Even though The Last Express was not commercial success upon its release, it gained highly positive reviews from both gamers and professionals alike, not in small part thanks to its non-linear story and real-time gameplay. While most of the game is experienced from the first-person perspective, all of the cutscenes are in third-person view. The time keeps running constantly and in real time, albeit by factor of 6, and many of the events in the game are scripted and run on a schedule too, so you have to keep track of the in-game timer and their on-train locations to be able to witness them as they take place. The game features over 30 individual unique characters, all with their own artificial intelligence and agendas, so when talking to them you always have to keep in mind that they're after their personal goals first and anything else later. The Last Express offers staggering 30 quote-unquote bad endings, 4 alternate neutral ones and one that's considered the true ending. The game may have not been commercial success, but it's definitely worth your attention and also a full playthrough. Especially that 1997 was the last year fully commercial, professional adventure games were released for DOS, as it was slowly phasing off from Minds of Death as the viable gaming platform. Pro Pinball Time Shock is one of the best early real 3D pinballs. As the title suggests, the main theme is the time travel, and as you play the game and unlock different periods, you'll be able to access the present day, distant future, ancient Rome and prehistoric age times. While gameplay mechanics persist between the time, unlocks and bonuses differ, keeping Time Shock fresh and fun. The game features 4 different camera views, for the most immersive experience possible, and plenty of videos in the dot matrix display to keep you entertained. I could go on about different bonuses, point earning combos and overall idea behind scoring big, but that's pointless really, right? Pinball is pinball, and this one happens to be fantastic. Sure, it doesn't offer many tables or unrealistic features we're used to today, but it's hella playable, and it's one of the best games in the genre in the second half of the 90s on DOS. Interesting fact, in 2014, Dutch company Silver Castle Pinball purchased rights to it, aiming to create a real-life version of Time Shock. And while few prototypes were released since then, the company seemed to have went bankrupt shortly after, and currently their Twitter, website and Facebook seem to be inactive. And we never got to see Time Shock converted to real arcade table. I've mentioned it numerous times on this channel and it's no news for those who've been watching my videos for a while, but Heroes of Might and Magic 2 is my most favorite outing in the whole series. And I've intentionally did not cover it in a video for 1996 as I wanted to do it here along with its add-on as a complete package. If you don't know what Heroes 2 is, which is unlikely, let me quickly explain before I get into detail about its expansion from 1997. It's a turn-based fantasy tactical strategy spin-off from the mainline Might and Magic series and a title that quickly outgrew the game it was based on and became one of the most popular series ever made. It's divided into 3 parts: castle management, in which each of the different heroes hires units, erects buildings that allow them to expand their army, buy spells or offer unique bonuses. The overworld map allows you to secure different resource-producing facilities, neutral bonus buildings, travel around the world of Enroth, and engage random monsters or other players in combat. Combat itself takes place on separate tactical screens, in which both sides move their units in alternating order, battling it out till there's only one side standing. That's the gist of it. The Price of Loyalty is the first and only expansion to Heroes 2, but just because there was no others, it doesn't mean that it's not a good one. In fact, it nearly doubles the amount of content of the base game. It features 4 new campaigns, 2 short, 3-4 map strong ones, and 2 longer, built out of 8 maps each. And while it may seem that these may be of similar length to those found in the base game, they're played on bigger maps and are more demanding, so should take noticeably longer to complete. They also feature optional completion paths, adding to the replayability a lot. But let's not kid ourselves, while campaigns are fun and all, most of us played Heroes either against friends or on random maps, having completed campaigns in a heartbeat on the week of game's release. The novelties don't end with campaigns, naturally. Heroes 2 also introduced new locations, new artifacts and monsters too. All this made the game much more fun and exponentially extended its longevity. Especially worth mentioning out of the on-map locations were the barriers that required you to find the password for first, and when opened they did both, open new areas for you to explore and conquer and doors for the enemies to radio lands. While there were few creature dwellings added, the most interesting and useful was the Barrow Mount, which allowed recruiting of ghosts, one of the best units in the entire game. They were far from being the strongest, fastest or most resistant. In fact, they sat somewhere in the middle stat-wise, but had an uncanny ability to add to their unit number by defeating enemies. So they are best utilized against large groups of easy enemies. They would quote-unquote feed on them, multiplying their numbers, promptly increasing their importance on the battlefield with each attack. Elementals could be recruited too, but were considerably less impactful. Hat of the Magi is also worth mentioning among new additions as it expands your map view. New artifacts in large part contain both considerable bonuses and penalties, making for a very strategic choice, having to decide if a particular change you were after was worth the coming with it punishment. And finally, an item set that created a new super powerful artifact when all 3 base ones were picked up. Some towns got extra buildings or other small modifications to how base ones worked. They were less immediately noticeable but fun nonetheless changes. And finally, the expansion came with incredibly easy to use and yet robust and updated map editor that allowed for use of all assets available in the game and scripting. And all that resulted with my most favorite ever custom Heroes 2 map being created, Gyros 2. If you played it, you know why. If you didn't, let me know. I'm sure I can help you get your pose on it. I love Heroes of Might and Magic 2, and Price of Loyalty made it even better, bigger and more playable. A masterpiece in my eyes. Sure, objectively speaking Heroes 3 was better, but to me, nothing could compare to the second. The original KD is the first in the trilogy of post-apocalyptic real-time strategy games, and I've only ever played it a little. I was never big on RTSs and this one was no different. In 2140, after the world has collapsed, 2 remaining factions keep fighting for control of the Earth and its last remaining resources worth anything. Especially, most important of them all, oil. They are the survivors, so humans who waited out the destruction underground in relative safety, and the evolved, mutants who survived the catastrophe on the surface and suffered through the worst that had ever happened to the planet. Oil is used as the primary resource to earn the currency required to construct buildings and train units. Interestingly enough, most of these buildings can be upgraded multiple times to unlock new options within them. Both factions have entirely different sets of units, with survivors utilizing high-tech vehicles of various kinds and evolved mainly using mutated animals that they've learned to control. Both of these have their own 15-mission-long campaigns. Gamers and critics seem to love KKND when it released, so it not only sold quite well, but also spawned 2 follow-up titles in the coming years. If you were into the genre, you most likely knew and liked it, but if you somehow missed it, today is as good time as any to fix it. First time that I ever played Grand Theft Auto, it wasn't even a full game, but a time-limited demo. I can't tell you how long it was, as I don't remember, but I feel that it was something like 30 minutes or so at most. Not long though, but I must have played it at least 100 times. I've put so much time in it, it's ridiculous. I mean, most full games that came out back then never got as much attention from me as this demo did. And that was the GTA phenomenon. I got the full version a little while later, first as a copy of questionable legality without any FMV movies and generally speaking lacking a lot of the atmosphere. And a month or so later, a full Gen 1 boxed release. That was a game to sink hundreds of hours in easily. I mean, sure, story could probably be completed in around 15 hours, but former GTA games, same as the current ones, were not only about the story that the developers prepared, but also about experiences you could craft for yourself while playing, just messing around with the game world. And yeah, that's what I mainly did, and you most likely do. Anyway, I don't think that's possible, but on an odd chance that some of you might have been living under the rock the last few decades, or locked off in some remote bunker by a maniacal cult leader, let me tell you what it actually is. Grand Theft Auto is a top-down, always scrolling arcade game in which you take a role of a small-time criminal trying to make it big in the gang world and rise through the mobster ranks. It takes place in a tri-city area of Liberty City, based on New York, San Andreas, based on San Francisco, and Vice City, based on Miami, and they're divided into 6 parts that all need to be unlocked while playing. Each unlock requires a certain score to be reached, but doing so also gives you time to familiarize yourself with the part of the city that you currently have access to, which may seem like a weird choice, but having to know the city by heart not only helps with avoiding police chases, but also teaches you of locations of all the important utilities, shortcuts, weapon pickup spots and such, which in the heat of the moment later on may and will save your life. Main missions are picked up by answering phones, while secondary side activities are usually hidden in cars parked in unusual locations. Main missions are your typical seen in hundreds of movies to date gang/mob tasks of anything from ditching a hot car for trashing, through robberies, bank jobs, all the way to assassinations. Basically, whatever you've seen in a movie is most likely one way or another somehow depicted in the game. Completing missions not only raises your score, but also your score multiplier, so having successfully done few in a row can be worth astronomical points. Side missions are usually timed events of various kinds, often certain around killing certain number or type of citizens in a limited time. All those criminal activities, however, raise the police suspicion of you, and eventually you'll get your first star. I mean, first wanted level, which represents how much of an interest you are to the boys in blue. 1 star usually means a single, maybe 2 squad cars going after you, but if the meter's all the way to the full, a whole police force will be actively chasing you. They will shoot to kill, they'll set up roadblocks, and will hunt you till their dying breaths. Literally, as knowing you, you'll be disposing of them in a wholesale manner, leaving a trail of death and future orphans behind. The only way to get rid of the wanted level, other than the occasional bonus pickup, is to find and visit Respray Shop, where you'll get new license plates and forever disappear from the cops' radar. By forever, I mean until your next crime, so more or less 40-45 seconds. And this is where the familiarity with the city I spoke about earlier on comes in handy, in knowing where to race off to disappear. Interestingly enough, unlike modern GTA games, in first you did not have an unlimited number of lives, and dying too many times could actually end your game. A single death usually results in losing all of your weapons and armor, and score multiplier lowering on top of that too. There are crates scattered around the city, and they can contain weapons, from basic pistols all the way to the rocket launchers, armor, extra lives, police bribes that remove your current wanted level, and get out of the jail free cards that prevent you from losing items upon death or being busted. Sounds hella cool, right? It was. It is to this day actually. And while the missions are fun and all, it's the scenarios that you would organically create for yourself just messing around in the city in dozens of available and differently handling cars that made GTA such a special little bag of fun. Twin Sense Odyssey, aka Little Big Adventure 2, is a direct follow-up to the first game and also an action-adventure with some very superficial role-playing elements. Twin Sen, hero of the first game, has gotten married, settled down and is ready to have a child and carry on with his peaceful idle life. One day, however, his friend Dinofly is mysteriously struck by lightning and hurt. I would like to pause here for a second to appreciate the creativity behind the name Dinofly. What an achievement in writing. I too wanted to name my cat Dog at some point, but managed to stop myself before committing the crime on creativity. Sadly, no one heard the devs here, so we've ended up with Dinofly. Anyway, after a short investigation, Twinsen discovers that the lightning was caused by visitors from outer space. So he has no choice but to once again embark on a quest to save his world. Same as in previous game, the viewpoint is top-down isometric and your main focus is centered around traversal around the world and interaction with objects and characters. Once again, all 4 stances are available and should be used in appropriate places to progress the plot. So, normal, aggressive, sneaky and athletic. The game world is much larger this time, offering side quests and many optional objectives. The only difference from the first game apart from the story and scope of the world are the graphics, which are now displayed in real 3D and not pre-rendered. Twin Sense Odyssey is an amazing game, same as the original was, and a very underappreciated title that deserved much more recognition than it ever received. If you like action-adventure games, you'll have a lot of fun with this one. Dungeon Keeper is an oddity. It's part real-time strategy, part settlement management, part tower defense, Shot of the Towers, and finally part first-person fantasy combat game. And when all these powers combine, I am Captain Planet! Oh, my bad, wrong video. Obviously I meant that with all this combined, what we're left with is amazingly addictive and very fun game that's a pleasure to play today as much as it originally was. You have to construct and manage a dungeon and then recruit and train minions to defend it. You mine for gold and gems, set traps, build rooms, each with its unique purpose and use case scenario, and cast spells. I know that these 2 sentences were a lot to process, but Dungeon Keeper is all that and more. Your main task is to defend your dungeon heart, cause when that falls, you lose. And you protect it from heroes that keep invading your dungeon, fighting your creatures, hunting for treasures, and ultimately trying to get to that still beating dungeon heart. The heroes are not only boring knights either and can be among others giants, wizards or even samurais. Because game logic. And also, why the hell not? Who said that samurais and wizards can't be best friends? As you progress through the game and unlock new rooms and creatures, you'll keep finding new ways to experience, enjoy and progress within the world of Dungeon Keeper, and its 20 regions waiting to be conquered. Each of the creatures you build the room for is different in both stats and their behavior, and some of them are actually natural enemies to one another. So you should not build rooms willy-nilly just wherever it suits you, but plan ahead. Spiders and flies, for instance, are quite obvious enemies, so keeping them close will never yield good results, at least not for the flies. Dungeon Keeper is amazing. It may not look like anything special in this short video preview, but believe me, it's so good that not many games of 1997 could compare to it in terms of playability. Especially that up to 4 dungeon masters could play together via modem or LAN. It's a gem. I loved Ignition when it came out. I played it to death alone, and quite a lot with a buddy of mine in split screen too. But let's not get ahead of ourselves and figure out what it's all about. Ignition is an action-packed top-down racer, and it's an unusual one at that. It feels like a mixture of regular 3D racing with older but oh so sweet micro machines, and it rocks. The combination shouldn't work, because why would it? And yet it does, and so well. Everything about it is great. The tracks are all excellent, unique, fun to race on, learn and conquer, full of obstacles, jumps and different hazards. They are multi-level serpent-filled masterpieces, so it's not unusual to be seeing your opponent way below you on an earlier stretch of the road if you're a few seconds ahead of him. The beauty of their design lies in those little details that are often overlooked when frantically racing, but also happen to be the building blocks of this entire incredible game. Then there's something many may not give any attention to, so camera, and it's perfect. It follows the action relentlessly, never gets in the way, never puts you in a position of not being able to see any important part of the road that you need to, or the next corner. It's well baked in and works flawlessly is what I'm saying. Finally, there's 11 vehicles in the game, and I say vehicles and not racing cars intentionally, as they're a really mixed bunch. From Beetles and Jeeps, through police squad cars, all the way to the school buses. And each handles and behaves differently at speed during jumps or drifting. Some are better for short, full of turns tracks, others are really suited for long straights, and then there are those that are somewhere in between. But all have their own use cases and tracks that they work great on. So there's no single best car out of them all. Aggressive and very dynamic gameplay, coupled with fantastically designed tracks and unique cars, make Ignition a true gem of a game. If you've never played it, you're in for a hell of a time. And if you have, you're just sitting there, smiling, all default, nodding in agreement how much fun Ignition can be. Also, only 4 tracks and cars are available at start, and the rest needs to be unlocked by winning races. So there's some sense of progression if you play alone too. And we've finally got to the point when the video's over. I hope that you managed to find something interesting to play, or if you did play them in the past, then something to feel that gaming melancholy too. So, either way, make sure to let me know in the comments below.